My Reincarnation as the Villainess and My Reincarnation as the Villain Prince. Volume 2 by Akaisaki. Translated by Amalin at Story Seedling. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 67, To Amarillis Island Side. Claris. Amarillis Island in the Crinum territory is a perpetual summer paradise. Crystal clear blue seas, white sandy beaches, coconut trees, hibiscus, bougainvillea, and, true to its name, Amarillis flowers, are blooming everywhere on the island. There are unique plants from this world, as well as plants shared with my past life. Since it's originally a world from a novel, it's natural that there are many common elements from my previous life. It's not just me and Sonia going on the traditional Crinum family trip to Amarillis Island. Oh, it's always such a wonderful place. Amarillis Island. The woman who frolics the most innocently among us is the queen of this country. Her Highness Media Hardin, the carefree mother of the lively Ediardo. After descending from the ship, the queen's joy-filled eyes sparkled at every sight, making her look around eagerly. Although the queen and Ediardo came to Amarillis Island for her recuperation, she seemed exceptionally lively today. Carriages and ships with sleeping arrangements and skilled healers and magic users were prepared, but they had little to do. The queen delightfully observed the scenery outside throughout the journey, wore a happy expression each time she sipped warm tea or soup, and engaged in lively conversations with Ediardo. However, she seemed a bit thinner than when I saw her last time, and it seemed true that her health was delicate. Given that it's a trip for a queen and prince of a country, sturdy knights are serving as escorts. Among them are Whist and Cornet Senpai. Whist is serving as Ediardo's guard, and Cornet Senpai is here as a friend of Daisy's older brother, Adonis Senpai. By the way, Curtis, who should be a close aide, is currently back at his family home. Ediardo mentioned that Evenades need spring break, but I think he just sent the nuisance back to his village. Then, Caillou, the cooing voice that sounds like a spoiled puppy is not from a puppy but from a dragon's child. It's the dragon child I picked up in the school dungeon. With its red, tough skin, it's technically a red dragon. Its name is just that, red. Although it tends to be hostile towards humans, it always approaches me, jumping into my chest and rubbing its cheek against me whenever we meet. Caillou. According to Cornet Senpai, it's rare for a dragon to be so affectionate towards humans. It has grown larger than before and is now about the size of a 10-year-old human. We can embrace each other like this for just a little longer. Dragon growth is quite rapid, and it becomes an adult dragon within a year. It seems that Red rarely shows affection to humans other than Ediardo-sama, who is its owner. I was unusually popular with animals in my past life too, but I wonder if it's the same in this life. Being favored by rare animals is somewhat of an honor. I pat Red's head. Duke Crinum, who had arrived on the island ahead of us, welcomed Ediardo-sama and the queen at the harbor. This mother-son trip was realized thanks to Ediardo negotiating directly with His Majesty the King. Duke Crinum knelt respectfully in front of Ediardo-sama and the Queen. Her Highness Media, His Highness Ediardo, welcome to Amarillis Island. Brother Oliver, don't be so formal. Just talk to me casually, like in the old days. The Queen casually addressed Duke Crinum. Although they were said to be cousins, there was an intimacy between the two that felt more like siblings. They don't look much alike for cousins, but they share a youthful appearance. Ediardo-sama and the Queen, like us, will be staying at the Crinum family's residence. Crinum's secondary residence is a huge facility that can accommodate royal and noble families at any time, so there is no problem. Cornet Senpai is chatting happily with her friend Adonis Senpai. Daisy occasionally glances at them, blushing, looking oddly pleased. Whist and Sonia came to be our escorts at Ediardo-sama's request, moving from the port to Crinum's secondary residence by carriage. We look around. The main residence in the capital was impressive, almost like a palace, but this secondary residence is also stunning. In a vast tropical garden, there's a spacious pool, and the large mansion with red-tiled roofs and white walls stands out against the blue sky like a canvas. It's different from the villas that wealthy commoners might own. This is a building for entertaining other nobles and sometimes even royalty. Is there a place for this little one to sleep? Ediardo-sama points to Red, flying above him, and asks a nearby servant. There's a stable on the east side. We have flying dragons there, but they're all gentle and friendly, so I believe they'll welcome the little dragon. Good for you, Red. You've got friends too. Understanding Ediardo-sama's words, Red happily cries out before flying toward the direction of the stable. Upon entering the building, the previously hot exterior transforms into a pleasantly cool atmosphere. The use of magic stones that create cold air makes it comfortable, almost like having air conditioning. After a short break, we have tea and light snacks prepared for you all. Please come to the ice garden. At the butler's words, Ediardo tilts his head. Ice garden? To ensure you can enjoy the coolness even in this intense heat. It's a special garden enchanted with snow and ice magic. An ice garden, huh? I wonder what it's like, but before that, I need to put away my luggage. The room I was guided to is extravagantly large, more than enough for a single person, with a terrace overlooking the sea. Wow, it's like a room in a luxury resort hotel, and this is a friend's house. I wonder if I should pay for this? I can't help but worry. Perhaps because memories of my past life are still lingering. Anyway, let's start with organizing my luggage. The luggage brought by the servant has been placed on a stand next to the closet. Among them, one particularly conspicuous large box. Inside the shiny pink box, tied with a big red ribbon, is a beautiful dress. Taking the dress out of the box, I change into it. Wow, it's a vivid red dress. The color matches my hair, and I can't help but think it suits me well. This dress was a gift from the Queen when we boarded the ship to Amarillis Island. Not only me but also Daisy and Sonia received similar gift boxes from the Queen. Unexpectedly receiving gifts directly from the Queen, we were bewildered when the trip was announced. The Queen, with a lively voice, explained, "You know, I've always wanted a girl. It was my dream to see my daughter wear the dress I chose. I can't help but want to give presents to cute girls." When the news of our trip came, the first thing the Queen did was summon boutique clerks and all the one-piece dresses from the shop. She even checked our measurements from the boutique records and selected dresses that would fit us perfectly. Ediardo-sama seemed exasperated, saying there were more important things to prepare ahead of time. But choosing dresses can indeed be fun, so I understand her feelings. If the Queen has a granddaughter someday, it seems like she'll buy an overwhelming number of dresses. If it were a daughter of Ediardo-sama and me, it doesn't matter which one she takes after. But a girl who resembles Ediardo would be cute. With silky golden hair, sky blue eyes, and a doll-like perfect face, she would undoubtedly look good in anything. Wait, what am I thinking? I am too young to have a child. Marriage is too early. Although we're engaged, it's not confirmed yet. I'm alone in the room, blushing, shaking my head vigorously. It's about time for the tea party, isn't it? Chapter 68, Tea Party in the Ice Garden. Side. Claris. The one-piece dress received from the Queen is incredibly comfortable. It's not the type that tightens with a corset, yet it enhances the figure beautifully. I wonder what kind of dresses the other two are wearing. Excited, I leave the room, and Sonia and Daisy, who have already finished dressing, are waiting outside. Oh, both of them are wearing matching dresses in different colors. It feels a bit like matching sister outfits and my heart flutters. Daisy is wearing an orange one-piece dress that matches her eyes, and Sonia has a light blue one-piece dress that complements her hair color. Both of them look good. Thinking that the Queen probably chose our dresses while picturing us, a happy feeling welled up within me. Sonia-sama. But a sword with a dress? I am, after all, a guard. I've chosen a short sword to minimize any discomfort. Sonia states it firmly. Well, it's a formality as a guard. In reality, I'd want her to be by my side as a friend, but I guess it can't be helped. Originally, we were supposed to attend in night attire. Still, since the Queen insisted, "Please wear this to the tea party," we can't refuse. But, as a knight, Sonia insists on carrying a sword. Guided by a maid, we step into the courtyard. Wow, it's beautiful. It reminds me of the ice hotel I saw on TV a long time ago. Underneath a massive umbrella, There's a round ice table with fruits on ice plates, cube-shaped bite-sized ice creams, jelly, and more. Cakes and scones are on glass plates, and eating all the varieties might upset your stomach. The surroundings are covered with ice partitions, and the ground is lightly covered with snow. It's cute with animal sculptures placed here and there. I don't know what kind of magic is applied, but even in the scorching sun, there's no sign of the ice melting. Tea options include cold and hot black tea, and I ask the maid to bring me warm black tea. Even though it should be scorching outside, it's refreshingly cool here, as if the air conditioning is working full blast. Cushions are placed on the ice chairs, making them very comfortable. When the queen, who appeared a bit late, saw the ice garden, her eyes sparkled, and upon seeing our dresses, she smiled even more happily. "I'm thrilled, you've put them on right away." To the queen, who is expressing her excitement with crossed hands, Sonia, Daisy, and I stand up from our seats and curtsy. Her Royal Highness Princess Media, thank you very much for these wonderful dresses. We thanked the queen in unison. We secretly practiced this while moving from the room to the ice garden. The queen looked at us with a dreamy gaze, then shed a few tears. "You're the first ones to properly put on the dresses I've chosen." "Eh? It's not like we coordinated this," but we all unintentionally exclaimed, "Eh?" in unison. Media laughed joyfully, wiping her tears with a lace handkerchief. "Even before, I've given dresses to the daughters of close friends." "Yes, Claris. I once gave a dress to your sister, Natalie. I asked her to wear it to the next tea party, but perhaps she didn't like it. She never wore it to social events. The same goes for the daughters of my other friends." "Ugh, Natalie. Even if you don't like the design, disregard what the queen gave you." According to Belmira, she found it too precious to wear, but if possible, I would have liked her to wear it. We exchanged glances. From her tone just now, it seems that besides Natalie, the queen has given dresses to other girls, but none of them wore them. Dresses can only be worn at that moment, so being too precious about it makes it a waste. Moreover, if the queen wishes us to wear them, we should wear them. Both Belmira, my mother-in-law, and Natalie completely disregarded the queen. I noticed that Duke Grinham is looking at the queen with a complex expression. It might be time for you to carefully choose your friends. Brother Oliver, you've probably noticed, haven't you? Not everyone who approaches you with friendliness harbors genuine feelings for you. As cousins who have known each other well since childhood, Duke Grinham speaks to the queen in a casual tone. Even with Lord Ediardo, he calls him Eddie in informal settings. It seemed like he deliberately spoke similarly as in the past to avoid arousing the queen's wariness. "But there are friends who will support me. Tears is very worried about me and tries to stop me until the end." Tears-chan did that? Duke Grinham crosses his hands in front of his face, wearing a somewhat meaningful smile. He's probably the only one who can refer to the second queen as Tears-chan. Still, why did Queen Tears try to stop the queen from going to Amarillis Island? It doesn't seem like it was out of pure friendship. For Queen Tears, it might seem more convenient if the queen were not around, allowing her more freedom. I wonder if there's another reason. Anyway, you've always been a bit reckless. You're too trusting of others. Brother Oliver, I'm not saying to doubt all your friends, but it wouldn't be strange if people are using your status, plotting against you, or even trying to kill you. That's what comes with the position of a queen. As a cousin, Duke Grinham is concerned about the future of Her Highness the Queen. Perhaps Ediardo-sama's purpose in bringing the queen here was to ask his childhood friend, Duke Grinham, to persuade his mother. He probably felt that the current situation, where Her Highness fully trusts Queen Tears, is precarious. Duke Grinham's ready agreement might be understandable in that context. The queen wore a troubled expression and lowered her gaze in response to her cousin's somewhat stern words. "I still haven't fully grasped it. Well, being told to suddenly doubt people you've considered friends would be troublesome. Perhaps I should persuade her little by little." Duke Grinham smiled and, this time spoke to the queen in a gentle voice. "Well, let's put aside the serious talk for now and enjoy the tea party." Media, you used to like milk tea, right? We have tea leaves that are perfect for making milk tea. Really? I'm so happy. Here, Let's talk casually like we used to. You've probably had restless days within the royal castle. Haven't you? Thank you, brother. It seems like Oliver Crowne uses a mix of praise and reprimand skillfully. If he were an enemy, he would be troublesome. This way, he seems to manipulate people as he pleases. However, there's undoubtedly a family-oriented side to him. I hope he guides the Queen in a positive direction from now on. The tea party was pleasant throughout, and sitting next to Ediardo-sama, I could chat leisurely. Daisy, sitting across from me with Adonis-senpai in between, was enjoying a lively conversation with Consort-senpai. They probably placed Adonis-senpai in between to avoid arousing suspicions from Duke Crowne. But Adonis-senpai seemed uncomfortable. While acting as a guard, Whist occasionally glanced at the dressed-up Sonia. Sonia, seemingly aware of his gaze, maintained a guard's pose while looking in a different direction. Its youth, Duke Crowne, contrasting his earlier demeanor, was now blooming flowers in the reminiscence with the Queen. The relaxed interaction between the Queen and the Prime Minister, unlike usual, was quite impressive. Chapter 69, Jungle Dungeon. One side Claris. Clear blue sea, white sandy beach, vibrant tropical plants. Wearing the swimsuit I eagerly bought before the trip, I imagined a leisurely time on a beach bed under a beach umbrella, listening to music. This was how I used to spend my time on a southern island in my past life. Of course, lounging on the beach is perfectly fine in this world too, right? There are no smartphones or music players like in my past life, so listening to music isn't possible. However, right now, we're not at the beach. We're in the middle of the jungle. Yes, we are currently conquering a jungle dungeon. The adventuring party consists of me, Sonia, Ediardo-sama, Whist, and Consort-senpai. Daisy and Adonis-senpai are our guides. First, please apply the insect repellent. They sprayed something similar to insect repellent spray from my past life. Here, the insect repellent is in a stylish bottle similar to a perfume bottle. The one who sneezed at the scent of the insect repellent was Red, a small dragon flying around Ediardo-sama. Perhaps not like the smell of the insect repellent. Red sneezed several times, then flew into the sky and began circling above Ediardo-sama. This dungeon is different from the cave dungeon that was a school assignment. The forests I know are often dim and eerie, but here, bright sunlight filters through in places, and colorful tropical flowers and fruits adorn the forest. However, the unsettling feeling of not knowing what might appear is the same. I felt like I saw an unusually large centipede pass by in the corner of my vision, but I'll pretend I didn't see it, Adonis-senpai explained. There might still be undiscovered items in this dungeon. Well, the main goal is to obtain this magic stone. Amethyst? No, it resembles amethyst, but it's a magic stone containing quite a bit of magical power. It's the size of a palm, and if I were to compare it to something from my previous life, it's about the size of a golf ball. The higher the purity of a beautiful magic stone, the more magical power it can possess. Moreover, it can enhance the power of magic. The rainbow-colored magic stone we collected last time is suitable for enhancing attack magic, but this purple magic stone is mainly suitable for enhancing healing magic and purification magic. Moreover, it reduces magic consumption. Amazing. Such a rare item. I want one too. Something that can enhance my favorite healing magic even more than before. Adonis-senpai chuckles and extends the magic stone to me. I'll give you this magic stone. Such a precious item. Well, it's valuable because you can only find this magic stone here. They are scattered all over this jungle. I see. So, the purple magic stone is monopolized by the Crowne family. Moreover, the Crowne family owns other islands where plenty of rare ores can be found. No wonder they are exceptionally wealthy compared to other nobles. I'm looking forward to what kind of magical creatures will appear. Sonia-chan. Yes, me too. Let's see who can defeat more magical creatures. The night duo of Sonia and Whist seems to be more excited about fighting strong magical creatures than the magic stone. They seem like warriors from some star. By the way, it seems that Whist calls Sonia Sonia-chan. Even Ediardo-sama seems to be in a cheerful mood. This place seems to offer a lot of experience points. Ediardo-sama, who considers accumulating more experience is crucial to improving one's strength, is excited about the adventure in the unexplored jungle, where he has no prior experience. Yeah, Ediardo-sama falls into the same category as Sonia and Whist. For a while, we continued walking on the jungle path in a cheerful atmosphere. I find it strange that the footing isn't as difficult as I thought. I tilt my head and ask Adonis-senpai, is this path paved? We can't pave it. This is the pathway of a giant snake. Due to the weight of the snake, the ground gets pressed and rubbed, resulting in a flat surface like this. How heavy is this giant snake? It's probably as massive as a dinosaur. While the path is convenient, I really don't want to encounter it. Daisy speaks to Adonis-senpai. If there's a giant snake, we can collect snake skins, dear brother. Yeah. Ideally, I'd like a gold male snake. Its skin has high defense and sells for a good price. Silver male snake is easier to defeat, sells for a high price, and looks fashionable when processed. I prefer that one. But in terms of defense, gold is better, right? No, for fashion, it's definitely silver. Hey, don't argue about that. I'm fine with either gold or silver. Daisy seems unusually childish, probably because her opponent is her older brother. I wish I could have gotten along with my younger sister like that. Following the snake's path, we arrived at a cave, likely its dwelling. Red growls in a low voice. It seems there's a strong magical creature inside the cave. Cornet-senpai throws a small bead-like ball into the cave. It produces an effect similar to a flash grenade, filling the cave with dazzling light. A giant snake, whose body is covered in purple scales like the magic stone from earlier, emerges from the cave. Dear brother, that snake. I don't know. It's the first time I've seen this magical creature. Adonis-senpai is both surprised and delighted. The giant snake roars, opening its large mouth and spitting out purple liquid, probably venom. Cornet-senpai immediately casts a powerful defense magic, and a transparent dome envelops us. The venom hits the wall without affecting us. Aim for the eyes. Reacting instantly to Adonis-senpai's words, Whist rushes towards the snake. As the snake spews poison at the approaching figure, Whist avoids it, then jumps. With a sweeping motion, he slashes the snake's eyes. Sonia, who is circled to the back of the thrashing snake, jumps onto a nearby rock, using it as a foothold, and thrusts her sword into the back of the snake's head. At that moment, the snake's tail cuts Sonia's shoulder. The tip of the tail is like a blade, and it's also coated with poison. Healdatrix. I chant a magic that combines purifying magic with healing magic towards Sonia. Instantly, Sonia's entire body is covered in a faint purple-tinged white light, and her wounds quickly close. Perhaps because I possess the purple magic stone, the recovery is fast, and it also consumes less magic power. Thank you, Claris-sama. I'm glad we could heal you quickly. It was my first time using practical magic, but I'm glad it worked. Maybe I healed as fast as a saint? Well, I haven't seen a saint use magic, so I can't say for sure. When a saint uses magic, flames or light are pure white. In contrast, when I use magic, flames or light shine in a faint purple-tinged white. At first glance, it's mostly white, but it's subtly different. The giant snake attempts to release more poison and bares its fangs. Red, flying up to the height of the snake's face, breathes flames from its mouth. In an instant, the snake's face is covered in flames. While fire magic doesn't work well on water-based creatures, when it comes into contact with the high-temperature flames of a dragon, even the water-rich face of the giant snake burns. The snake with its head on fire falls to the ground with a loud noise. Chapter 70, Jungle Dungeon 2 Side Glories. I'm glad the scales on the body didn't burn. Without hesitation, Whist thrusts a knife into the snake's belly. This snake skin is very fashionable. Sonia, who cleanly skinned the snake, holds it up to the sky to show everyone. Whist and Sonia skillfully collect snake skins and snake meat. For these two, hunting magical creatures in dungeons and dissecting them seems to be a daily occurrence. Especially for Whist, whose family was poor, There were times when he would hunt and dissect magical creatures himself and then sell them to merchants. The dissected snake skins are placed in a leather bag and sealed. "May I have the snake meat?" With sparkling eyes, Sonia asks Ediardo-sama and the others. Snake meat? Can you eat that? Even though it's a poisonous snake, is it safe? When I ask, Sonia nods. The poison is only in the head and tail. The body is edible. The head is already burned, and as long as you cut off the tail, there's no problem. Without hesitation, Sonia slices the snake's body into neat pieces and tosses some of the meat toward Red. Red's eyes sparkle, and he eagerly bites into the large snake tail. He looks cute, but he's still a dragon. See? Red is munching on it, too. Yeah. Isn't Sonia feeding the snake's tail to the dragon a bit too wild? Do knights undergo survival training or something? Well, it's not surprising, even the Japanese Self-Defense Force conducts survival training. Whist and Sonia seem like they could survive on a deserted island. Sonia-chan, I want to eat the fried snake you make after a long time. Sure, I'll borrow the kitchen later and make it. It's a heartwarming conversation, almost like that of a newlywed couple. It would be heartwarming if there weren't snake blood on Whist and Sonia's faces. From the snake's perspective, they must look like a terrifying demon couple. I decided to collect the fangs. I want to use the poison remaining in the fangs to make an antidote. After finishing the fang collection, Ediardo-sama entered the snake's dwelling cave, so I decided to follow him. Ediardo-sama, it's dangerous to go alone. The big snake is gone, so it's fine. Besides, we have the sky. Ediardo-sama points to Red, who is still flying around. The innocent dragon, who has eaten his fill of snake meat, flies around happily. Red tilts his head and makes a sweet sound toward me. With a smile at the adorable voice, I follow Ediardo-sama. After walking for a while, we entered a spacious area, likely the place where the big snake coiled up to sleep. Around the sleeping area, several gigantic crystals of the purple magic stone from earlier were growing. Ediardo-sama walks towards one of the particularly large crystals. I thought he was going to collect it, but instead, he used a hammer to extract a small fragment right next to the large crystal. It's a magic stone the size of a grain of rice. Though small, it has a different depth and brilliance to its purple hue. This stone is like a condensed form of the power of the purple magic stone. With just this one, you get dozens of times the magical power content of other magic stones, as well as enhancement of magic and reduced magical power consumption. Is that so? It's a national treasure level rare item. Amazing. Surely, it's a treasure one might never encounter again, so I'll burn the image into my memory. Cornet-senpai, Adonis-senpai, and Daisy enter the cave as well. Is something the matter? In response to Adonis-senpai's question, Ediardo-sama proudly shows them the magic stone from earlier. The three of them widen their eyes and stare intently at the magic stone. Incredible, it's the king of magic stones. To Adonis-senpai's muttered words, Ediardo-sama inquires, I found this. Is it okay if I take it? Or should I get the approval of the landowner, Duke Cronum? When it comes to dungeon treasures, permission isn't required for the discoverer, but it's a very rare item, so please show it to my father. In response to Adonis-senpai's request, Ediardo-sama readily agreed. It's amazing to suddenly find a national treasure level item. Several large purple magic stones look like they could be pillars. The first adventure in the jungle dungeon involved defeating the giant snake, mining purple magic stones, and collecting herbs, and the day passed in these activities. By the way, after showing the national treasure to Duke Cronum, it seems it became Ediardo-sama's possession. Whether or not it would be dedicated to the country, having Ediardo-sama hold on to it would be fine. It seems during the autumn break, we found ourselves going on adventures in the jungle dungeon whenever we had the chance. The treasures weren't just magic stones, there were many high-quality herbs suitable for making medicine, and there were also plenty of fruits suitable as the base for panaceas. Your Highness, the green tiger is weak against water. Understood. The green tiger, as its name suggests, is a tiger with green fur. It's a troublesome magical beast that attacks stealthily in the jungle. Still, perhaps because it's a member of the cat family, It seems to be weak against water magic. In response to Adonis Senpai's advice, Ediardo-sama nods and launches a water cannon magic at the green tiger. Struck by the water attack, the tiger's body is blown away, and it falls onto its back, eyes spinning. In this way, by repeatedly facing powerful magical beasts unique to the southern country, we steadily increased our experience points and gained further strength. Even though we intended to enjoy our vacation, it feels like we're inadvertently undergoing training for ourselves. But it's fun, so it's okay. Searching for herbs in the jungle is also insanely enjoyable. While Ediardo-sama and the others are mining magic stones, Daisy and I pick pink fruits hanging from the vines of the trees. Looking at the cute beads-like fruits, I stare at them, and Daisy explains, "These pink bilberries are delicious to eat as they are, but they can also be used in healing potions. Using these fruits can give you several times the effect of a normal healing potion." Daisy-sama is knowledgeable about plants. Yes, I'll explain why I know so much about plants later. With a smile, Daisy leaves me with a floating question mark above my head, and I tilt my head in confusion. Chapter 71, The Villainess Creates a Panacea. Side Claris. On that day, Daisy guided me to a laboratory within the Crenham family residence. The laboratory had black tables resembling those found in a science classroom, shelves lined with glass bottles similar to mortars and flasks, and containers filled with various chemicals. Adjacent to it was a greenhouse where medicinal herbs and plants were cultivated, ensuring a readily available supply of ingredients. My father was the chief court pharmacist before becoming the prime minister. Why did the Duke Crenham, who was the chief court pharmacist, become the prime minister? That was His Majesty's nomination. My father and His Majesty were classmates at Hardin Academy. During their student council days, my father supported His Majesty, fostering a relationship of trust. When the time came for His Majesty to assume the throne, he wished for my father to serve as his aide. Oh, I see. Duke Crenham and His Majesty were classmates. His Majesty looks older. No, exudes more dignity, probably due to the regal aura that comes with being a king, or perhaps Duke Crenham just appears youthful, and His Majesty is age-appropriate. The current chief court pharmacist is older than Duke Crenham, correct? Yes, that person was my father's teacher and held the position of chief court pharmacist before him. Although he intended to retire peacefully, my father's resignation forced him to return to the role of chief court pharmacist. For a while, my father faced reproach from his former mentor for abandoning the position. So, they had to recall the elderly gentleman from retirement because there wasn't a young talent capable of becoming the chief court pharmacist. That's a serious issue. Daisy picked up a bag of herbs from the table, her tone cheerful as she spoke. Let's make a panacea with the herbs we collected from the dungeon right away. Daisy-sama, you say difficult things so casually. As I've mentioned before, creating a potion to restore magical power is much more challenging than making one for physical recovery. Moreover, creating a panacea that simultaneously restores both physical and magical stamina, with the added effect of detoxification, is a task even advanced apothecaries find challenging. But Ediardo-sama mentioned that the recovery potions you make can replenish magical power as well. Although it might not be a complete recovery, if you have the skill to make a potion that restores even a bit of magical power, it's all about the quality of the ingredients. The herbs you can harvest in that jungle are all top grade, so even if it fails, you can still make a top-notch recovery potion. With an excited tone, Daisy explained. I asked her with curiosity, does Daisy-sama happen to know pharmacology? Yes, I received guidance from my father since I was a child. I see. Pharmacology isn't a mandatory subject at Hardin Academy. Given the vast amount of information to memorize compared to other subjects, making pharmacology a mandatory subject would require a significant amount of money just to prepare materials for all students. Therefore, pharmacology is only taught in specialized schools for those aspiring to become apothecaries. I didn't know that Daisy knew pharmacology. I was embarrassed to admit that I had been studying pharmacology. Why is that? Because my abilities were not as strong as my father's or my brother's. I was bad at magic, you see. I couldn't make healing potions or antidotes that required magic well. But, after training with Cornet-sama in magic, I overcame my weakness in magic, and since then, I have become good at making potions. So, the next time I come here, I want to make potions with Claris-sama! Daisy tightly grasped both of my hands. Her happy expression at that moment was truly adorable. And even as a woman, I couldn't help but feel a flutter in my heart that she thought of me in that way. I'm happy to. Claris-sama, during our stay on this island, let's make as many healing potions as possible. Daisy-sama, according to my father, the monsters have become more aggressive lately. There haven't been reports of them attacking towns or villages yet, but there might be more tasks for the action teams in the future. I want to make as many potions as possible for Sonia-sama and Wist-sama. In an instant, I felt dizzy. Could the feared future be becoming a reality? Somewhere in my heart, I knew that events in novels didn't necessarily come true. The developments had been different so far. There was no guarantee that a horde of monsters would come. I clung to such hopeful speculation, but if the movements of the monsters were becoming active, there was a possibility that the miasma harboring the monsters' intellect was spreading. The presence of miasma implied the possibility of the existence of the demon race. Miasma was toxic to humans but served as a source of vitality for the demon race. When the demon race entered the human world, their first action was to utilize dark magic to fill their surroundings with miasma, creating a space suitable for them to live in. That was the setting for the demon race as written in novels. The reality existing now might not follow the setting in novels. Moreover, the extent to which information about the demon race was understood in this world was unclear. Although records of the demon race invading 300 years ago were documented, it was mostly treated as legend. We need to make Claris-sama. We need to make a panacea as soon as possible. A better recovery potion. I probably had a determined expression on my face. Although confused, Daisy nodded in agreement. As Daisy suggested, with the use of high-quality materials, we successfully created a perfect panacea that same day. From then on, whenever there was free time, I decided to make potions with Daisy. Fortunately, there were purple magic stones here. Adonis-senpai gave them to me in the dungeon, and just having them nearby significantly reduced the consumption of magical power. When making a panacea that consumed a lot of magical power, having the purple magic stones nearby was immensely helpful. Originally, I could only make one per day, but with the purple magic stones, I could make 5 a day and up to 8 on good days. Claris-sama, look. Even Daisy, who couldn't make potions well when she was bad at magic, improved every time we made recovery potions together. A week later, she was able to make panaceas of the same quality as mine. Moreover, Daisy's talent extended beyond recovery potions. Claris-sama, Ediardo-sama, please take a look. One day, I and Ediardo-sama was called to the beach. Cornet-senpai was also there, and when I wondered what was going on, Daisy showed me a cookie tin with marbles inside. No, not marbles, but magic stones of a size and shape similar to marbles. They sparkled and were beautiful. I think these magic stones were used for lighting in the cave, right? Daisy picked up one of the magic stones and threw it towards the sea. Boom. An incredible explosion. A massive column of water rose from the explosion. Seabirds swimming in the sea a little away flapped their wings in unison. Isn't it amazing? I filled the hollow magic stones with explosive concoctions I made. If thrown at a target, it has destructive power similar to advanced explosive magic. Daisy explained the destructive weapon with the most adorable smile. Maybe if it's a huge monster, it can be defeated in one blow, or even a strong monster would suffer considerable damage. If Daisy and Cornet-senpai teamed up, they might create the ultimate weapon that could blow away an entire country, which is kind of scary. It's also convenient to carry around, isn't it? However, it would be more user-friendly if the blast range were a bit more compact. Ediardo-sama, with a very serious expression, was evaluating the marble bomb. I was still too surprised to speak. Daisy was taking note of Ediardo-sama's words. Even with such a dangerous invention. When the materials ran out, we all went to the dungeon in the jungle, searching for rare items, mining magic stones, and collecting herbs. It was frustrating that we couldn't make a large quantity at once, but considering facing a legion of monsters, a panacea would be necessary. We have to stock up on as many potions as possible for the future. Chapter 72. Excuses of Chief Pharmacist Barton. One side. Ediardo. My name is Ediardo Hardin. Taking advantage of the autumn break, I decided to spend time at the Crinum residence on Amarillis Island with my mother. Freed from the oppression of the royal family and with the fresh air, my mother seemed unusually relaxed, enjoying a leisurely life. However, on the 7th day of our stay on Amarillis Island, my mother fell ill and was bedridden. The tropical sky seemed to respond to her condition, covered in dark rain clouds. Consort Tears' words were right after all. You can't expect proper treatment in this damn countryside, and this is your responsibility. Prince Ediardo, the man who spat out such words, appearing to be a pharmacist, made me furrow my brows in suspicion. Duke Crinum had made thorough preparations, assigning several dedicated pharmacists and magicians to my mother. I thought he was one of them, but, at that moment, my mother slowly raised her body and looked towards the man. Eddie, let me introduce you. This is Chief Pharmacist Barton. Chief Pharmacist? Yes, Tears recommended him. He's an excellent pharmacist. I was surprised. I hadn't heard that my mother's chief pharmacist had come with her. Seeing my stern expression, my mother spoke hesitantly. I'm seriously ill, so Tears suggested it would be better to bring a skilled pharmacist to Amarillis Island. That's why Barton came. Why didn't you tell me about the chief pharmacist? Because Tears said I shouldn't burden you with unnecessary worries, and it would be better to keep the chief pharmacist a secret. That's why the introduction had to be postponed until now. That woman. She must have manipulated my mother skillfully to keep the information about the chief pharmacist from me. My mother, trusting Tears completely, probably felt that way too. Moreover, considering I had dismissed maids and magicians introduced by Tears, my mother might have wanted to avoid tarnishing Tears' reputation further. But did Duke Crinum not question Barton's presence? If there was a pharmacist other than his, wouldn't he object? Rest and take the medicine today, but I will have you return to the castle tomorrow, no matter what anyone says. Barton took out a package of medicine from his bag and dissolved it in hot water. I interjected as he attempted to bring the seemingly scalding cup to my mother. Wouldn't it be better to let it cool a bit before giving it to her? You amateurs never learn. This medicine becomes more effective the hotter it is. I've been learning pharmacology from Vine, but I've never heard of such a medicine. He made a presumptuous statement without knowing anything. Eddie, don't worry. This medicine is for when I'm feeling unwell. Usually, the maids give it to me, but he specially prepared it today. My mother was still trying to protect Barton. Had my mother been drinking such hot medicine every time? When I clenched my fist tightly, a knock sounded, and Duke Crinum entered the room. What's the meaning of entering a room during a consultation? Who are you scolding? Me? Although he had the appearance of a gentle-faced boy, his gaze held a chilling coldness. He must have thought that a servant had entered. The moment he recognized Duke Crinum, Barton turned pale and deeply bowed. I apologize. However, we are currently in a medical consultation. Consultation? You mean you're just giving her medicine, right? Is there an issue if I enter? No. Duke Crinum smiled and tilted his head, making Barton unable to retort and fall silent. You, Barton, right? Weren't you Tears-chan's relative? Why would you say that? Oh, come on. I'm the Prime Minister, you know. I have the faces, names, and backgrounds of everyone working in the castle stored in my head. While tapping his temple with his finger, Duke Crinum proudly spoke. Unable to deny his identity, Barton, now exposed, answered in a submissive voice. Why yes. Thanks to the introduction from Queen Tears, I am currently serving as the Queen's chief pharmacist. With a tray carrying a cup of medicinal bath water in hand, Barton, the court pharmacist, bowed to Duke Crinum. However, the hand holding the tray was trembling. Oh, surprised me. When did you sneak in, huh? Exclamation mark. In response to Duke Crinum's inquiry, Barton shuddered, and my mother, surprised, looked at him. She probably hadn't expected him to be such a person. Brother, that's not true. I permitted Barton to accompany me. So, the responsibility lies with me. Troublesome media. Bringing in uninvited individuals into the mansion. Sorry. My mother bowed her head, looking somewhat like a child. Perhaps she had been engaging in such exchanges with Duke Grinham since childhood. Barton, relieved to have my mother's protection, let out a sigh. However, there was no way Duke Grinham would end the conversation there. Hey, Barton-kun. Well, is there still something? I heard you were in the room where my exclusive physician was waiting. It seems you displayed quite an arrogant attitude, didn't you? My mother, surprised by Duke Grinham's words, looked at Barton. She probably hadn't expected him to be such a person. Eddie, come over here. Duke Grinham gestured for me to come, pointing at the vessel containing medicinal bath water. Eddie, do you have the thing you gave me as a souvenir? That one. Oh, that. Yes. I took out a small bottle containing water from the meal fountain from my chest pocket. Before Barton, the chief physician, could finish his protest, I dripped a drop of the water into the medicinal bath water. The medicine instantly turned blue, as if a blue bath bomb had been dropped into it. Wow, an amazing change in color. Truly the water from the meal fountain. Duke Grinham, impressed, exclaimed, and the chief physician, who had heard it was water from the meal fountain, turned pale. Meal fountain reacts strongly to poison. If you put meal fountain water in food or drink, it turns blue. In other words, this medicine contained poison. It wasn't an immediately effective poison, likely intended to gradually erode my mother's body by making her consume a small amount of poison every day. Why did your highness use that water? It's incredible, isn't it? I haven't seen meal fountain in a long time. Meal fountain, a rare item that can only be obtained from the meal fountain in the forest known as the Holy Bed, is available only at Pickering, the miscellaneous goods store. If I hadn't read the novel, there's no way I could have obtained such a rare item. Eddie brought me a lot of such rare and precious water as souvenirs. I'll be relying on the Duke from now on, so it's only natural to give him a little something. As a souvenir, I gave Duke Grinham a whole box of meal fountain equivalent to 24 500 milliliters bottles of drinking water in the real world. In Pickering's store, meal fountain is sold as if it were juice. It's considerably more expensive than juice, though. If the store sold meal fountain as a matter of course, it would likely spread through word of mouth, and meal fountain would become more popular. However, for some reason, only customers favored by Pickering are allowed into the store. Even if someone other than a customer acknowledged by Pickering tried to enter the store, they would end up wandering through the alleys like a maze, never reaching their destination, forever lost. Media. This water that Edie has is amazing. It turns blue when there's poison in it. Poison. But that's the medicine Barton tried to make me drink. It seems like poison has been mixed in until now. The medicine you've been drinking! Exclamation mark. At Duke Grinham's words, Mother exclaimed, her hands clamped over her mouth and her face paled. Chapter 73. Excuses of Chief Pharmacist Barton two-sided Ediardo. Media. You see, this water Eddie has here reacts to poison by turning blue. It's amazing, isn't it? Poison. But that's the medicine Barton tried to make me drink. It seems like poison was mixed in all along with the medicine you were drinking! Exclamation mark. Mother, upon Duke Grinham's words, fell silent, covering her mouth with both hands, her face turning pale. Then, with unbelieving eyes, she looked towards the chief pharmacist. Naturally, Barton began to offer excuses in a panicked tone. This, is just a reaction to a tiny amount of toxin. It doesn't have any effect on the human body. Do you know, before I became the Prime Minister, I was the chief court pharmacist? Exclamation mark. With a smile that shaped his eyes and mouth like a crescent moon, Duke Grinham questioned Barton. The apothecary's face changed from pale to deep purple in response. From that reaction, it seemed like he didn't know. Well, Duke Grinham resigned as the chief court pharmacist 15 years ago. Barton realized that there was no use in making excuses, so he placed the tray on the floor and bowed deeply. I apologize. This is my mistake in formulation, and I didn't do it intentionally. I have a lot of questions for you. I apologize. It's okay. If you speak honestly, nothing painful will happen. But if you don't speak honestly, you'll be better off dead. From Barton's perspective, it was far from okay. He looked towards Mother as if seeking help. Mother, in turn, reassured him with a gentle smile. Barton, Brother Oliver is called the Steel Prime Minister, but he's a very kind person. If you speak honestly, he'll set you free. Because he can't speak honestly, he sought help from media. She still believes and doesn't doubt Barton. Duke Grinham shrugged and snapped his fingers. Strong knights appeared and seized Barton on both sides. No. It's different. It's a misunderstanding. This is just a mistake in formulation. A mistake in formulation that resulted in a forbidden poison affecting the human body. Even a novice pharmacist wouldn't make such a mistake. First of all, why did you bring such a dangerous medicine to my house? Exclamation mark. The pharmacist's eyes wandered, and for a moment, he desperately tried to come up with an excuse. However, perhaps good excuses didn't come to mind, or he flipped his voice and pleaded. I didn't do it intentionally. There was no ill will. Whether it was intentional or not doesn't matter. The fact that you attempted to harm the Queen is enough for terrorism. At the moment you tried to harm the royal family, it's already a serious crime. The poison was brought by mistake. See? Isn't it mixed with the crushed sesame seeds? Barton took out a paper bag with powder from his pocket and presented it on the tray. The powder looked brown and could indeed be mistaken for crushed sesame seeds, but it was too implausible as an excuse. Unlike the coarse texture of sesame seeds, the powder he showed us was very fine. Did he think he could deceive the former chief court pharmacist? He must be too distressed to make a rational judgment. Can't you tell the difference between poison and sesame seed powder? Are you a pharmacist? I doubt if you even have the qualifications. I am a certified senior pharmacist. Please believe me. This is the type of poison that accumulates. By administering a small amount periodically, you can gradually lead someone to death. By making them drink this poison, you can even make it look like a natural death. To make it easier for media to understand, Duke Grinham explained. At this point, even Mother, who recently noticed her physical discomfort, seemed to realize that the poison was the cause. However, she still didn't want to believe it and shook her head. As a senior pharmacist, you should be able to formulate the type of poison that accumulates. Did you make this poison too? I made this poison to create an antidote. I didn't bring it into your house intentionally. Yeah, that's a good reason, but it doesn't explain why you brought such poison into my house. Moreover, it doesn't justify why you have it in your pocket. If you can't provide another convincing reason, it's a death sentence. Duke Grinham casually pronounced a death sentence with an innocent tone. Barton, who had been deceived by his youthful and kind face, must have realized for the first time why he was called the Steel Prime Minister. I beg you, please have mercy. Well, as an act of mercy, I'll let you choose how you want to die. Beheading, burning at the stake, or perhaps drinking this poison in one gulp with a jug. I think if you continue drinking it for about 10 days, you'll die. Despite his youthful appearance, he truly is the Steel Prime Minister. The gap between his kind face and his words creates a chilling feeling. Barton tries to utter words of apology, but fearing it might further incur the wrath of the Steel Prime Minister, he struggles to find his voice. Mother appeals in a trembling voice. Be our brother, it wasn't intentional. There must be some other reason. So, please, just spare him from the death penalty. Of course. I'm not that cruel. If you don't want to die, why don't you report to Tiaz-chan as usual in a letter? If everything goes according to plan, the Queen should die in about half a year. Upon hearing Duke Grinham's words, Mother is left speechless. Barton, with a hoarse voice, asks the Duke, why do you know that? Did you, by any chance, read the contents of the letter? It's just my intuition. I thought you would write such a letter to Tiaz-chan, so I predicted it. It turned out to be correct. Barton is now on the verge of fainting, his eyes rolling back. Duke Grinham signals with a chin gesture, and the knights drag Barton away. Once they leave and the door is completely closed, Duke Grinham mutters to himself, "That's good." Writing a letter to Tiaz-chan extended his lifespan. It seems Duke Grinham has no intention of forgiving the chief apothecary who tried to kill his cousin. Mother, unable to accept the fact that a skilled pharmacist recommended by Consort tears poisoned her, stands there bewildered. Despite Barton's shouts that he didn't do it intentionally, she still wanted to believe him. However, hearing about the exchange of letters with tears shattered her trust. Duke Grinham gently whispers to his cousin in her current state, "It may be hard to accept now, but you have to face reality. A single tear falls from Media's vacant eyes. The fact that she was poisoned by a friend she had admired for so long must be overwhelmingly sad and difficult to accept." "I'll leave her alone for now," prompted by Duke Grinham. We leave Mother room. The maids waiting in the corner of the room will inform us if anything happens. After walking down the corridor for a while and making sure we are away from Mother room, I ask the Duke, "You knew that Barton was hiding, didn't you? And you let him deceive us?" With a slightly critical tone in my question, Duke Grinham stops his walking feet abruptly. He turns around, smiles, and says, "I was waiting for the timing when Barton would give Media the medicine." By proving that poison was administered right in front of Media's eyes and making Barton confess, she would have protected him until the end. Otherwise, certainly, if I had turned Barton away before he entered the annex, Mother might not have been convinced. Despite realizing that she was being poisoned, she continued to protect Barton. She might have started distrusting Duke Grinham. I suddenly notice that the Duke is staring intently into my eyes. He is older than Mother, probably in his mid to late 40s, older than me from my past life. Is it because of that? He looks at me with eyes that see through a child, like a parent. "Eddie, I've wanted to have a slow talk with you for a while." Duke Grinham. For Mother, Duke Grinham is like an older brother. In private, he calls me Eddie as a nickname and speaks in a casual tone. "Can you come to the meeting room on the first floor later?" Chapter 74. The Villainess saves the villain prince's mother side. Ediardo. While on my way back to my room, I heard Claris and Daisy's voices coming from the room with laboratory written on the door, causing me to stop in my tracks. I had heard that Daisy had recently started making medicine, but they seemed to be having a serious discussion. I decided to quietly open the door and see what was going on inside. Prince Ediardo. Ediardo-sama, how is the Queen's condition? Claris and Daisy hurriedly approached me with worried expressions. It would have been better if one of Mother's friends had been by her side. Although Mother may not be suitable for the role of a queen, having supportive friends could have made a difference. Unfortunately, the friends around her were mostly people who sought to exploit her. I shared the recent events with Claris and Daisy, explaining what had happened. So Queen was poisoned? Claris, unable to hide her shock, and Daisy, who had likely been briefed by her father in advance, wore a complex expression. While Daisy probably wanted to send Barton away immediately, she must have been instructed by Duke Grinham to endure until Barton administered the medicine to Mother. Claris, with an anxious tone, asked me, "Is the Queen okay? She has been poisoned before, hasn't she?" According to Duke Grinham, when the amount of poison in the body reaches the level where its effects are manifested, extreme emaciation and mental deterioration occur. At the moment, the Queen is not at that point, so her life is not in immediate danger. "Oh, thank goodness." Claris breathed a sigh of relief, visibly expressing her concern for Mother. "Claris, would you mind giving Mother the medicine you made?" "If the medicine I made can be of any help, certainly." Claris readily nodded, warming my heart. "I was truly fortunate to have you as my fiancée." Daisy, who was present, clenched her fists and spoke in a firm tone. "Just now, a panacea with excellent detoxifying properties has been completed. Let's have the Queen drink it right away." I led Claris and Daisy back to Mother's room. Upon returning, Mother, who had seemed exhausted from the recent events, looked even more haggard. Claris and Daisy wore pained expressions as they placed a small vial containing the medicine on a tray and approached Mother. "Queen, this is the medicine I concocted." "Claris, it must be very difficult for you right now, and I understand that almost nothing can pass your throat. Still, please at least drink this. We must eliminate the poison eating away at the Queen's body as soon as possible." Mother stared intently at the medicine offered by Claris. Inside the small glass bottle was a clear emerald green liquid, sparkling like a gem. Well, it's a beautiful medicine. For the first time, a faint sparkle returned to Mother's previously vacant eyes. Claris's thoughtful words seemed to bring her joy. Mother took the glass vial in her hand and slowly drank the medicine, one sip at a time. Exclamation mark. With each sip, Mother seemed to realize that her strength was returning. She widened her eyes in astonishment and looked at Claris. After a nod from Claris, Mother also nodded and continued to sip the medicine slowly. Her pallor, which had been bluish-white just moments ago, quickly regained a healthy color. The prominent dark circles under her eyes disappeared, and even her golden hair regained its luster. Wow, I feel so light. I was shivering with cold just a moment ago, but now my stomach is pleasantly warm. It seems that your blood circulation has improved. While I believe the poison in your body has been eliminated, please drink another dose of this medicine before going to sleep, just to be sure. With a relieved smile, Claris handed another panacea to Mother. That's an amazing medicine. What's the name of this medicine? It's a panacea. But I've taken panacea before, and they never had any effect. People commonly refer to a type of medicine that restores both magical power and physical strength as a panacea. This panacea, however, not only aids in the recovery of magical power and physical strength but also has detoxifying properties. Then, this medicine is truly a panacea. You concocted such an amazing medicine, Claris. Claris, you are truly wonderful. Mother embraced Claris with joy and excitement by the bedside. Queen, thank you for helping me, Claris. And I'm sorry. At first, I thought of you as an arrogant daughter. Rumors were circulating about me, and it's not unreasonable to think that way. Please don't blame yourself too much. Why? A good daughter like you. I truly had no eye for people. Saying that, Mother tightly embraced Claris, though Claris seemed a bit uncomfortable. I am happy to have a daughter like you. Daughter? You're Eddie's precious fiancée. In a way, you're like my own daughter! Exclamation mark. Claris was wide-eyed at Mother's words. Her pink-gold eyes gradually began to moisten. For Claris, who had been mistreated by her family since her real mother's death, Mother's words were very heartwarming. While holding back tears, Claris said to Mother, I'm truly glad you're safe, Queen. Leaving Mother to Claris and the others, I headed to the conference room. After all, I was summoned by Duke Crinum. He said he wanted to talk slowly. But what kind of conversation would it be? Not just casual talk. I hope. We've been waiting for you. A butler stood in front of the imposing door to the conference room. Recognizing my presence, he bowed respectfully. Is it intended that no one is allowed to approach the room? Guided by the butler, as I entered the room, I was surprised. In the center of the room, an oval table was set, seemingly accommodating about a dozen people. Adonis Crinum, Cornet William, and Whist and Sonia were waiting on either side of the door. As suggested by the Duke, I took a seat at the farthest end. A maid then brought tea and a plate of cookies. I wonder if it's going to be a long conversation? After sitting down directly across from me, Duke Crinum spoke. I occasionally want to have a casual chat with young people. Contrary to his words, there was a subtle tension in the conference room. I don't know what has been said beforehand, but Adonis and Cornet, while pretending to be calm, had slightly tense expressions. Well, I wouldn't be able to tell the changes in their expressions if it weren't for me. Hey, someone, say something. It's getting incredibly awkward. Duke Crinum rested his cheek on his hand and looked at me silently for a while. Although he seemed gentle at first glance, I felt a piercing gaze. Truly, eyes that seemed to see through everything. In my previous life, there was someone, my boss, who looked at me with similar eyes. Oops, I strangely felt nostalgic. I wonder if Director Yamada is doing well. Did he cry when I died? Due to the awkwardness, I ended up recalling my previous boss. Suddenly meeting eyes with Duke Crinum, I couldn't help but avert my gaze. However, I firmly met Duke Crinum's gaze without avoiding it. It's different, after all. Huh? You couldn't withstand my gaze before. It could have been Ediardo before remembering. For a naive young man, the gaze of a seasoned prime minister must have been quite painful. Before being a prince, You're the child of my cousin. I've been watching over you as a cousin since you were a child. Rumors had it that Ediardo had changed thanks to his fiancée, but it's beyond just changing. The current you is not the Eddie I know. Correction. He's not looking at me with eyes that see through everything. This person has figured me out. He quietly asked. Hey, who are you right now? Chapter 75. Oracle of the Goddess sighed Ediardo. The rain outside intensified, beating down on the earth with stronger rainfall. The light of lightning pierced through the windows. Although I had finished drinking tea in no time, the butler promptly brought coffee. Even though it was close to bedtime, coffee. The will on the other side seemed to imply that they wouldn't speak openly until I did. Adonis and Cornet looked at me with complicated expressions. Whist and Sonia wore worried expressions. Now, how should I explain? Explaining that this world is novel, and my previous life was that of a reader of that novel. That would be too absurd. I decided to omit the novel part and honestly explain. The beginning was at a tea party hosted by my mother. As soon as I woke up, a certain memory came back to me. A certain memory? Duke Grinham tilted his head curiously. The other members were also staring at me intently. My previous life. In other words, memories from previous life. People are said to be reborn. So, what kind of life did you lead before being reborn? Duke Grinham surprisingly accepted the word previous life without much fuss. He added sugar and milk to the coffee, stirring it round and round. After a moment of thought, I explained my previous life's occupation. Yes, I was in charge of human resources at a company, which means I was in charge of identifying and hiring capable personnel for a certain organization. What, you were in human resources? Oh, so that's why the recent rumors about Prince Ediardo firing servants he didn't like have been circulating. Adonis seemed unusually delighted. His reaction to the rumors seemed different, more like, I continued the story, slightly bewildered. Yes, I don't intend to keep people around who can't or won't do their jobs. The rumors are correct. I also dislike people who don't work or can't do their jobs, so I completely understand that sentiment. Adonis empathized happily. Come to think of it, in the later part of the novel, when Adonis became Prime Minister, he purged the personnel. Yeah. We seemed to get along in various ways. When Duke Grinham learned that I used to be in charge of personnel selection, his eyes sparkled. It seemed like he had found good talent. Oh no, I shouldn't have mentioned my previous job. How about having Eddie join the next personnel meeting of the Knights with Adonis? I'd like to hear your opinion. That's a great idea. I would love to hear Prince Ediardo's opinion. At Duke Grinham's words, Adonis nodded happily. Damn. Unnecessary work has come my way. This guy has forgotten that I'm a prince of a country, right? With a composed expression, Duke Grinham took a sip of coffee and looked outside. Are you starting to worry about yourself? There's a cute guest on the balcony. Startled, I looked toward the balcony. Oh, on the terrace beyond the window, Red was perched like a bird on the railing. Why? Despite the rain outside. Chuckling, Cornet spoke. Dragons have good ears, you know. They may have heard that His Highness Ediardo was scolded by Barton and rushed here out of concern. Sorry. May I bring it in for a while? I don't mind. I also have a snake. Without waiting for my response, Duke Grinham, wearing a jacket, revealed a blue, slender snake from his pocket. It looked as if it were tilting its head as if to say, "Did you call me?" Yeah. It's a cute-faced snake. I think it was a highly poisonous snake, though. I let Red into the room. The butler immediately prepared a towel and a bed for the cat. While watching the satisfied Red on the soft bed, Duke Grinham spoke. Although called a dragon, it seems to adore you like a parent, even though it's said to dislike people. Even if it was someone you fought with, like breaking off its horns. Regardless of the reason, it seems there was no one else for this child since I didn't have actual parents. Even if it was someone I broke the horns of. Whatever the reason, you obtained a red dragon. Do you understand what that means? At least, it feels like having gained the power of 100 armies. If it grows, it will rival 1,000 armies. Moreover, you actively learn advanced magic from George's Remio. Yes, I want to extend my abilities to the limit. Yeah, that's admirable. You're a prince, but ultimately, you have to protect yourself. That's also true. However, I want to minimize the situation where someone has to die to protect me, so I prefer to protect myself as much as possible. At the Academy, you've nominated Claris Charlotte, the highly praised daughter of Marquis Charlotte, known for her excellent grades, as your fiancée. You also have Whist Belmont, who is the former vice-captain of the Hardin Knights Execution Unit's first squad, as your escort. Furthermore, Cornet Kun is also very cooperative. With Cornet Kun on your side, my son will automatically be on your side. You have undoubtedly acquired competent individuals. He's closely monitoring my every move. Since he's not the type to be easily deceived by saying it's just a coincidence that competent individuals gathered, I remained silent for the time being. Moreover, you suggested strengthening the military to King Hardin, right? Robert was crying like a man. The second prince thinks that the military is unnecessary in a peaceful world and was asking for a reduction in military spending. Even in the novel and this world, Robert lamented the weakening of the Hardin Royal Knights. Duke Grinham asked me in a slightly lower tone. Why do you intend to strengthen the military? You're not thinking of invading another country, right? I'm not thinking of that. What I'm considering is strictly strengthening defense. So, are you expecting another country to attack? They will probably attack soon. My words silenced the room as if water had been poured over it. Presumably, Duke Grinham did not anticipate such a response. Adonis also wore a slightly puzzled expression. I am also keeping an eye on foreign movements, but there is no country that seems to be invading the Hardin Kingdom. Yeah, that makes sense. The opponent is not human! Exclamation mark. Everyone gasped at my answer. Their expressions seemed to ask, what are you talking about? It's not surprising that they would react like this. As I mentioned earlier, because this is a novel world, I can't use that reason, so I decided to give a somewhat plausible explanation. You may find it hard to believe, but I received a divine revelation from the goddess July. Soon, darkness will attack this land. Darkness? It's an army of demons. At first, I thought it was just a dream. However, I kept having the same dream repeatedly. A scene where this country is almost destroyed by an army of demons. I then replaced the contents of the story with the goddess's divine revelation and explained it to everyone present. The demon prince Dino Rondok raises the Black Flame Witch and the Dark Hero, manipulating demons across the country, and attacking the royal capital. The only ones who can counteract this are the Saint Mimilia and the hero Arnold. Their power is mighty, but it is also unstable. Their power is only brought into play when they are cornered. And this was the first time. That fool is the hero. Cornet, don't make such a despairing mutter. Well, if I re-educate him, things should work out somehow. Probably. After clearing my throat, I looked at Duke Grinham. By the way, did Barton talk about tears? I expected him to chatter away, wanting to avoid the miserable fate of being beaten to death. But surprisingly, Duke Grinham shook his head. He wants to talk a lot. However, if you try to say something that hits the mark, he suffers immensely. What do you mean? He's under a curse. Doing something like that to a relative. I admire Tiras-chan's monstrous behavior. Chapter 76, Curse, Evil Woman, and the Existence of Demon Side. Ediardo. A curse? I'm pretty sure curse-binding magic appeared for the first time in the novel's side story. Adonis suddenly wore an incredulous expression. Curse-binding magic should be prohibited domestically. If someone practicing curse-binding magic is identified, they can't escape the death penalty. While it's prohibited globally, there are still magicians secretly practicing it. We're thorough in eradicating them in our country, but the neighboring Yust Empire is lenient in such matters, considering it's the country that gave birth to the wicked woman Kiara. Adonis furrowed his brow, glancing briefly at the coffee cup in his hand. The Yust Empire. In that country, there's a legendary wicked woman. It was written in the novel's side story and also documented as historical fact. Her name is Kiara Yust, the empress of the previous generation, to make her child the crown prince, allegedly killed anyone who stood in her way. It is said that over 1,000 people died due to the wicked woman's actions. Kiara is rumored to have hired a magician at that time and placed curses on those involved. Cornet asked Duke Grinham, Could it be that, like the legendary wicked woman Kiara, Consort Tears might have hired a magician? Well, magicians can infiltrate the country pretending to be travelers. I don't walk around with a tag saying I'm a magician. Duke Grinham said this and took a sip of his coffee. To be sure, I confirmed with the Duke. Is there a possibility that Her Majesty is also under a curse? The magic nullification within the castle is potent. Casting a curse in such a place would be futile. So, she opted for poisoning. Well, that makes sense. If curses were freely manipulable, I would have been cursed by now. Advanced magicians rarely fall under the influence of curse-binding magic. Magic usually only affects opponents of equal or lesser strength. Is it worth studying curse-binding magic? In response to my mutterings, Duke Grinham nodded thoughtfully. Right. That might be a good idea. Even though it's prohibited domestically, considering situations like now, knowing about it could come in handy. Well, whether there are books about prohibited curse-binding magic within the Harden Kingdom is another matter. Duke Grinham seems to know a bit, so maybe he has some books, or perhaps the neighboring Yust Empire might have books on curse-binding magic. Duke Grinham scratched his chin, tilting his head in wonder. But if we don't know where the magician is, we can't summon them into the country. I doubt Tears-chan, who is a diplomatic novice, would know the whereabouts of a foreign magician. Tears is busy charming the local nobility. Perhaps someone from her entourage whispered something in her ear. Thinking about the lackeys surrounding Tears, even if I review them in my mind, they all seem to possess only the talent of being followers. Is it low probability for Tears to have connections with the Yust Empire? In response to my muttering, Adonis answered. While envoys from the Yust Empire have visited, both my father and I received them. I haven't heard any reports of the envoy contacting Consort Tears. Adonis and Duke Grinham are vigilant about the movements of foreign envoys, so that part is probably accurate. Setting aside the connection between Tears and Yust, it seems Barton can't confess unless the curse is lifted. Moreover, you can't even charge him with a crime. Our country's law doesn't accept the testimony of someone under a curse. It's even possible to make them give false testimony with a curse, and there's a possibility of a curse that kills you if you try to give inconvenient testimony. Duke Grinham pursed his lips in a bored manner. He seemed quite ready to squeeze Barton for information. I crossed my arms and looked up at the ceiling. So, breaking the curse is a priority. Can't it be done with magic nullification? Can't we do it in the castle? If that were possible, Barton's curse would have been lifted by now. Powerful magic nullification is in effect on our premises. Once a curse is cast, it's not easy to remove. If you want to lift the curse, you have to catch the magician who cast it. Can't other magicians do it? It's not impossible, but lifting a curse cast by someone else takes time. In that case, we need to find the magician who cast the curse. I hope Barton hasn't been killed by Tears yet. That should be fine. Magicians are valuable, and I think Tears-chan still sees some utility in them. Also, I don't think she can kill him even if she wants to, as long as he's alive. Killing a magician would lift the curse. In response to Duke Grinham's words, I sighed. It's not easy to corner Tears like this. I never expected her to go so far as to cast a curse on her own family. Well, I suppose she never really trusted her family in the first place. I wanted to deal with that woman before the demon forces attacked. In the original story, Tears Harden became an evil woman for the sake of protecting the country. If she were like the character in the original story, she wouldn't have targeted my life at this point, and she wouldn't have poisoned my mother. The original Villainess was eliminating those who posed a threat to the country. But the real Tears is trying to kill me and my mother, who haven't yet become a threat to the country. That woman doesn't care about the country at all. She's trying to make Arnold the crown prince for her ambitions. I grimaced bitterly and muttered, before the demon forces attack, I want Arnold and Mimilia to have the awareness of being a hero and a saint. The mother of a hero being a toxic parent is hopeless. I hung my head at Adonis's cold response. Cornet asked me again. Do demons exist? Currently, there are no known individuals who have seen the appearance of demons. They are treated mostly like legends. Demons have a human-like appearance, but their true nature is said to be ugly monsters. They surpass humans in both physical and magical abilities and used to live in the same world as humans. The Anoria continent, where the Harden Kingdom and the Yust Empire are located, and the Reginoa continent, where demons live, faced each other across an inland sea. The demons tried to fill the continent where humans lived with miasma to expand their territory and create a land suitable for themselves. However, the goddess, July, did not allow it and decided to place the demon-filled continent at the world's northernmost tip. To prevent demons and demons' territories from getting close to the islands and continents where humans lived, she drew a boundary line on the sea. If demons tried to invade the Anoria continent and touched the boundary line, the ship they were on would invariably go missing. Similarly, if humans tried to aim for the Reginoa continent, their ship would disappear. Adonis sighed. Normally, demons wouldn't be able to infiltrate this country. However, it's written as a historical fact that demons who succeeded in invading the Anoria continent appeared once every few hundred years, leading monsters in a war against humans. I answered Adonis impassively. The demons living on the Anoria continent now are survivors from the mythical era, the remnants of demons that lived on the Reginoa continent. Since the mythical era, demons have manipulated monsters and invaded the lands where humans lived. When the goddess separated the continents, some demons and monsters were left behind on the Anoria continent. The demons couldn't survive on the clean land and eventually died out, but the monsters could survive even without miasma. If a powerful magician, such as a demon, who can manipulate a trans-dimensional teleportation spell successfully invades the Anoria continent, the monsters living in the current forest would immediately become soldiers. A saint with tremendous power is born in the human world every few hundred years. It wouldn't be strange for a similarly rare existence to be born on the demon side. In the novel, Dino uses teleportation magic skillfully to successfully invade the human world. Well, in this context, I'll just suggest it as one possibility. The people present were listening to my words without dismissing them, but Duke Cronum asked in curiosity, "But if you received such oracle, why didn't you consult with the priestess?" Certainly, under normal circumstances, if you receive an oracle, it would be best to report to the temple first. That's assuming the temple is functioning properly. The temple supports Arnold. They wouldn't believe me even if I said something like this, and even if they did, they would probably choose to ignore it. They might even pretend the prince who heard the oracle never existed. True. If we're unlucky, they might even erase the existence of the prince who heard the oracle. Chapter 77. To be happy with you, sighed Ediardo. But if you received such an oracle, why didn't you consult with the priests? The temple supports Arnold. They wouldn't believe me even if I said something like this, and even if they did, they would probably choose to ignore it. True. If we're unlucky, they might even erase the existence of the prince who heard the oracle. If it becomes public that I received an oracle, the temple, which prioritizes the goddess's words, will have no choice but to support me. However, being closely tied to Arnold's faction, the temple can't believe that I received an oracle. Moreover, they might use some means to make me disappear after hearing the goddess's oracle. A decent priest wouldn't go that far against royalty, but the current high priest is Tyrus's uncle. There are rumors that the priests in the temple are corrupted by greed. The temple is untrustworthy. Duke Cronum, who had been complimenting us with a gentle gaze until now, suddenly lost that sharpness in his eyes. In a tone that reassured a child, he spoke to me. "You spoke well. It must have been tough to bear it alone." Well, yeah. If I didn't have memories from my previous life, I might have collapsed. For some reason, I felt a kindness in Duke Cronum's concern for me as family. I scratched my cheek with a somewhat indescribable embarrassment. Duke Cronum stood up, looked around, and then spoke. "Let's keep this conversation just between us. Adonis, Cornet, Whist, and Sonia, you understand, right?" "Yes, sir." The four synchronized their responses as if confirming. I don't know if they fully believe what I'm saying, but making the Prime Minister aware of the demons is a significant achievement. Duke Cronum will likely keep an eye on the demons' movements. If the demon forces attack, we need to create items to strengthen the defense magic of the royal castle. Adonis nodded in agreement, and with a beautiful smile, he said, "We also need to strengthen the night. We have to reconsider the personnel arrangements for that." I felt happy that they were already discussing preparations for when the demon forces attacked. They were thinking seriously about the future. The anxiety and pressure I couldn't share with anyone about the future seemed to have lightened a bit. Duke Crenham, though deliberately not expressing his opinion, was watching over us with gentle eyes. While on Amarillis Island, we spent several days discussing what was needed and what preparations to make for the impending attack of the demons. Section. In the meantime, Mother, having consumed the universal medicine made by Claris, had completely regained her strength. Moreover, she seemed to have become about 10 years younger, whether it was an illusion or not. If it were known that the panacea had a beautifying effect, it would sell like hotcakes among noblewomen, even at a high price. However, according to Barton's report, the Duke Crenham, acting on his instructions, had informed the royal court through a letter that as planned, the Queen is in a weakened state. Even after the end of the autumn break, the Queen intended to stay on Amarillis Island for a while. "Queen, this tea has a lovely fragrance of roses," Claris said after taking a sip of tea. In response to her reaction, the Queen chuckled. He, it's rose tea, it's good for beauty, and I often drink it too. It's very calming when you drink it." Daisy also drank rose tea and sighed happily. Sonia, still in her usual dress with a sword belt, was also drinking tea with them. With her improved health, the Queen, who had misunderstood Claris due to Belmira's words and rumors, now, after seeing Claris's kindness and intelligence firsthand since coming here, had completely changed her view of her. "I'm friends with the President of the Tunisia Republic, but he always said, 'I'm worried about you.' Looking back now, he was worried seeing how I, who claimed them as friends, was being used by them." "You're on good terms with the President of Tunisia, aren't you?" Claris asked, and the Queen nodded. "Yes, since I'm the only one who can speak Tunisia. There was no one else he could rely on." The Tunisia Republic is on a different continent from the Hardin Kingdom and the Yust Empire on the Anoria continent, so the languages are different. Mother can speak the languages of countries with different languages. Moreover, she is kind and approachable, so she is very popular among royalty and nobility from various countries. When I see my mother, who speaks with foreigners in a foreign language, I sometimes think she is a genius from somewhere. Yes, being the cousin of Duke Crenham, the Queen was highly esteemed as a prodigy during her student days. Especially in linguistics, she was a genius who excelled, mastering foreign languages in as little as half a year. Perhaps due to her outstanding proficiency in linguistics, she may have become unfamiliar with social interactions and negotiations. Duke Crenham, who had been leisurely drinking rose tea until then, spoke to the Queen in a calm tone. "I've said this before, right? It's better to be selective about your friends." "Yes, for Eddie's sake, you need to think seriously." "I understand the feeling of not wanting to let go of friends, but by sticking to that, you might be putting Eddie in a difficult situation." Mother looked at me. She had a face that couldn't be described, an apologetic expression. She was probably feeling guilty for accepting her friend's words more than mine. Well, honestly, it was frustrating that she didn't believe my words, but considering my actions before my memories returned, it couldn't be helped. I was certainly foolish and an unreliable son. I told Eddie the same thing. "Yeah, he's grown up enough to scold me." Maybe I was unreliable. At that moment, I felt that Mother's eyes, which had been calm until then, changed into a determined and strong gaze. "I might consult with my brother about various things from now on. I'm not as quick-witted as Tia's, and I don't have Eddie's discerning eye." Eddie has talented people around him. Especially recognizing Daisy's excellence, I think he is a keen eye for people. You're praising Eddie, but you're praising Daisy. Brother Oliver, you still find your daughter cute." As always, with a laugh that seemed to roll, the Queen made a triumphant expression like a child. "It's not just about being cute. My daughter is genuinely talented like me. Don't forget to praise Adonis too. He's not cute at all." At another tea party, Adonis is sneezing. The tea parties are sometimes cheerful and sometimes become serious discussions. Claris also joined, and discussions were held to prepare for the attack of the demon race. Everyone was surprised that I had received an oracle, It's still impossible to say to Claris that this world might be a novel world. Section. On that day, I took a stroll in the night garden for a change of pace. Looking up at the night sky, countless stars were shining. Does this world also have the Milky Way? In my previous life, I had never seen such a beautiful night sky. After walking on the brick-paved path for a while, there was an observation deck on top of a small hill where you could overlook the sea. Climbing up to the observation deck, there was a white bench, and you could see the starry sky and the sea at the same time. Someone was sitting on the bench. The casually swaying crimson hair seemed to shine in the moonlight. For a moment, I thought I was seeing an illusion. That's how beautiful the profile of my fiancée, Claris Charlotte, was. Whether she noticed my presence or not, Claris turned around, and she looked even more fantastical than usual. Instinctively, I ran over and embraced her. I was afraid that she would disappear as if this were a dream. This is the world of the novel I read. Could it be that the world I'm living in now is a dream, and I'll wake up from the dream someday? Ediardo-sama, I'm relieved you're alive. Feeling her warmth, I felt relieved. Claris, who looked up at me with a puzzled expression, was now embraced by me once again. I don't want to lose you. Please, don't disappear in front of my eyes. I covered Claris's lips before she could say my name again. This time, warmth was transmitted through her lips. For a while, Claris stiffened as if surprised, but eventually, she put her arms around my back. Once I released our lips, I whispered to Claris. Claris, I seem to like you more than I thought. Ediardo-sama, I love you, Claris. I embraced her once again and kissed her. Initially, I tried to have her by my side as a competent person. I thought of her as a business partner to survive, but now it's different. I want to live vigorously without being discouraged by headwinds. I feel love for you, who is trying so hard. I feel the same, Ediardo-sama. Claris responded to my feelings with a small voice overflowing with love. I can't stop. I want to get married soon. I want to possess everything about her. To live a happy life with her, I have to protect this country. Chapter 78, The Second Consort Irritation. Tears Hardin angrily tapped the table with her index finger. Witnessing this, the maids standing nearby trembled, and the young secretary, who was also present, occasionally glanced at the master's expression. Tears held a glass of wine and downed it in one go. We were planning to bring Claris Charlotte here. The sound of placing the wine glass roughly on the table made the maids shiver even more. They tried to minimize their presence, avoiding disturbing Tears' mood by looking down at the floor. Tears sighed heavily. Whether it's Mimilia or Natalie, why do only foolish girls approach him? And Ediardo. Tears bit her red lips tightly. What came to mind was the gaze that seemed to have penetrated her intentions as if he knew everything. Having interacted with various people in high society herself and having observed their personalities, Tears could often distinguish whether someone was a fool just by their eyes. Of course, some people were skilled at pretending to be foolish, so she couldn't identify everyone. When Tears met Ediardo before, his gaze wasn't like that. Despite feeling frustrated by the nobles who praised only Arnold, he neither dared to refute nor intimidated the surroundings with eyes like a lost kitten. Even though Claris, his fiancée, was attending the ball, she never expected Ediardo to participate. If he participated in Arnold's ball, knowing what kind of humiliation he would face, was it not foolish to hope for participation? Tears ordered her spy Curtis to summon Ediardo to the venue before Claris arrived, anticipating that the surrounding nobles would mock and scorn Ediardo, causing him to leave in anger before her arrival. Contrary to her expectations, Ediardo completely ignored the comments from those around him, thinking that he might leave the venue according to her expectations. After a while, he surprised her by escorting Claris back to the dance floor. Even so, she tried to somehow separate Ediardo from Claris and pressured her to accept Arnold's proposal. The engagement with Arnold, whom many noblewomen coveted to the point of envy, and if she were a clever woman, she should quickly discern which prince was superior now. Despite thinking so, I appreciate Her Highness's offer, but it is an honor I cannot accept. Claris refused without hesitation. At first, Tears thought that she might be holding back due to having a lover called the Saint. Indeed, She had initially declined, citing the reason that she couldn't become the queen, disregarding the saint. However, no matter how favorable the conditions Claris offered, Claris showed no positive response. Moreover, she sometimes wore an unpleasant expression. After leaving the tea party, Claris, who was heading toward Ediardo, was stopped by Arnold. Since Claris thought her son disliked Claris, this was unexpected. There should be no young lady who would reject a confession from the current second prince. Well done, my son, for courting Claris. Claris silently applauded him in her mind. However, just like before, Claris rejected the confession without any hesitation. No, it was not just a rejection. It was a clear refusal. What dissatisfaction could Arnold possibly have with her? She couldn't understand. She couldn't comprehend Clarice Charlotte at all. From start to finish, they had completely different ways of thinking. Moreover, when Ediardo, without getting angry at Arnold, who had confessed to Clarice, spoke as if advising his son, Arnold, don't be greedy. Love only Mimilia. By loving her wholeheartedly, the power of the saint will be manifested for the first time. Brother, still 17 years old. No, he should be turning 18 soon. But he exuded a composure and calmness that didn't seem fitting for his age. She doesn't know what changed Ediardo. In social circles, it's attributed to Clarice, but Ediardo himself feels like something fundamental has shifted. In any case, he is becoming quite a hindrance. For Claris, Ediardo's presence turned into a threat during the audience with the king. Normally, Ediardo would have been furious if he found himself sitting next to the king, a seat that should have belonged to his mother. However, despite making eye contact, Ediardo greeted the king without a care. He tormented Arnold, withstood questioning from the king and other nobles about the injuries to the four guardian, and even increased the favorability of the general, chief court magician, and chief court pharmacist. Furthermore, Ediardo proposed to go on a journey with the queen. For Claris, who wanted to regularly administer poison to media, this was extremely inconvenient. Although she opposed the trip to Amarillis Island on the spot, with support from Crinum, Ediardo skillfully outmaneuvered her and obtained the king's permission for media's trip to Amarillis. I hurriedly decided to have Barton accompany them. Claris picked up a letter that had just arrived. It was a report from Barton, the chief physician she had sent to media. According to Barton's letter, so far, media seems to be heading smoothly toward death. Although I think it's only a matter of time before Crinum, that sly fox, finds Barton. Media believes in my words and trusts that doctor completely. She will protect him. Imagining media desperately trying to protect the doctor who was trying to kill her, Claris couldn't help but find it amusing. Just in case, even if the matter is exposed, I've cursed Barton. He, my extra memories sometimes come in handy. If things go well, she might create a rift between media and Duke Crinum. Ediardo is a hindrance, but she has subtly hinted to Barton to ask media about the responsibility for bringing her to Amarillis. But, I wonder if the current Ediardo will obediently accept what Barton says. Such a frustrating child. At that moment, there was a knock on the door. It seemed that the guest she had summoned had arrived. Claris picked up the letter before grabbing the fan placed on the table. Come in. She lightly clapped her palms with the fan. Indeed, a toy that might alleviate this irritation had arrived. Guided by a maidservant, the one who entered was Marquis Burgess Charlotte and his butler, Tread. Oh, bringing the butler too. It seems he was scared to come alone. Claris glanced briefly at the butler bowing his head. He looked to be in his early 50s. A fairly handsome face. In the past, he must have been quite popular with women. However, ? Claris stared at the butler. Even though they were supposed to be meeting for the first time, did it feel like they weren't? Was it just her imagination? Who could it be? At times like this, I can usually recall faces right away. But no. My head seems to be spinning as if I'm drunk. She sighed and then stood up from her seat. Marquis Charlotte and the butler put their hands on the floor and bowed deeply. Well, Burgess Charlotte. You came well. I extend my greetings to the esteemed consort Claris, renowned as the Rose of the Kingdom. Not just a rose, a crimson rose! ! Burgess messed up the greeting from the start, and Claris chuckled wryly. He doesn't seem like Claris's father at all. Claris, who boldly greeted her without any hesitation. But those eyes of pink gold were undoubtedly the same as Claris's. There were similarities in features like the shape of the nose. So, unfortunately, they were indeed parent and child. I'm glad that the contents of your head resemble your mother. What do you mean by that now? He. It's nothing. Seeing Marquis Charlotte puzzled, Tears laughed merrily. Chapter 79. The Impatient Butler. Tread, the butler of the Marquis Charlotte household, felt a faint cold sweat running down his back. It had been just yesterday when Marquis Burgess Charlotte, his master, received the summons from the second consort. When Tread saw that the address on the distinctive red envelope wasn't Claris but Burgess's name, he momentarily felt joy. Perhaps an invitation to a tea party or something of the sort? If it was addressed to Burgess, it was likely an invitation intended for the Marquis's family. Someone from the Charlotte family could attend, and finally, Natalie could make an appearance in the royal social circles. If possible, she might even get acquainted with the second consort. Such hopes, however, were short-lived. The expression on Marquis Charlotte's face, after finishing reading the letter, became contorted with fear. Tread, how many times did letters from the second consort arrive? I handed her the letter 3 times, and yet she gave the same response. What is this about not delivering it to Claris? It's written here! Exclamation mark. Tread's face turned pale. The invitation from the second consort intended for Claris, along with Claris's father, had been disposed of by him even before it reached Claris or Marquis Charlotte's eyes. Furthermore, he had written the response on behalf of his master. A letter like that should never reach Claris. If Claris were to accept the invitation and endear herself to the second consort, she might become the fiancée of Arnold, who was highly regarded as the crown prince, and Natalie was currently doing her best to capture Arnold's heart. So, he disposed of the letters from Tears twice, thrice, and wrote a response stating, Claris, being ill-mannered and having bad behavior, cannot be sent to social events. Instead, Natalie will attend the ball. I didn't think of sending someone like Claris Sama to a ball. That's why I thought. Whether you thought it was good or not, Consort Tears is quite furious. I need to go to Consort Tears immediately. You'll come with me. Explain everything to the Duchess. It's all your responsibility. Make that clear to the consort. And now, kneeling in front of the second consort, Tread felt an internal urge to let out a sigh. Why did he have to bow down for the sake of such a foolish master? I'll make up some story about the secretary I fired recently disposing of the letters. The second consort, whom he saw for the first time with his own eyes, was undoubtedly a beautiful woman, likely because her eyes were caught by the king. However, the gaze she cast down on him was icy. While the second prince's eyes were sky blue, her eyes were ice grey. The eye color probably resembled that of the king. The second consort lifted her crimson lips and muttered with a tone as if talking to herself. I hate administrative work. At this sudden remark, Tread cautiously raised his head. Indeed, at this moment, a young man was silently working at a desk set up in the corner of the room, performing what seemed like administrative tasks. The second consort closed the fan in her hand with a snap and playfully tapped the cool forehead of Marquis Charlotte with it. The invitation this time, I wrote it 3 times, you know, because no matter how many times I wrote, the only response I received was to send Natalie Charlotte to the ball. Well, Claris is not suitable for a ball. She's a rude girl. In a shaky voice, Marquis Charlotte tried to justify himself, but the second consort covered her mouth with the fan, letting out somewhat amused laughter. He. So now your willful daughter has become a rude girl, not a spoiled one. It seems her personality changes quite frequently, doesn't it? Your daughter? No, it's just that. For you, Natalie must be quite precious. Pushing aside Claris and recommending Natalie to me. No, it's not like that. I haven't pushed Claris aside. I just thought Claris shouldn't cause any disrespect to Consort Tears. Oh dear, it seems you haven't heard about the ball from Belmira. With an unexpectedly cold tone, the second consort addressed Marquis Charlotte, who looked bewildered. Tread also felt like shaking his head. What could have happened at the ball? Come to think of it, Belmira and Natalie returned home sooner than expected. They had heard that Belmira wasn't feeling well, so they returned abruptly, but was that the real reason? I found it suspicious when the letter had been written 3 times, so I asked about Claris's situation from my subordinates. She hasn't said a word about the invitation, nor has she mentioned the ball. So I realized that the invitation hadn't reached her. Regardless of your judgment that Claris isn't suitable for the ball, isn't it a matter of courtesy to deliver the invitation I wrote to her in person? Well, that's. Marquis Charlotte was so flustered that he couldn't articulate his words. He kept glancing at Dredd as if seeking help. You should come up with some excuse. That seemed to be the voice of his master's heart. Even so, if Natalie Charlotte were a wonderful lady, I would have turned a blind eye. I even expected her to be more than Claris. But your so-called precious Natalie turned out to be a girl with even worse manners than I imagined. Is that the daughter suitable for a ball? Spare me the laughter. With a loud slap of the fan on Marquis Charlotte's head, he let out a small cry. Indeed, losing Claris Charlotte is a significant loss. Well, she's not that great a girl. Certainly, her appearance might be excellent. Burgess, it seems it's difficult for your brain to evaluate a girl. With a pitiful gaze, the second consort stared at Marquis Charlotte, who seemed to have no idea what she was talking about. Now, with high heels, the second consort stepped on the bowed head of Marquis Charlotte. The Marquis, with his face pressed to the floor, couldn't respond properly. Whether it was a sadistic pleasure or not, the eyes of the second consort, who repeatedly stepped on the back of the head, were colored with madness. I told you, didn't I? I hate office work. Yet I had to write letters 3 times. No, it was this young man standing here who wrote them, right? Dredd wanted to comment inwardly. However, as if tears had read his mind, she smiled and said, he writes most of the content of the letters, but the signature must be my own. Hey, whose fault do you think it is that I had to write letters 3 times? Dredd thought about it. He had to defend himself well here. For now, let's blame it all on the secretary who had just been fired. If he didn't insist that the master was innocent, his safety might be at risk. After taking a deep breath, Dredd pleaded with tears. It was all at the secretary's instructions. My lord knew nothing about it. He, trying to protect your master is quite loyal. Or is it loyalty? Amusedly laughing, the second consort stopped trampling on Marquis Charlotte's head and approached Dredd. Your face looks refined up close. The second consort lifted Dredd's chin with the tip of her fan, like a lever. For a while, she stared intently at him, observing something. When Dredd swallowed hard, the second consort murmured, as if convinced, and nodded once. I was convinced by looking at your face. That's what it was. Natalie looks like her mother, but the eye color is the same as yours! Exclamation mark. Thunk. For a moment, Dredd felt a sensation as if his heart had been struck with a hammer. His chest throbbed so strongly, from the slight cold sweat on his back before, he now felt sweat pouring down his whole body. She noticed. The second consort had discovered Natalie's secret. Even though no one had noticed until now, tears whispered to Dredd's ear in a voice that couldn't be heard by Marquis Charlotte, who was trembling with cold sweat. My family had someone like you. An infiltrator disguised as a loyal butler. The infiltrator was tortured by my father. But what about you? Exclamation mark. Either feeling the chill from the cold sweat covering his whole body, or trembling, Tears said to Dredd in an even lower voice, don't worry, I'll keep this a secret. In return, listen to everything I say. When Claris returns home, separate her from Ediardo, even if you have to confine her. But, oh, are you going to talk back to me? No. Dredd could only nod weakly. Tears stood up, and while chuckling, she said to Marquis Charlotte, you're pitiful too. To think that such a traitor was your butler. Eh? What did my butler do? It's nothing. With the closed fan's tip, the second consort pressed down on Marquis Charlotte's forehead, who raised his face with fear. In a threateningly low voice, she said, anyway, next time, make sure to deliver the invitation to Claris properly and persuade her properly to break off the engagement with Ediardo and marry my son, Arnold. Marquis Charlotte deeply bowed to the second consort's command, but his expression was full of regret. He couldn't understand why it had to be Claris instead of Natalie. Dredd felt the same way. Obviously, Natalie, who is more charming than that unfriendly girl, is more suitable for high society. Damn. Claris must have influenced the second consort with unnecessary things. He was disappointed with the second consort. People were so blind. If he didn't obey, there was a risk of Natalie's secret being exposed. However, persuading Claris to become Arnold's fiancée and breaking off the engagement with Ediardo was no joke. Damn it. Damn it. She was deceived by Claris. If only that girl wasn't here, this wouldn't have happened. If only that girl wasn't here. At this rate, my plan for my daughter to become the Crown Prince's wife. Claris needs to disappear from this world as soon as possible. Chapter 80. The Villainess returns homeside. Claris. Until 2 days before the end of autumn break, I stayed at the Crenham residence. Every day was fulfilling, with magical study sessions led by Cornet-senpai, exploring a jungle dungeon, making potions with Daisy, and, of course, enjoying the sea since I was in the tropics. Although we didn't have beach parasols, the Crenham household staff was adept, setting up a tent with a roof and arranging sofas and tables underneath. They even prepared afternoon tea, providing a luxurious experience that I had never encountered in my previous life. On the other hand, Ediardo-sama often engaged in various discussions with Adonis-senpai and Cornet-senpai in the company of Duke Crenham. During their meetings, we would have tea parties surrounding the Queen. While primarily discussing the Queen and King's courtship story, we managed to gather valuable information on noble relationships and diplomatic affairs. It turned out to be a quite beneficial time. The days of autumn break were incredibly enjoyable, especially for me, who had experienced difficult times since losing my mother. Daisy Crenham, Sonia Kelly, Whist Belmont, Cornet William, Adonis Crenham. In the novel, they were all enemies of Claris, but I never thought we would become such good friends. Living together on the Amarillis island and getting to know each other better, they had become irreplaceable precious companions. With only 2 days left of autumn break, I decided to return directly to the dormitory from Daisy's house. I had no intention of going back to that home. Being driven to the school gate by the Crenham family carriage, I headed toward my second home, carrying many souvenirs in both hands. Susan and Kate, have they already returned to the dorm? Will they be pleased with the tropical fruits I brought as souvenirs? Making a tropical fruit pie next time might be a good idea. When I arrived at the entrance of the dormitory, I stopped walking for a moment. The Charlotte family guards were waiting for me. The nights are exclusive to the Charlotte family, who usually ignored me, but now, for some reason, they were staring at me with clinging eyes. Welcome back, Claris-sama. We've been waiting for you, Claris-sama. Please return to your family home immediately. The master has collapsed. Collapsed. For a moment, a sharp pain stabbed my chest. Even someone like my father. My chest hurts. I hate myself even more. He didn't even bother to visit when I collapsed. When I was suffering from a fever, he, along with Natalie and Belmira, happily went to the theater. I didn't care that my father had fallen ill. When I turned away, one of the guards criticized me. How can you act like that when your father has collapsed? Yes, she's the daughter of a father who didn't even know when his daughter collapsed! Exclamation mark. In response to my sarcastic retort, the guards fell silent. You can't say anything, can you? You've ignored my existence all this time. One of the guards appealed to me with an earnest tone, looking up at me. Master urgently wishes to give Claris-sama something. Your mother's letter and the heirloom pendant. Mother's letter? Did such a thing exist? But there's a possibility that she hid it from me. The heirloom pendant I had carefully stored in the closet without selling it. However, whether my home was searched or not, one day Belmira found it. Even if I pleaded for its return, my father didn't care, saying, "This suits Belmira better." Since then, Belmira has been flaunting the pendant at every opportunity, wearing it to show off. Why now? That pendant was a gift from Mother on my birthday. A precious, precious memory. Claris, thank you for being born. I hope you will be happy. Mother put that pendant on me. The sparkling large red diamond was chosen by Mother because it matched the color of my hair. Understood. After putting my luggage in the room, I will come with you. As I said that, the guards seemed relieved. They must have been threatened that they would face severe punishment if they didn't bring me. Leaving the guards waiting outside, I entered the dormitory. For the time being, Susan, who had probably overheard the situation through the door, was looking at me with a worried expression. Claris-sama, are you returning to your family? Yes, it seems my father has collapsed. Considering Claris-sama's treatment at her family, her behavior, and her way of life, I can imagine. Please reconsider returning. Susan. Kate and other dormitory residents gathered around me, trying to persuade me not to go. Thanks to Claris-sama, I learned the joy of creating things. Thanks to the medicine Claris-sama gave me, I was able to heal from my injuries. Thanks to Claris-sama being kind to me, I was able to get used to dormitory life. I felt my chest warm hearing the heiresses express their thoughts. Even though I haven't done much, I just wanted to have as enjoyable a dormitory life as possible and interact with everyone with that feeling. Thank you, everyone. However, there is something I must retrieve. I heard it earlier. It's your mother's memento. I nodded to Susan's words. Yes, it's the only memory of my mother. Besides, that father, at least for the last time. If I don't see him off, I won't feel at ease. Susan bit her lip with a regretful look. However, whether she understood my feelings or not, she didn't say any more words to stop me. Trying not to be heard by the guards outside, Susan whispered. I understand. However, I will inform Prince Ediardo of this. Is that okay? I don't want His Highness to worry. If you don't agree to that, I won't move from here. Susan spread her arms, blocking the door. I'm in trouble. I could quietly escape through the window, but as soon as they realize I'm gone, Ediardo-sama will be contacted, and considering the worst-case scenario, it might be better to inform Ediardo-sama in advance. I am the royal fiancé. I no longer have the freedom to act recklessly. Understood. Susan, please inform Ediardo-sama of this. Leave it to me. I'll immediately borrow knights from the school's security and head to the royal castle. As soon as I said that, Susan opened the door with a bang and left the dormitory. The Charlotte family guards waiting outside watched the running heirs with confusion. Susan is light on her feet. Claris-sama, please take care. Come back soon. All of you guards, make sure Claris-sama is sent back without a scratch. If you injure her, it'll be your responsibility. All the heiresses living in the girls' dormitory glared at the guards, who shrank their shoulders. I was seen off with worried expressions from everyone in the dormitory as I boarded the Charlotte family's carriage to head back home. Chapter 81. The neglected home. Sighed Claris. Returning to my family home after a long time, it seems emptier than before. Perhaps it's just my imagination? The garden is overgrown. I wonder what the gardeners are doing? Could it be that they were laid off to cut labor costs? Opening the front door, it creaks loudly. The lobby windows are also unwiped, and the magical stones serving as lamps are flickering. Maintenance has been neglected in various places. Maybe they let go of some of the staff as well. Of course, there is no one to welcome me upon my return. Quietly erasing my presence, I entered my room and decided to stay there. Excuse me. Shortly after returning, the maid Carla brought a meal without even knocking, looking pleased. What's with that prepared look? And for dinner, is it tomato soup? The color at the soup seems slightly purplish. What kind of rotten ingredients did they put in? It's probably better not to eat it. Please enjoy everything. Being the future queen, your health is of utmost importance. Easy for her to say. She has only served unhealthy things until now. I decided to leave the soup placed on the desk alone, as it looked increasingly toxic. Once I retrieved my mother's memento, I planned to leave immediately, so I started packing for the return trip. I packed my bag with magic books, mineral encyclopedias, language dictionaries, and other books I enjoyed reading while at home. I also included a few commoners' clothes, just in case I need to disguise myself and go out into town. Suddenly, I noticed an envelope on the desk. It was a familiar red envelope with a gold rose drawn on it. It was another invitation to tea from Consort. The letter expressed her desire to have a private tea party this time. Did she hear about me? In the first place, I wonder what Consort likes about me. Despite clearly refusing before, Another invitation came. Unable to understand the sender's intentions, I tilted my head, and then I heard a knock on the window. I was startled and looked in that direction, only to see Ediardo-sama smiling and waving outside. Rubbing my eyes and looking at the window again. It was indeed Ediardo-sama. I hurriedly opened the window. Ediardo-sama, has the message reached you already? Yeah, Susan came to me looking serious and told me. Coincidentally, Cornet happened to be there. I borrowed a sky dragon and hurriedly flew over. Coming without guards is reckless. Cornet is waiting outside, and in this run-down noble house, I alone am sufficient for subduing. Run-down noble house. Well, the garden was bad, and the appearance was like a haunted house. It's easy to see that they are economically struggling. If I visited from the front, the butler would have refused, saying you're currently unwell and not accepting visitors. I'm perfectly healthy. The butler didn't have to lie just because I came suddenly. Although he smiled dryly, the main reason for not letting Ediardo-sama in was probably that I couldn't let him know the fact that a marquis' daughter was living in a storage room. Even so, visiting through the window, Ediardo-sama is surprisingly active for a prince. Suddenly, the sound of thunder from the sky was heard, and I urged Prince Ediardo to come inside. Ediardo-sama, it will rain soon. It's a humble place, but please come in. I'll call Cornet, who is outside. Ediardo-sama called Cornet, who was waiting outside, and then the two entered the room through the window. Autumn is deepening, and it's becoming chilly. I don't want Ediardo-sama and the others to catch a cold. I've been making sure not to let the fireplace go out, so the room is warm. Ediardo-sama, surveying my completely neglected room, had a bitter expression on his face. Your treatment at home is beyond my imagination. Well, once you get used to it, it's comfortable. I need to separate you from here as soon as possible. I'll be back at the dorm tomorrow. Just for today, it's okay. I would like to suggest to Ediardo-sama and Cornet-senpai to sit on the sofa, but the sofa is too shabby, so I hesitate to recommend it. The only other place to sit seems to be the chair at the study desk, but there's that poisonous soup on the desk. When Cornet-senpai notices the presence of the soup, she asks me, "Is that Claris-sama dinner?" Yes, it's quite a skillful cook. No matter how bad a cook is, they can't produce such a purple color. Cornet-senpai senior, admiringly mixed with sarcasm. Yes, I agree. That cook seems to have more talent in preparing poison than cooking. Ediardo-sama asks with a serious expression, "Did you eat that?" "No, I don't have the tongue skill to eat that." Relieved, Ediardo-sama takes out a bottle from his breast pocket. "Ah, that's a small bottle containing water from the meal fountain in the store." Ediardo-sama drops a few drops of that water into the soup. Exclamation mark. The color at the soup turns the same color as the bath water when you put too much blue bath salt in it. My face turns pale rapidly. Meal fountain reacts to poison. Foods containing poison turn blue. I thought it was poisonous, but I never thought real poison was mixed in. Moreover, the blue color is extremely intense. This means that such a potent poison is mixed in. Just a drop would be instant death. I shudder at Cornet-senpai's words. Who on earth would mix such poison? At that moment, we hear a knocking sound on the door. Before I can say, "Come in," Carla forcefully opens the door and enters. She sees the remaining soup and raises a hysterical voice. "Oh, miss. So, you haven't tasted the soup? Do you think such selfishness can be tolerated by someone who is to be the royal fiancé?" She must have been ordered to make sure I drink the soup with poison. Holding the tray with the soup plate on the desk, Carla walks towards us in large strides, expressing her indignation. However, she finally notices the presence of Ediardo-sama and Cornet-senpai on the way and stiffens her body. Rather than stiffen, it's more like petrify, as if stared at by Medusa. She turns into something like a stone. "Is this soup the dinner of the Charlotte family?" In a freezing voice, Ediardo-sama's words make Carla turn pale, and she kneels on the spot holding the tray. "Ah, Prince Ediardo, didn't you just return a while ago?" She must have witnessed the refusal to meet with the butler, and despite that, he seems puzzled about why he's in my room. Her voice is completely strained, and her body trembles. "And also, over there, Nice to meet you. I'm Cornet of the William family. William family. Although they have the same title as noble families, the William family is superior both in terms of territory size and economic scale. Carla, with rolled-up eyes, sways so much at her feet that she seems to fall backward any moment. Ediardo-sama sighs mixedly. Claris-sama was rumored to be a picky daughter who complains about every little thing, but with such poisonous food, it's no wonder she complains. What? Poisoned? That's absurd. Ugh, Prince Ediardo. Are you seriously suspecting me? I've always taken care of Clarisama with all my heart every day. Oh no, she's started crying. I've encountered this type of girl in my past life as well. When I pointed out a mistake, she would burst into tears, complaining about being treated unfairly, even if it wasn't that serious. Ultimately, I would end up being blamed. Carla, like that girl from my past life, may easily deceive some men with her cute face. But Prince Ediardo just sneers. So, how about you taste this soup? Huh? I'd prefer not to suspect you. To clear your name, all you need to do is prove that this soup isn't poisoned. It's a very simple thing! Exclamation mark. Chapter 82, If you claim innocence, taste the poison once-eyed Claris. So, how about you taste this soup? Huh? I'd prefer not to suspect you. To clear your name, all you need to do is prove that this soup isn't poisoned. It's a very simple thing. Ediardo-sama's tone is gentle, but his lips carry a mocking smile, the face of the villainous prince himself. Yet, it emits an indescribable allure. There's a certain charm inherent to villains, sending shivers down the spine. Though Carla trembles, she desperately shakes her head. This is terrible. Accusing me of tasting poison. Why is tasting poison so outrageous? If you claim there's no poison, then there shouldn't be a problem drinking this soup, right? I have always been at the mercy of Claris-sama's whims. I've been faithfully serving her with sincerity. Don't change the subject. As the first prince, I order you taste the poison right now. The cold and sharp voice resembles a honed blade of ice. There's no mercy, and finding compassion seems impossible. Cornet-sama takes a spoon, scoops up the blue-tinted soup, and with a slight smile, gestures for Carla to open her mouth. Now, if you can insist there's no poison in this, you should be able to eat it, right? Exclamation mark. As the approaching blue soup makes Carla instinctively turn her face away, she kneels and bows deeply. Please forgive me. The poison was not added by me but by the head chef. I was only ordered to bring it here. Even though she is already an accomplice for transporting it, knowing it was poisoned, Carla tries to shift all the blame onto the head chef in a desperate attempt to save herself. With tears in her eyes, she stares at Cornet-senpai, hoping to win sympathy. However, due to fear, her face contorted into a smiling expression even as she cried. Ediardo-sama ponders for a moment. So the head chef is skilled at making that insect salad. I've wanted to talk to him for a while. Why not call him over here? Carla nods and hurries out of the room. I wonder if the head chef will come here willingly. Even though he's an unquestioning follower of my mother, he can't completely ignore the orders of the first prince of this country. I thought the approaching footsteps might be the head chef in a hurry, but instead, it's Butler Dread who enters without knocking. At that moment, Prince Ediardo and Cornet-senpai send contemptuous glances at the impolite butler. Why, your highness, I mentioned that visits were declined today. I invited him. I wanted to meet Ediardo-sama. Oh, this is Marquis William's son, Cornet-senpai. I calmly explain the reason and introduce Cornet-senpai. Of course, there's no way Butler Dread doesn't know about the son of the wealthy William family, who has more financial power than us. Butler Dread turns red and shouts at me. Miss, it's troubling if you act on your own. I'm sorry, but considering the rain, it would be rude to send your highness back. When receiving guests, it's essential to obtain my permission first. What's the problem? Since when did a butler become more important than a marquis' daughter? Needing permission? Ediardo-sama inquires with a sarcastic tone. The butler's face turns from red to pale. Instantly, he hurriedly shakes his head. No, it's not particularly troublesome. I'm just concerned about the young lady's well-being. You say that, Yet you let her live in such a shabby room and even prepared poison soup. Well, that is. Ediardo-sama's words make Dread's face turn pale. He bows his head, wiping the sweat on his forehead with a handkerchief several times. So, is the head chef still not here? No. I cannot leave your highness in such a cramped place. Please, come to the guest room. Even though I live in this cramped place. Feeling the chilling gaze from Ediardo-sama, Dread guides him to the guest room, visibly trembling. It's been a while since I've seen it, but the room is still luxurious. Paintings by famous artists adorn the walls, and the chandelier is a masterpiece crafted by top-notch artisans, sparkling brightly. It seems the items here are not available for sale yet. Well, if I continue to live like this, it's only a matter of time before this room falls into disuse. It's a very compact guest room. I'll pretend not to hear Cornet-senpai's mutterings. Yeah, I knew it. The guest rooms at the Cronim estate were about twice the size of this one. There are fine tea sets and exquisite sweets made by a skilled pastry chef. They look delicious at a glance, but considering the incident with the poison soup earlier, I can't bring myself to eat them. Before long, my father, who's bending so low that I've never seen him like this before, appears. What, was the fainting a lie? I was wrong to have even a millimeter of affection for this person. Thanks to him, I had to return to the home I didn't want to come back to and almost got killed. I won't let myself be troubled by this person anymore. This time, thank you for coming to visit my daughter, Claris. Yeah, I was driven away by the butler, though. Claris invited me. Father, don't look at me like that. You and these people doing something sneaky is not my fault. I find it silly to care about these people anymore. So I turn my head away. Marquis Charlotte, I didn't come here to talk to you. I want to talk to the head chef. When the chef finishes preparing dinner, he will come here. Please enjoy some tea in the meantime. Father puts on a forced smile and offers tea to Ediardo-sama. Ediardo-sama nods once and takes a small bottle from the pocket of his jacket. The bottle contains a clear liquid. He uncorks it and drops a single drop of the clear liquid into the tea. The tea changes to an unusually deep blue color. Father looks surprised and gazes at Ediardo-sama. Your Highness, what is this? Marquis Charlotte, could it be that you tried to poison me? Wah! Such a dreadful thing. Father shakes his head as if denying it. From the shocked expression on his face, it seems he genuinely didn't know. This person is not good at acting, so he can't fake a reaction. But this tea has poison in it, you know? The water in this meal reacts to poison, just a drop, and the poison-laced food and drink turn blue. Such a thing. Father opens his eyes wide. Maybe he has an idea who might have put the poison. Well, I have an idea too. Then there's a knock on the door, and two figures enter. My stepmother, Belmira Charlotte, and the head chef came into the room. The head chef enters but immediately retreats to the corner of the room, cowering and looking at us with upturned eyes. Belmira is wearing a dress with an unusually low neckline. She flaunts the pendant I received from my mother as if to show it off. I never intended to return the heirloom from the beginning. Huh? The story about having a letter from my mother was probably a lie. Your Highness, haven't you had tea yet? This tea is made from rare tea leaves, and I wanted your Highness to taste it. No, I'll pass. Please, think of it as being deceived and try it. I don't want to be deceived, so I won't drink it. Belmira widens her eyes at Ediardo-sama's firm refusal. When she is about to say something more, my father asks with a trembling voice. Belmira, did you put something in this tea? What are you talking about? My stepmother raises her voice in a way that sounds as if she has been overturned. The head chef, on the other hand, is making a very obvious reaction, wiping the cold sweat on his forehead with a towel. Just now, Your Highness put in a liquid that reacts to poison, and it reacted to the tea you recommended. There's nothing strange in the tea. If you think normally, there's no merit for the Charlotte family to assassinate the prince here, but the people here don't understand common sense. When my eyes meet the head chef's, he vigorously shakes his head. Don't look at me with such pleading eyes. Despite consistently making terrible dishes and feeding them to me, he is now acting like that. Cornet-senpai shrugs lightly and says, there are various types of poison. Some cause numbness, Some induce high fever. And, love potion is also a kind of poisonous medicine, isn't it? Exclamation mark. When my stepmother trembles, Natalie, dressed in a flashy dress, enters the room. She directs a passionate gaze at Ediardo-sama and approaches him. Ediardo-sama, Chapter 83, If you claim innocence, taste the poison. Two-side Claris. As soon as Natalie enters the room, she blushes and approaches Ediardo-sama. Ediardo-sama, it's your highness Ediardo. I'd appreciate it if you didn't stare at me like that, Ediardo-sama. After all, you're my older sister's fiancé. You know that well enough. From now on, I'll make sure not to let you into my sight even for a second. Ediardo-sama turns his face away from Natalie, who is now bewildered. She then looks at her mother and whispers, Mother, isn't that different? Wasn't Ediardo-sama supposed to be infatuated with me? He hasn't even drunk the tea yet. Whether it was meant to be a secret conversation or not, I can hear it. Both of them have a rather high-pitched tone. Ediard smiles and raises his cup, seemingly about to drink. This seems to be a love potion. What were you planning by trying to make Natalie fall for me? What are you talking about? It's just ordinary tea. Why yes. There's no such thing as a love potion. It must be a mistake that the tea turned blue. In the face of this situation, Belmira seems to feign innocence. Father also nods desperately. They're firmly on the side of the stepmother and stepsister. Their affection for me is non-existent, after all. I see. So, Marquis Charlotte, do you believe in the innocence of your wife and daughter? Of course. Then, please drink this tea. Huh? It's the same as when Carlo was here. If you want to prove innocence, then you should taste it yourself. Repeating the same pattern twice. Did Belmira and Natalie not hear Carla's report? Oh, maybe they only received the information that Ediardo-sama had come to the house, and they decided to try the love potion they had acquired. If you believe in their innocence, you can drink it, right? If nothing happens, I'll trust both of you from now on. But if there was a love potion, it would be a terrible situation. A father falling for his daughter would be a hellish scenario. Your Highness, you're quite extreme. But it's an interesting experiment. Marquis Charlotte, I would like you to drink it. Cornet-senpai's eyes sparkle at Ediardo-sama's words. She looks at father with eyes full of anticipation. If I were to give them titles, it would be the evil prince and the mad scientist. Naturally, father, Belmira, and even Natalie turn pale, trying to accept the cup with trembling hands. Father, under the gaze of Natalie, lets out a scream-like voice. Don't drink it. Absolutely not. You're bald, fat, and short. The triple threat is unbearable. The point about not wanting to be approached by a father is reasonable, but the last triple threat is unnecessary. Father seems quite hurt by being belittled by his cute daughter. With widened eyes, he freezes, seemingly unable to move. Since Natalie acknowledged it, Belmira, who can no longer feign ignorance, points to the chef standing behind and says, I don't know. It's all because of that chef. The chef points at, and opens his eyes wide, staring at Belmira as if he can't believe it, but Belmira acts as if she doesn't know, and the chef, in a trembling voice, pleads, lady. I did as you instructed. Oh my. At this point, you're blaming your employer. I didn't know you were so ungrateful. You two, lock up this chef in the dungeon. The chef, who had been Belmira's yes man, found his loyalty unrewarded as other servants captured him on both sides. Perhaps thinking it was all over, the chef, with bloodshot eyes, further pleaded with resentment. My lady, I did as you told me, mixing deadly poison into Claris-sama's meals and even adding a love potion to the tea earlier. All on your orders. Silence. Why, you said it, didn't you? If Claris is out of the picture, Natalie can become the second concubine. So, I have to kill Claris. You enthusiastically said you wanted to show Natalia how her fiancé would be infatuated with her while Claris was suffering from the poison. I never said anything like that. Don't spout nonsense. Belmira, were you planning something like that? You're utterly finished as a person. Not content with just killing me, you were planning to torment my heart until the last moment. While the chef may be making up stories, Belmira's panic suggests it's probably the truth. The chef glares around as if hating everything. Everyday meals for Claris-sama were a struggle to think about. Rotten ingredients, moldy ingredients, things that couldn't be eaten raw. How much I struggled to prepare as you instructed. Silence, silence, silence. Shut your mouths, all of you. As servants try to silence the chef, he vigorously shakes his head and continues mockingly. Do you think you can just follow what my lady says? You might also be punished as accomplices trying to cover up my lady's crimes. Besides, my lady is the kind of person who would casually discard someone like me who has devoted so much. You all might be discarded soon. Shut up. What are you doing? Kill that chef and be done with it. Commanding the knights accompanying the Marquis in the corner of the room. They exchange glances, hesitating. Ediardo-sama addresses the knights and servants present. The one who kills a witness may be charged with the crime of evidence tampering. Further bewildered, the knights step back. Belmira, in a hysterical voice, shouts, "If it's come to this, it's over. Kill these people right here. As long as we silence them, nothing will be exposed publicly." Belmira's desperate words, perhaps thinking they could erase what they had done by getting rid of Ediardo-sama and Cornet-senpai. The knight's insane murderous intent is directed at us. What foolish people. The guard knights in this room are nothing more than a group of people recruited for a cheap wage. There are no skilled individuals among them. Even if several knights who can't use magic were to attack, it would be futile. Cornet-senpai casts a spell. Capture net. Spider threads spread throughout the room, capturing everyone present except for me and Ediardo-sama, the knights, Gala, the maids, and even the butler Tread, who is suspended upside down in the spider's web. All get entangled. Ediardo-sama wears an ice-cold smile and calmly informs the members of the Charlotte family. Shortly, the court investigation team will arrive here. Also, the court magician and the court pharmacy. The court investigation team is like the police, formed by selected knights responsible for investigating accidents or incidents related to the royal family. Ediardo-sama had already contacted the investigation team before coming here. Damn, wasn't the first prince an idiot? Killing the prince and Claris-sama won't be exposed publicly. It's a damn lie. If we had known this, we wouldn't have served in this house. Low pay and the employer is selfish. The Knights of House Charlotte had far too little dignity to be called knights. In the first place, normal knights wouldn't dare to imitate such actions against the royal family. When I was still at my parents' house, the decent knights had already been driven away by Belmira and replaced with freelance knights who could be hired for a cheap wage. Most of the freelance knights were mercenaries involved in criminal activities. You all will be charged first with attempted murder of the first prince and his fiancée, Claris-sama, as well as Marquis William's son, Cornet William! These people had been too disrespectful toward the royal family. Not just the queen, but they had also disrespected Ediardo-sama and even underestimated Consort tears. Even without today's events, the Charlotte family would have collapsed sooner or later. It feels more like being suddenly knocked down than gradually falling. Still, it's their fault. At that moment, Further looks at me with pleading eyes. Claris, I've raised you until now. Won't you help me? You ungrateful child. Chapter 84, The Demon Prince Dino sighed. Claris, I've raised you until now. Won't you help me? You ungrateful child. I decided to tilt my head without saying anything. After my mother passed away, including the wet nurse, the servants who had been kind to me were driven away from the mansion. My treatment since then has been severe. The room is a storage shed, and the meals served are rotten or moldy. Even when decent ingredients are provided, they are hard and cannot be eaten raw. I didn't have a single noblewoman's outfit. Only thinly dressed attire was prepared, so I was always cold in winter. With a clear smile, I addressed father. Ah, you provided me with a meal once a day, right? Well, in return, if you're imprisoned, I'll make sure to deliver a meal with the same contents once a day! Now that he has reflected on what he has done to me, Further wore an expression filled with despair. They are about to eat muddy salad, raw sweet potatoes, something like sweet potatoes, and then fruits that have gone bad and bread with mold. CL Claris. I'll return this pendant. So, please, help me. Belmiro forced a strained smile, and using her right hand, which was barely free from the spider's web, she unclasped the pendant she had been wearing and offered it to me. I frowned at her rough treatment. This originally belonged to Claris, right? Return it unconditionally. Ediardo-sama took the pendant from Belmiro and handed it to me. I wrapped the pendant of memories in both hands and held it tightly in front of my chest, because Belmiro removed it as if tearing it off. The clasp was bent. I'll have to repair it later. I was just following my lady's orders. I didn't want to do something like this. The chef looked at me with eyes pleading for help. When I was starving and asked you for help, you just laughed at me, remember? Moreover, Belmiro, upon hearing this, retorted with her eyes wide open. What are you saying? Initially, I asked, but you seemed so happy, coming up with a menu exclusively for Claris. You even created an outrageous menu that I couldn't even think of. I did it because you would be delighted. I didn't ask for it. They both are too pitiful. However, it's not just Belmiro and the chef who are pitiful. Me, miss. I've known for a long time that you are the kinda one, Mississippi. But, forced by orders, you'll help me, right? Carla desperately wants to survive. Shamelessly praising me to no end. Ediardo-sama tilts his head in confusion. Huh? Didn't you say something like I've been tossed around by Claris-sama's whims, but I've been sincerely serving her just now? I don't remember saying anything like that, Your Highness. It's futile. Such insults, even if remembered by the one who was told, the one who said it forgets immediately. Cornet's-senpai said with a wry smile. He speaks as if he understands something with that youthful demeanor. But watching the attitudes of these people, I think it's true. They've completely forgotten everything they've done to me until now, so now they're boldly begging for mercy. At that moment, with her twin-tailed hair waving, Natalie shouts, I have nothing to do with this. I just pointed out that my sister was being selfish. Natalie, believing she isn't a selfish person, thinks that those who don't comply with her are selfish. Then she glares sharply at Ediardo-sama and shouts, Ediardo-sama has no eye for women. This woman is mean to me, causing trouble for me and mother with her selfishness. She may act nicely at school, but she's just hiding her true nature. Even if that's the case, an impolite person like you won't be chosen as the royal fiancé. What's impolite about me? You address me by my first name without permission, and you insulted me by saying I have no eye for women. That's disrespectful enough. I didn't insult you. I just spoke the truth. Just spoke the truth. That's not an excuse. How childish. Natalie seems to not understand what Ediardo-sama is saying, shaking her head. And you tried to make us drink poison without permission. It's not poison. It won't kill us, so it's fine. That can't be true. Forcibly inducing infatuation with an aphrodisiac is an illegal substance. Just possessing it can lead to the death penalty. Belmiro visibly flinches at Ediardo-sama's words. It seems she was the one who obtained and possessed the aphrodisiac. Natalie still seems unconvinced, shaking her head. What? I haven't done anything. I didn't put any poison, and Ediardo-sama and Cornet-sama. I didn't try to kill them. I was just watching. My name is Cornet, miss. I don't care. Yuan, what is this? What's happening? Natalie starts crying loudly like a spoiled child. A habit she's had since a long time ago when things don't go her way. This girl hasn't grown at all since then, and I feel a sense of realization. I don't want to be caught like this. No. How many decibels is Natalie's voice today? I'd like to measure it with an app from my past life that measures noise. Ediardo-sama and Cornet-senpai instinctively cover their ears, looking uncomfortable. It would be nice if the members of the Royal Investigation Team came soon. It happened when I casually glanced towards the window. Bam! The sound of thunder echoes. Did it strike a nearby tree? A slight earthquake-like vibration. The room is trembling. The room's light goes out one by one. Strange. The light here isn't electric. Luminous magic stones are installed on the ceiling, illuminating the room. Unlike the small stones like the illumination magic stones Kornitz-senpai uses, these are large like pickling stones, and embedded in the ceiling. There are no eyes or light bulbs, so even if lightning strikes, the room shouldn't become dark. Franchini's Kornitz-senpai throws the illumination magic stone to light up the room. There are cracks in the magic stone on the ceiling that was illuminating the room until now. Moreover! Natalie's body is enveloped in a dark mist. The black mist soon transforms into a snake-like shape and entwines round Natalie's body. I widen my eyes. I've seen this scene somewhere, or rather, I've read about it. It's an embodiment of a depiction from a novel. Until now, Natalie, who was making a fuss, suddenly became quiet, her eyes vacant. There's no mistake. It's a scene from a novel. Claris, captivated by darkness, is taken to the realm of eternal darkness by Dino, the demon prince. The realm of eternal darkness refers to Dino's lair. Somewhere in this world, there is an underground cave that serves as Dino's lair. Unfortunately, the novel didn't mention where it is in which country. Dino used teleportation magic and spatial movement magic to move between the underground and the surface. The black mist eventually transforms from countless snakes into a human form. It's like a shadow play in motion. However, only the eyes shine strangely yellow. Could it be a demon? Kornitz-senpai stares intently at that figure. Black-brown skin, jet black hair, snake-like vertical pupils called serpent eyes, pointed ears, black horns on the head, and eyes shining yellow. I hold my breath. It's Dino Rondak. Chapter 85. The disappearance of Natalie sighed Claris. The continent where the demon tribes reside is known as the Renogia continent, also called the Demon Realm. In contrast, the world we inhabit is referred to as the human realm. This is purely a setting from a novel. Among the demon realms, Dino Rondak, the prince of the powerful militaristic nation, the Blatir Empire, possessed extraordinary strength compared to other princes. Dino, who had no interest in succeeding his father, the Demon Emperor, decided to invade the human realm and create his kingdom. If the novel is to be believed, Dino probably used teleportation magic. He stayed on the surface where humans lived, accumulating power while hunting humans who could become his subordinates. Even the antagonist in the novel, Claris, was one of the humans hunted by Dino. However, in reality, Claris, wasn't hunted. Natalie was the one who fell victim. Natalie, for some reason, Butler Tread, rather than my father, was the first to let out a distressed cry. Belmira, still restrained, glares at Dino and shouts angrily, "Give Natalie back!" in a piercing voice. Crucially, my father, looking bewildered, watches Dino kissing Natalie's hair, but he snaps back to reality and yells at me. "See Claris, Natalie is your dear sister, right? If you're her sister, save her. Baldy, please be quiet." "Be Baldy? I misspoke. Marquis Charlotte, could you please be a bit quieter?" "There's a limit to misspeaking." "When did you become such an annoying person?" "Are you naturally like your father?" "I might have taken after my father." "At a time as tense as this, if you're given orders from above that press you down, you'd want to throw at least one spiteful comment. Besides, it seems they haven't considered that I might be in danger." "Even if this person were on the verge of death, I wouldn't rush over." "Even if she were to die, I'd throw incense at an altar like a certain warring state's warlord. Although altars don't exist in this world. I may not find Natalie cute, and I don't think of her as a sister anymore, but I have to stop that demon." "Clear." I chant a purification magic to cleanse the miasma. The black mist in the room instantly clears, but new miasma seeps from Dino's body immediately. The chef and the knights, captured by Dino's side, begin to cough as the dense miasma troubles them. I also feel somewhat suffocated. Guardy shield. Kornitz-senpai casts a defensive magic to prevent the miasma from approaching. It doesn't completely block it, but it eases the suffocation. Mega lightning. Ediardo-sama releases an attack magic of light towards Dino. However, the light magic is easily extinguished by the dark defensive magic. Perhaps because we were indoors, he could only cast intermediate level magic, but even so, it's impressive how easily it was dispelled. I raise my magician's staff and begin chanting a spell, Lightning Arrow. In the next moment, Multiple arrows made of light attack the target. If it's sharp light, it might damage the defensive barrier. The sharp tips formed by the light pierce the defense and create slight cracks. Lightning arrow. Ediardo-sama also releases arrows of light, and more cracks appear in the defensive shield. All right. It may not match the light of the saint, but our light magic can inflict damage on dark magic. However, I need a bit more power. Looking at the defense wall with increasing cracks, Dino, who clicks his tongue, flips around and turns his back to us. Where he walks, a black hole opens up in the white wall of the room. It seemed like a tunnel with endless darkness beyond. Wait. Hold on. Ediardo-sama and I shout simultaneously and throw arrows of light once again. But as he turns around, Dino begins to chant a spell. Dark arrow. The next moment, a pitch black arrow flies towards us and collides with the arrow of light. The conflicting arrows of light and darkness explode on the spot and disappear. Our attacks are entirely hindered by the black arrows. Can't at least one light arrow avoid the dark arrows and reach Dino? Without receiving a single attack from the arrows of light, Dino disappears into the black tunnel. Even if we wanted to chase after him, the moment Dino entered, the hole closed, leaving only the white wall behind. We let Dino escape. What does he intend to do with Natalie? Up until now, she had been quite the villainess, acting as a substitute for the novel's Claris. But could it be that she will also take on the role of the Black Flame Witch? That girl is the Black Flame Witch. Seems more malicious than the novel's Claris. Ediardo-sama supported me, feeling a light dizziness. If it goes as the novel says, a year later, the Black Flame Witch and the Dark Hero, accompanied by a demonic army, will attack the royal capital. However, it's not certain that they will come a year later as the novel states. Anyway, we must prepare for the battle against the demon tribe as soon as possible. Section. The court investigation team that rushed in took my father, Belmira, Tread, and the servants of the Charlotte family, including me, into custody for attempted murder. The people of the town of Lenny, seeing the members of the Charlotte family being taken away by the knights, raised cheers of joy. It seems they weren't as beloved by the citizens as I thought. Afterward, the investigation revealed that Belmira had commissioned an alchemist belonging to a criminal organization to concoct illegal drugs such as poison and love potions. Upon hearing from Butler Tread that the second consort desired my engagement with Arnold, Belmira, thinking that killing me was necessary, decided to lure me using my late mother's pendant. To make it more convincing, she even fabricated a letter from my non-existent mother. I was naive. Somewhere deep down, I still believed in them. While my mother was alive, my father did sometimes show a smile to me. But thinking back now, that smile might have been fake. Natalie, who is on the run, was immediately pursued by a search party. But she probably won't be found. Though I was a member of the Charlotte family, the subsequent investigation and confessions of the servants considered me as one of the victims. As the first prince's fiancé, I was protected by the royal family. Nevertheless, living in the royal castle while unmarried was unthinkable, so I ended up staying in the Emilia Palace, a detached palace located on the royal castle grounds, where a saint from several generations ago was said to have lived. Due to my family's imprisonment, it became difficult for me to go to school. So, I called Georges and Vine to the palace and, along with Ediardo-sama, dedicated ourselves to the study of magic and pharmacology. Considering the future ahead, it is necessary to quickly master advanced magic and pharmacology. For the days to come, we focus on enhancing our abilities and accumulating as much preparation for battle as possible. Chapter 86, Forbidden Fusion Magic. One-side Ediardo. I am Ediardo Hardin, the first prince of the Hardin Kingdom. I'd like to say I'm in my youth, but these days, I'm quite busy. Since the end of the autumn break, I've only been going to school for the required number of attendance days. Now that the existence of Dino Rondic has been confirmed, it's not the time to leisurely enjoy school life. There are rumors among the noble youths that His Highness Ediardo couldn't endure an inferiority complex towards his younger brother and became a truant, but I don't care about such things. To break through dark magic, it seems regular magic alone won't cut it. You have to cast purification magic simultaneously with attack magic, While reading through the documents, I spoke to the members present. Emilia Palace, Library. It's not as extensive as the library inside the royal castle, but it contains all sorts of books. Seated around a round table were Cornet, Adonis, Georges, Claris, and other members skilled in magic. Georges sighed, resting his chin on his hand. Nevertheless, there were demons. Even I didn't fully believe it until I saw it with my own eyes. Cornet also sighed while pushing up her glasses. I had expected it from reading the novel, but somewhere deep down, I wished it wouldn't happen as written in the novel. However, my wish didn't come true, and Dino appeared in front of us, taking Natalie away. Cornet put her hand to her chin, tilting her head. But why did the demons abduct Natalie? Charlotte? If it followed the novel, it should have been Claris who was supposed to be abducted by Dino. However, in reality, it was Natalie who was taken. I vaguely remember that in the novel, there was a reason why Claris was chosen as the Black Flame Witch. What was that reason again? I forgot. I didn't delve into the novel that much. I should have read it more carefully. At that moment, while turning the pages of the book, Claris spoke. According to this book, demons sometimes make humans their subordinates. Dark magic can exert tremendous power against humans burdened with many negative emotions. Natalie was in Class B at school. I don't think she had that much power. Adonis, still looking at the book in his hand, responded calmly. She might have had a lot of magical power itself. However, no matter how much fuel you have, if you don't know how to use the spell, it becomes useless. Claris wore an indescribable expression. Natalie wasn't so diligent in her studies. It's a bit of a shame. She could handle advanced magic, but she couldn't use it. Adonis closed the book he had been reading with a pat. There seems to be an absurd amount of negative emotions, though. Not only Clarice Sama, but she also directed jealous eyes toward Mimilia Bordel. I remembered. In the novel, Claris harbors an intense jealousy toward Mimilia. Due to Arnold and Mimilia's declaration of true love, her hatred grew. Dino took advantage of Claris' feelings, but the real Claris doesn't harbor any jealousy towards Mimilia. It seems she quite dislikes Arnold. As an older brother, he should be a bit more likable, but well, considering he boldly declared a two-timing relationship, there's no helping it. However, Natalie was jealous not only of Mimilia but also of Claris. Especially towards Claris, she harbored so much hatred that it bordered on murderous intent. So, that's probably why she was chosen by Dino. It's still unknown whether Natalie will become the Black Flame Witch. It's also unclear whether she can lead a demonic army. However, she will certainly become a subordinate of Dino in some form. Human subordinates are more troublesome than demons. By gaining power, they obtain vitality and abilities equivalent to demons. Not being able to stop Natalie's abduction was a significant blow. If we're going to counter those demons, just casting magic won't be effective, right? I nodded at George's question. Yeah, it seems the dense miasma surrounding the demons is halving the effectiveness of magic. The only thing that can counter it is the holy magic that the saint chooses, but the saint herself is unreliable. Adonis wears an exasperated expression. Perhaps he remembered being approached by Mimilia. Understandably, he wouldn't want to rely on her. Adonis looked at me. In this book, it says that when the saint is absent, you should chant purification magic simultaneously with attack magic to counteract demons. But in that case, we'd need at least 2 magicians. It would be great if it were a fusion magic of attack and purification magic. In response to my muttering, Cornet shook her head. Fusion magic of attack and purification magic is prohibited. It's considered a highly dangerous act. As Cornet said, every magic book emphasizes the danger of combining attack and purification magic. The currently used fusion magic is a combination of healing magic and purification magic, the kind Claris excels at, recovery and detoxification magic. Combining defense magic with purification magic to cast Clear Shield can only be done by me and the chief court magician, I believe. Hearing Cornet's words, Georges grinned. I'm good at attack magic, though, but if we're dealing with an unknown enemy, it might be better if I learned it. If it's Georges sensei, you'll pick it up quickly. Despite not harboring much respect for court magicians, Cornet seems to make an exception for Georges. It appears she holds him in high regard when it comes to attack magic. I appreciated their interaction while proceeding with the conversation. Why is it forbidden to combine attack and purification magic? I'm curious about that. Forbidden magic books? That old man over there has them. He casually mentioned it when he was drunk, saying he borrowed it from a friend 150 years ago. Georges leaned back in his chair, looking outside. 150 years ago. At least, he doesn't seem like a human. Hey, Georges, who is that old man? The magic history teacher? Didn't you have him? Grandpa Tolman. Oh, Professor Tolman. But I heard he's 88 years old. That's his age converted to human years. Little folk like him live longer than humans. Professor, how old are you? To have borrowed a book from a friend 150 years ago means he's been alive for at least 150 years. Pukarin, the jack of all trades fairy, is also a dwarf, but despite her childlike appearance, she might be older than expected. Section. Oh. Well. From annoying disciples to preferable ones, what business does an old man like me have with you? An annoying disciple is probably George's, and a preferable one is probably Claris. Me? I'd like to be one of the preferable ones, but Grandpa tends to favor girls. He looks at Claris with a gentle gaze as if she were his granddaughter. This is the underground second floor of the Magic Research Laboratory. It's where the court magicians work. But there's one room on the basement second floor that serves as Professor Tolman's private room. The room is surrounded by books on all sides. Representing us, Claris, Georges, and I visited Professor Tolman. Grandpa, you mentioned something about a forbidden book to me a while ago, right? You fool. That was no forbidden book. The temple just arbitrarily decided it was forbidden. Did the temple decide it was forbidden? Does that mean the fusion magic of attack and purification isn't dangerous? In any case, you didn't have any interest and just talked about women back then. At that time, I didn't feel much need for it. With a warm fist, Professor Tolman stopped patting George's stomach, looking like a cute mascot. 150 years ago. You borrowed it, right, Professor? How old are you? I asked to calm Professor Tolman. Then he stopped hitting George's belly and looked back at me. How old do I look? What a bothersome question. How old do the dwarfs like to be called? Chapter 87, Forbidden Fusion Magic Two-Sided Ediardo. How old do I look? What a bothersome question. For dwarves, how should you refer to their age? With humans, you might estimate their actual age and say they look a little younger, or you could humorously claim they look extremely young. There are various approaches. However, for dwarves, you appear to be 75. I'm not that young. You're just saying transparent flattery. He said that while blushing, so internally, he might be pleased. Well, it's fine as long as I make him feel a bit younger than the age he claims, right? That's what I thought. Nevertheless, thanks to this, he seemed to be in a good mood and readily brought out the book we were looking for. It had been carefully stored away in a chest, separate from the bookshelves. This was written by my friend, Scylla. Scylla? Yeah, she was a beautiful and talented magician, and a genuinely kind person. I was quite young at that time, and I fell in love with a human for the first time. A thick magic book was placed on the long table. Moreover, the cover, adorned with delicate embroidery and silver thread, showed no signs of fading. It was evident that this book had been cherished and carefully preserved. Whether it was my imagination or not, Professor Tolman's back seemed somewhat lonely. I wanted Scylla to notice me, so I had been disguising myself as a tall human for a long time. Well, we remained friends, though. Even the professor had a youthful period, and he had disguised himself as a tall human male. It was touching and tear-inducing, considering that in my past life, I spent my youth without lovers or romantic experiences. It was either enviable or heartwarming. Magician Lorena. She was an outstanding magician who had been eyed for the next chief court magician. However, the details of her life and what kind of person she was weren't written in detail. However, the book Professor Tolman brought out was indeed written by Scylla. At that time, the high priest ordered us to burn them. We, the court magicians, opposed it. However, We did it discreetly to avoid any trouble. We burned fake magic books in front of everyone and secretly hid the real ones. Thanks to that, it has been preserved in such good condition. Thank you very much. No problem at all. When Claris expressed her gratitude, Professor Tolman smiled happily. He had an unbelievably kind smile aimed at Claris. Could this old man be fond of women? Upon opening the book, neatly written text appeared on the pages. Although it was a text from 150 years ago, it wasn't too difficult to understand in modern language, making it readable even in this era. This book was declared forbidden by the temple. In today's peaceful world, it might indeed seem unnecessary. However, when demons invade this world someday, relying only on the saint and hero would be too harsh. I believe that this book will be helpful to the saint and hero. Attack purification magic, clear lightning technique. The next pages detailed the technique precisely. Clear lightning is a magic that combines purification magic with light-based attack magic. Even for advanced magicians, using two magics as one requires considerable skill. Even if you understand the method, it might take some time to master it. At the end of the page, there was a hint about another book. Also, Clear Flame, which combines purification magic with flame attack magic, is hidden in the hero's dungeon. I hope that a pure and righteous person will obtain that book. The hero's dungeon? Could it be the Pian Ruins, the dungeon where the hero's sword is said to rest? In the novel, it was the dungeon that Arnold, along with Mimilia and the Four Guardian, challenged before becoming king. They managed to clear the supposedly unbeatable dungeon with significant help from the ghost of an adventurer named Syriot. If things progress as in the novel, Arnold should obtain another book by the magician Scylla. But what if things don't go as in the novel? Honestly, seeing Mimilia and the Four Guardian, who are supposed to be diligently training at the temple, instead indulging in romance with Arnold, and not to mention their incapability of defeating me alone. It's quite a situation. In such a state, is it even okay for them to challenge the dungeon? I can't help but feel worried. I'd like to go to the dungeon myself, but Arnold would probably dislike it. And wait, am I starting to sound like a father troubled by his rebellious son? From what I've read, I don't sense any danger in combining attack magic and purification magic. Why did the temple forbid this? Scylla was too beautiful and too skilled. What do you mean? Scylla's achievements surpassed even those of the saint. Her beauty was inconvenient for the temple, which sought to establish the saint's power as absolute. One day, Scylla was killed by the saint's followers. To them, Scylla was a false saint. Followers of the saint are also present in the novel. They are the ones who unquestionably believe in the saint. To protect Saint Mimilia, they fight against monsters with their lives at stake. It was fortunate that they were allies in the story. But blindly believing in someone just because they're a saint is an excessively dangerous existence. Scylla understood her fate. She entrusted me with this book the day before she died. It's a harsh story. The temple feared the decline of its authority due to the popularity of mixed magic, especially since Scylla's accomplishments were surpassing those of the saint, so they prohibited mixed magic. Healing and purification magic was likely not forbidden because it was probably deemed necessary. When bitten by a poisonous monster, it's common to use detoxification magic before healing magic. However, during a battle with monsters, there might not be time to cast two spells. That's where healing and detoxification magic comes in handy. However, the combination of attack magic and purification magic is particularly effective against monsters that rampage in areas filled with miasma. It was the saint's role to defeat such monsters. But when the saint couldn't arrive in time, Scylla stood in for her, facing those monsters. That didn't sit well with the temple and the followers. I asked the professor. Teacher, I understand this is an important book, but may I borrow it? It's fine. Scylla wrote this book hoping it would be useful. I thought it wouldn't be so easily lent since it's a book full of memories with a beloved woman, but he surprisingly agreed readily. I looked at Claris and the others, and we nodded at each other. To fight against demons, we need to actively incorporate fusion magic, if possible. I'd like to learn Clear Flame, a combination of fire magic and purification magic, as well. Since I'll give the hero's sword to Arnold, or rather, only Arnold can use it, Should I just go to the PN ruins to retrieve Scylla's book? Taking action to go to the PN ruins is quite challenging, but we need to start with what we can do. We must let as many magicians as possible learn clear lightning. However, it's a forbidden magic in society. We can't openly teach it to all court magicians. Some court magicians support tears. These individuals might be connected to the temple. After all, Tears is the niece of the high priest. So, Professor Tolman introduced us to trustworthy and talented magicians. All of them are my disciplined disciples. Well, I also cast a curse. Not really. I enchanted them so they won't spill the beans to anyone from the temple. Wait, did he say curse just now? Let's pretend I didn't hear that. The members he introduced were serious and usually not very talkative magicians. Professor Tolman, aiming to fulfill Scylla's wish of popularizing fusion magic, didn't hesitate to cooperate with us. One day, I was summoned by Professor Tolman and visited the underground private room of the Magic Research Lab. He uncommonly suggested I sit down and even offered tea. Professor Tolman, seated across from me, sighed and suddenly focused sharp eyes on me. I called you today because there's something I'd like to ask Your Highness. Something you'd like to ask? What is it? Has Your Highness ever thought about becoming the ruler of this country? I just wanted to confirm that. Chapter 88. The Villain Prince doesn't want to become king, sighed Ediardo. Has Your Highness ever thought about becoming the ruler of this country? To Professor Tolman's question, I found myself speechless. To be honest, I had never thought about such a thing. My focus was on preparing for the impending battle against the demon tribe, doing whatever I could. Moreover, somewhere in my heart, I thought Arnold would eventually become the king. Eventually, Tears would have to pay for her crimes related to the Queen's assassination, but even if her crimes were revealed, it didn't seem like Arnold's influence would easily diminish. The royal family is currently endorsing Arnold. He excels in academics, has widespread popularity, and many influential nobles support him. The temple is also backing Arnold. Furthermore, now that Arnold is romantically involved with the saint, he is hailed by the people as the chosen hero of the saint. To overturn this influence, merely revealing Tears's crimes wouldn't be enough. Perhaps Tears would be discarded, and there was even a possibility that the temple might portray Tears's crimes as an inspiring tale. Is it really in the best interest of the country for Your Highness to become the ruler? Until you understand that, it's hard to say. From what I can see, Prince Ediardo doesn't seem to be considering a future where he becomes king. There's no way I could entertain such thoughts, right? Just because I have memories from my past life, I'm not a special person. Originally, I was the first prince who was disregarded by everyone and treated quite carelessly. There's no way I could envision a future where I become king. Professor Tolman looked at me with a serious expression. Your Highness, it seems you don't cling too much to power. Well, that's not a bad thing. It wouldn't be good for the country's influence to be divided as your brothers fight for the throne. However, Prince Ediardo, you should be aware that voices are hoping for you to become the crown prince. At least, many military-related nobles, court magician, and court pharmacist are now supporting Your Highness. Prince Ediardo, it's about time you considered a future where you become the king yourself. You never know what might happen in the world. Your Highness seems to tend to think like a behind-the-scenes player. A behind-the-scenes player? I can't deny that. I was like that in my past life too. I often played a supporting role even in the workplace. Me becoming king? No. No. This is a world of novels. The one who becomes king will undoubtedly be the protagonist, Arnold. I understand. Not everything is unfolding exactly as in the novel. However, at the moment, I can't imagine myself becoming king. Just consider it. Even with memories from my past life, those are just memories of an ordinary office worker. Dealing with the headache of the demon tribe invasion alone is already tough. If the pressure of becoming the king were added, it would be unbearable. Why did I have to be reborn as a prince? Leaving Professor Tolman's room, I muttered to myself. I had been thinking only about the bad ending, Arnold ascending the throne, and at best, I would be expelled, and at worst, executed. However, there are plenty of other possible outcomes. Honestly, I felt overwhelmed. Nevertheless, I must also consider the possibility of myself becoming the king. No matter how I struggle, I am the first prince of this country. I want to run away. Section. On the other hand, Whist and Sonia were fully dedicated to their tasks in the execution squad. Accumulating as much real combat experience as possible was crucial. By the way, Sonia also started learning magic from George's. Compared to male knights, there was inevitably a difference in strength, so she needed to enhance her magical abilities to compensate. By combining magic and swordsmanship in her fighting style, Sonia became recognized as a powerhouse alongside Whist. Daisy was deeply engrossed in the development of medicine along with the Crenham family pharmacist. Her talent in pharmacy was remarkable, not only producing high-quality healing potions but also inventing bombs rivaling attack magic, causing a stir among the pharmacists. Claris, too, diligently worked on creating a panacea every day, resulting in a significant stockpile in the Emilia Palace warehouse. I also tried making potions with Claris, but I couldn't compare to her. Recently, I managed to make a transparent healing potion, though. Vine sighed in exasperation. Eddie, you're not supposed to make healing potions, right? Well, yeah, but it's a bit of a change of pace for me. Thinking about various things can be stifling. And besides, because you want to see your beloved fiancé? Well, something like that. Don't say it first, Vine. It's incredibly embarrassing. Claris's face is turning bright red too. Both of us are quite busy. We try to meet whenever we have some free time. Just looking at her face alleviates a considerable amount of pressure. When I'm really tired, maybe I should rely on Claris a bit. Like asking for a lap pillow. Would that be too much? What am I thinking about? Inadvertently, strength was added to the hand grinding of the herbs. Wait, Eddie. You're grinding the herbs too hard. While I completed a transparent healing potion, Claris completed a panacea shining in emerald green. Truly, my fiancé is amazing. Vine, pleased with her disciple's progress, wore a slightly complicated expression. If it becomes known that you can make panacea, you might get an offer from the chief court pharmacist, but you mustn't become one. I collapsed from overwork because I made too many panaceas. Vine, who was a chief court pharmacist capable of making a potion that fully restored magical power, had been forced to produce large quantities of panacea at the royal family's request. However, due to the strain, she became unwell and had to take in her deceased sister's child, leading her to resign as the chief court pharmacist. Later, it was revealed that other court pharmacists had assigned her an impossible quota to crush her. Out of jealousy for Vine, a commoner with the qualifications of a high-ranking magician who was even considered a candidate for chief court pharmacist. Why did this come to light? After Vine left, the quality of panacea had dramatically declined. The pharmacists who were responsible for panacea and the other pharmacists who were involved faced the royal family's anger and had their qualifications as court pharmacists revoked. Those pharmacists formed a group and started selling illegal drugs. Since they were former court pharmacists, there was some prestige. I think even Belmira Charlotte bought poison and love potions from them. Currently, the Royal Investigation Team is also tracking down illegal drug dealers. Since the attempted murder of the royal family is involved, the investigation is stronger than ever. It would be great if we could completely eradicate criminal organizations this time. After leaving Emilia Palace, I decided to stop by the training grounds of the knights. The lined-up knights were repeatedly practicing sword swings. Their impeccably coordinated movements were impressive. However, this was just a warm-up. After this, they would engage in sparring matches with each other. If I could ask for more, I'd like to add training that assumes real combat against magical creatures or practicing against multiple opponents. Oh, Ivan and Elder of the Four Guardian are doing their best too. I hope Gay Ivan Gerd participate seriously as well, but those two types don't like steady effort even in the novel. While other knights are already out of breath, Ivan and Elder still seem to have plenty of energy. I heard from Robert that since they're sparring with me, those two have become even more dedicated to training. When the sword practice was over, Ivan and Elder noticed me and bowed deeply. We extend our greetings to His Highness the Prince. Ivan, Elder, you guys are in good spirits. Ivan responded in a serious tone. Since our match with Your Highness, We keenly felt our inadequacy and are now returning to our roots. I see. If you guys feel that way, then our match wasn't in vain. At my words, Ivan and Elder bowed deeply. Arnold has good subordinates. I hope he takes good care of Ivan and Elder, especially Ivan, who will likely serve the country faithfully until the end as a virtuous knight. Your Highness Ediardo, please do come and observe the training of the magicians as well. A classmate who recently became a court magician ran up to me. Originally from a family of knights, I recommended her to pursue the path of a magician due to her talent in magic. I nodded before heading toward the magic training grounds. Through Duke Grinham and General Robert, I urged the rapid strengthening of the hardened knights, as well as the training of court magicians and court pharmacists. Considering the demon tribe invasion, the entire country needs reinforcement. Before I knew it, I had gained tremendous support not only from the military nobles centered around General Robert but also from the court magician and court pharmacist other than Tia's supporters. Chapter 89. George's feelings one-sided. Ediardo. Through Duke Grinham and General Robert, I have been urging the reinforcement of the hardened knights and the rapid development of court magicians and court pharmacists. Considering the imminent threat of the demon tribe's invasion, the overall strengthening of the country is necessary. Gradually, I gained tremendous support not only from the military nobles centered around General Robert but also from court magicians and court pharmacists other than Tia's supporters. Military strengthening and training of magicians and pharmacists are steadily progressing. However, from my perspective, it's still lukewarm. Especially among the knights. More than half of them might struggle even against humans, let alone magical creatures. Of course, there are knights like Ivan who are worth watching, but I want them to undergo more practical combat training. I plan to express this concern to Robert soon, but he has been busy lately, making it challenging to catch him. The appearance of Dino, the demon prince, will be conveyed to the upper echelons of the royal family, temple, bureaucracy, and the military. However, the prevailing sentiment is skepticism. Although I, Claris, Cornet, and others have seen Dino, there's no concrete evidence like a video as in my previous life. Even if numerous people in Japan claimed to have witnessed a kappa, without solid evidence like a video, it would be challenging to believe. For the people in this world, demons are such entities. Even in the battle with demons 300 years ago, very few actually saw the demons themselves. There are more records of humans who became subordinates of demons. The temple, which should recognize the existence of demons the most, seems to outright label us as liars. It's a hopeless situation. A month has passed since the end of the autumn break. I took the advanced magician exam and passed it with flying colors. It's unprecedented to obtain the qualification of an advanced magician less than a year after acquiring the intermediate magician qualification, making it remarkably fast in the magician industry. Among the court magicians, there were whispers like, could it be that His Highness Ediardo is a genius even more than we thought? However, those rumors have been suppressed by the magicians influenced by Tias. Nevertheless, the rumors are gradually spreading within the castle, and recently, servants and passing magicians have been looking at me with admiration. I plan to obtain the qualification of an advanced swordsman and an S-rank adventurer soon. As an S-rank adventurer, I'll receive requests for powerful magical creature subjugation. To increase my experience points, having an adventurer's qualification is essential. Of course, it's not allowed for a prince of a country to become an adventurer, so I'm registered with a pseudonym in the Adventurers Guild. Claris, who underwent special training in magic and pharmacology with me, also passed the advanced magician qualification with ease. Since she obtained the qualification as an advanced magician at the same speed as me, her reputation is soaring. Next week, Daisy and I plan to take the advanced pharmacist exam together. Surely, they will pass the advanced pharmacist exam with ease. By the way, I also studied pharmacology under Vine, but it seems I don't have the talent like Claris and Daisy. It will take some time before I can take the advanced pharmacist exam. On that day when I visited Emilia Palace, I brought a female jeweler to measure Claris's finger size. This was because Mother expressed her desire to present Claris with a birthstone ring. I feel somewhat sorry. I've been receiving so much from Her Majesty. Her Majesty is delighted as if she has gained a daughter. On Amarillis Island, Mother and Claris became close. Claris had lost her mother early on, and it seemed Mother had always wanted a daughter. While Mother is physically energetic, it's officially stated that she is still under medical care due to poor health. Nevertheless, she seems concerned about Claris for various reasons, sending clothes and accessories to Claris through peddlers. Well, I also wanted to know Claris's finger size, so it worked out for me. After the jeweler finished writing down the necessary information in her notebook, she stood up from the sofa and bowed. As she began to leave the room, the door burst open, and Georges jumped in. I'm tired. So tired. Upon entering the room, I was amazed by the sight of our teacher diving onto the sofa opposite us, looking thoroughly exhausted and lying face down without any signs of movement. The jeweler lowered her head and quickly left the room, saying, "I'll take my leave." I spoke to Georges, with an exasperated expression. "Listen, just because you're tired, don't relax in someone else's room, okay? But I'm so tired." I was chased by a female wild boar. A female wild boar? Claris and I exchanged glances. Georges, in a weak voice as if his soul might escape from his mouth, continued, "I encountered a woman in town who suddenly approached me, saying she wanted to be my disciple. Even when I refused, she insisted, 'You should teach me magic,' and chased after me with incredible force." The word wild boar clicked. But could it be Mimilia Bordel? If so, deliberately bumping into me and forcibly trying to become George's disciple, she seems to be following the plot of the novel. Moreover, "You should teach me magic." Her tone sounded as if she knew the future's developments. I doubt it, but could she be a reincarnated person who also read the novel and knows the future developments? Considering it, I'm not the only one reincarnated in this world. I have memories from my past life and know the contents of the novel set in this world. And since I don't want to die, I'm taking actions different from the novel's plot. However, Mimilia, who is promised a happy ending, seems to be trying to follow the novel's plot. If that's the case, she becomes an enemy to me. If she tries to harm Claris to follow the novel's plot, I won't forgive her. Well, this is assuming that the female wild boar is Mimilia. Suddenly, I noticed that Claris's complexion wasn't good. Did something happen? I was about to ask for the reason when, "Hey, what's with you, always looking at your fiancé?" Teacher is troubled. You know? Is he troubled? Isn't he happy being approached by a cute girl? What are you saying? Even if it's a woman, they're around your age. I'm not interested in kids. Besides, I don't feel anything even if a woman other than Vine approaches me right now. Now, Georges is completely captivated by Vine. Since they started living together, he has been showering her with passionate gazes. It's natural for him to put his arm around her waist casually, whisper something in her ear, or kiss the back of her hand. Occasionally, he tries to kiss her lips, but Vine presses her index finger to George's lips, saying that public kisses are not allowed. Just such exchanges, it's enough to make me feel full. In the novel, Vine Ariana, who wore glasses like milk bottles and was somewhat plain, had no connection with George's Remio. However, real-world Vine is rather flashy in appearance, a glamorous beauty despite appearances, serious, and teaches pharmacology enthusiastically to us, her students. Also, she treats her nephew, Jin, like her real son. Georges is genuinely infatuated with Vine. His devoted feelings have shifted toward Vine rather than the heroine. Being an orphan, Georges seems to understand Jin, Vine's foster son who lost both parents and treats him like a father. Georges turned over from lying face down to lying on his back. Using his hands as a pillow, he muttered toward the ceiling. "I wish Vine would accept my proposal. It's not that easy. She said I was a heavy drinker and a playboy drowning in debt." Claris threw the sofa cushion at Georges, hitting his face perfectly. "What are you doing to your teacher?" "Shut up, enemy of women." Chapter 90, George's feelings two-sided. Ediardo. "What are you doing to your teacher?" "Shut up, enemy of women. I'm not drinking alcohol now, don't have a girlfriend, and I've repaid my debts." "Is that so?" Rubbing his nose, which had been hit by the cushion, Georges protested, while Claris turned away with a huff. Admittedly, when put into words, Georges sounded like a total scoundrel. Even if he has reformed, it's understandable that Claris wouldn't easily entrust her important master to him. With a wry smile, I said to Georges, well, it's a significant improvement that you've been allowed to live together. You have to endure patiently, thinking that the consequences of your past actions are catching up with you. Sometimes you talk like a not-so-average 18-year-old. George's words made me flinch. Well, I do have memories from my past life when I was in my late 20s. Those memories are making me say lines like this. However, Georges looked at us and softened his expression. But, you know, I quite like my current life. You guys listen seriously to what I say. You apply what I've taught you. I don't have much to teach anymore. But when I see you sparkling with such eyes, I feel like imparting any knowledge I have. Despite having the capability, among the court magicians, our presence seemed quite refreshing to him, who had been disregarded until now. None of you guys look at me with such straightforward eyes. I don't have much left to teach, but still, when I see those sparkling eyes, I feel like imparting any knowledge I have, said Georges. Certainly. We have already learned most of the magic from Georges. There are a few eccentric spells that seem useless in daily life, and Vine, in particular, says there's nothing to learn about pharmacology and has been teaching me how to make sweets lately. Georges rolled over and looked at us. I think Vine feels the same way. You guys are strange. One is a prince, and the other is a marquis, but both of you feel so down to earth. I have memories of being a commoner from my past life. However, considering Claris has been forced into a lifestyle even worse than commoners in her family, it's surprising how well she has adapted to the life of commoners. So, I think, with Claris, I could live anywhere. Suddenly, Georges smiled with a lonely expression and muttered, how much longer can I remain your teacher? Now that we have obtained the qualification of a senior magician, we could graduate from Georges. Even though there's almost nothing left to learn, we still want to be involved with Georges and Vine. It's because both Claris and I haven't been blessed with siblings, and unconsciously, we've come to think of Georges and Vine as reliable older siblings. Jin is cute like a little brother too. The time we spend studying magic and making medicine with the five of us has been very comfortable. I still wish to continue such times as long as possible. Therefore, I tell Georges. These were the words Mimilia had said to Georges in the novel. No matter what path I choose, you'll be my teacher for life. For a moment, Claris's body seemed to shudder. When I looked at her, she had widened her eyes. Well, saying novel lines might be a bit cheesy. Claris immediately smiled as if nothing had happened and looked at Georges. There are still many things I want you to teach. For example, delicious bread shops in the imperial capital, or shops selling beautiful flowers. Vine. Georges, with a happy expression, scratched the tip of his nose with his finger. I'm grateful to Georges. He hasn't abandoned me, the so-called failed prince, and has been sincerely facing us. Unlike the novel, I genuinely wish for him to be happy with the woman he loves. The Georges Romeo in the novel had such a pitiful ending. Section Die. Accursed Saint. Dark Arrow. As Dino chanted the spell, numerous jet black arrows descended upon Mimilia. Caught off guard, unable to dodge, the one who shielded the saint was none other than her magic teacher, Georges Romeo. Professor Georges. I told you it's just Georges. Georges himself had already depleted his magical power, unable to cast a defensive spell. Thus, he intercepted the arrows aimed at Mimilia with his entire body. Mimilia, this is farewell. You're the first woman who made me take things seriously. Feelings couldn't be put into words. The moment his entire body was enveloped in dark magic, Georges met his demise. However, only his unwavering feelings reached Mimilia's heart. The lament of the saint echoed through the heavens. Excerpt from the novel Destined Love. From a commoner girl to a queen. If the future in this world were as the novel depicted, Georges Romeo would have died while protecting the heroine without expressing his unrequited love. However, the real Georges was different. His unwavering feelings were directed towards a different woman than the heroine, and finally, he found happiness. 2 months later. Congratulations, Georges. Congratulations, Vine. Claris and I offered words of blessing to our teacher. Emilia Palace, Chapel. Under the watchful eyes of the goddess July statue, Georges, wearing a pure white court mage robe, and Vine, wearing a pure white wedding dress with an embroidered mantle featuring herbs and medicinal plants, exchanged vows. It was an incredibly beautiful scene, enough to make one sigh. The background, adorned with stained glass, further enhanced their radiance. The long mantle of Vine was held by her foster son, Jin. The female priest of the Emilia Palace announced. Now, the vows kiss. As the two were about to kiss, the chapel door banged open. What is it? Turning around, there was Mimilia, wearing a shocking pink dress, jumping into the room with a demonic expression. George's face twisted in fear. It's the boar girl. That girl who was chasing you? Vine tightly grabbed George's arm. Why is the saint here? Ah, I see. Just recently, Mimilia, who was shopping in the capital, was almost kidnapped. Fortunately, Elder of the Four Guardian was there, and the kidnapper was quickly apprehended. Arnold heard about it and insisted that Mimilia should be protected, just like Claris. Due to the will of the temple, Mimilia ended up staying in Monica Palace, the sub-temple of the former saint. There are two palaces for the saints in the royal castle, Emilia Palace, where Claris lives, and Monica Palace, where Mimilia resides. These two palaces stand facing each other, although it was instructed that no one other than guests should enter Emilia Palace. What are the guards doing? Mimilia looked at Georges and Vine, raging like a wildfire. Hey, why are you marrying another woman? Chapter 91, Georges vs. Heroine side. Ediardo. For a moment, it felt like I was watching a scene from a movie. The shocking pink dress completely clashed with the solemn atmosphere of the chapel. With a grotesque expression that ruined her lovely appearance, Mimilia Bordel raised her angry voice, echoing through the lofty ceiling. Unbelievable. Who is that woman? No, who the hell are you? It seems Georges doesn't even know Mimilia's name. When they met in the city, he was probably just being chased without knowing who she was. Being pursued by a woman whose name he doesn't even know is already entering the realm of horror. Why are you stalking me? We're not acquaintances or anything, but we met the other day. You were the one relentlessly chasing me. Yeah, she's a dangerous stalker woman. I had a feeling when I heard about the female wild boar, and it turns out it's Mimilia. You're running away because of Georges, right? You taught me magic for my sake. So you have to die for my sake. What? Why should I die for someone I don't even know? From an outsider's perspective, it seems like the saint has gone mad. However, with this conversation, it's confirmed that Mimilia is a reincarnated person. She has been acting all this time to advance the story as written in the novel. Learning magic from Georges, who was supposed to develop romantic feelings for her later on, and hearing that he marries another woman against the novel's plot must have made her unable to stand idly by. The saint entered the wedding venue dramatically. However, there is no eloping with the bridegroom like in a movie. Unlike the novel, Mimilia and Georges aren't even acquainted. I ordered the two knights, Whist and Sonia. Whist, Sonia, take her away. Understood. They immediately moved and held Mimilia on both sides. Wait a minute. I'm a saint. Is it okay to do something like this? Even if you're a saint, illegal entry is not permitted, Sonia advised Mimilia. Lies. The guards let me through. Right after Mimilia said that the guards arrived, out of breath. Saint, were you here? Even if you're a saint, illegal entry is not allowed. Please return. Stop being so annoying. With the face of a saint, I should be allowed. She forcefully entered Emilia Palace without heeding the guards' warnings. The guards probably couldn't treat her rudely because she's a saint. Even so, saying her face gives her a pass wouldn't work in this world. What an extraordinary woman to have been reincarnated as a saint. At that moment, Georges put his arms around Vine's waist, pulled her towards him, and kissed her! I thought they would just touch for a moment, but it turned out to be quite a long kiss. Vine also had a slightly entranced look in her eyes. Don't show off. It's embarrassing for the one watching. Georges separated his lips once and declared to Mimilia, I will love only Vine for the rest of my life. There's no way I'll die for another woman. Mimilia widened her eyes in shock. Well, unless Georges takes such a clear stance, this woman will never understand. But, isn't she taking the shock too hard? Perhaps he was a favorite character. That's unfortunate. The saint, who even skipped praying at the temple, probably put off meeting Georges because she didn't want to study magic. I won't forgive you for running off with another woman, ignoring me. You won't even know regret. Mimilia was dragged away by Whist and Sonia. The guests in the chapel started to murmur. Georges is quite popular too. Poor guy. He's in trouble too. Colleagues of Georges, who seemed to have a close relationship with the court magicians, let out sympathetic voices. Even the pharmacists who were friends with Vine were seeing Mimilia off with peculiar expressions. Hey, that's the saint, right? No, no way. Because the saint should have a lover, the second prince. Unfortunately, it turns out she is the saint. This is the worst. Instead of loving Arnold wholeheartedly, she's using her charms on every handsome character. I can't help but wonder, was she aiming for a reverse harem ending? Just to clarify, this isn't a world of Otome games, it's a world of novels. Even the original Mimiria, who was liked by various men, was devoted to Arnold, right? At this rate, it doesn't seem likely that we can expect the power of love to sweep away the hordes of monsters. Soon, the saint exited, and after a while, the venue naturally regained its tranquility. A priestess coughed lightly before speaking. Now, let's redo the vows kiss. For a fresh start, Georges and Vine pressed their lips together once again. Initially, it was a repeated kiss where their lips touched, eventually turning into a deep and passionate kiss. Isn't this kiss longer than before? Is it normal to do such a long kiss in front of everyone? Maybe it's common in this country, and I just don't know about it. Feeling embarrassed at the thought of doing it someday, I glanced at Claris, who was beside me. She was also looking at me, and our eyes met. We both knew that our faces were completely red. Feeling even more embarrassed, I stared at the floor. For a while, Georges stared at Vine with a loving gaze. No matter how you look at it, he's living the dream. Jin also hugged Georges happily. It seems he's genuinely happy to have become a real family. When Georges lifted Jin in his arms, applause naturally erupted in the venue. Ah, I'm glad it didn't go as written in the novel. George's feelings were rewarded, and that's truly wonderful. Ediardo-sama, please. Unexpectedly, Claris handed me a handkerchief. Even though I had desperately tried to hold back tears, it seemed she noticed that I was on the verge of crying. Ediardo-sama, you're like George's father. Claris laughed lightly. Indeed, I do feel like a further rejoicing in his son's marriage. Georges is my teacher, a brotherly figure, and at the same time, a junior I can't leave alone. It probably feels like a junior because of my memories of being a salary man in my past life. I wiped away my tears lightly with the handkerchief Claris lent me. Exiting Emilia Palace, the guests showered the newlyweds with a flower shower. Colorful flowers danced in the air. At that moment, Vine threw the bouquet. Among the many young women reaching out, Claris received the bouquet. Blushing, Claris's eyes also welled up with tears. I nodded at George's gesture, which indicated that it was our turn next. Ah, that's right. It's our turn. Looking at Claris, who looked so happy smelling the bouquet, she seemed more lovely now than ever. Her bride's appearance must be more beautiful than anyone else's. I also need to start making concrete preparations for the wedding. Although it's called preparations, I can't handle all the arrangements alone since it's a royal wedding. Formally, the engagement is already decided, but I should probably propose verbally. What words should I use? Before that, what kind of situation would be ideal? In times like these, the location is important, but considering our positions, we can't be too picky about the place. As I mentioned before, I have zero love skills from my past life as a salaryman. It's significant progress for me to have a fiancé and become close like lovers, even kissing. I have to start preparing for the proposal, but where should I begin? George's sensei, it seems there's still a lot I need to learn from you. Chapter 92, The White-Purple Witch Side. Ediardo. This is the sapphire ring requested by Her Majesty the Queen. In the center of a flower-shaped pedestal, a pink sapphire stood out. This ring is also Claris's birthstone, and it is crafted to match the color of her eyes. After nodding in approval, I received the item from the jeweler and quietly inquired. So, what about the requested item? The commissioned item from His Highness is also completed. I see. I'm relieved it's done on time. I received the ordered item from the jeweler, securely stored in a sturdy metal case. It may seem overly dramatic, but considering the materials being handled are of national treasure level, it couldn't be helped. I'm also relieved about the continuation of the engagement with Claris Sama. In response to the jeweler's words, I nodded once. Not long ago, there were voices casting doubt on the continuation of Claris's engagement with me. Claris is a member of the Charlotte family, accused of attempted murder of the first prince. There were voices among the nobles opposing our engagement. Of course, the true feelings of the nobles who wished for a marital relationship with the royal family were also subtly revealed. However, the royal decision was to proceed with the engagement. Both my mother and I strongly appealed to the king, and Claris's side opposed the opinions of the nobles who claimed Claris is not suitable for a royal companion. For Claris, who wanted to bring Claris in as Arnold's wife, such opinions were very inconvenient. Furthermore, there was one more decisive reason. Claris Charlotte, your alias is the White Purple Witch. Upon obtaining the qualification of an advanced magician and mastering pharmacology, a person is awarded an alias by the royal family. Claris, having obtained the qualification of an advanced magician and passed the advanced examination in pharmacology, was called to the court hall for the naming ceremony of her alias. Due to her proficiency in healing integrated magic that emits a faint light of purple, her alias became the White Purple Witch. Once an alias is given, it cannot be changed. With this, the possibility of Claris becoming the Black Flame Witch vanished. Magicians who can be given an alias are among the top advanced magicians and they must possess advanced skills in creating advanced medicine. In this world, the term witch doesn't carry the ominous connotations it did in my previous life. Rather, it is often used as a term of praise for exceptional female magicians. In the case of males, even if they receive an alias, it's something like magician or pharmacist. Moreover, you can choose whether to use the alias related to your specialty or switch between pharmacist and magician depending on the situation. However, mastering both magic and pharmacology is extremely difficult, and there are only one or two such individuals in the country. The royal family couldn't afford to let go of someone like Claris. To make matters worse, Duke Crinum also raised his hand. If you're thinking of breaking off the engagement between Prince Ediardo and Claris Sama, could I take her into the Crinum family? To the king's dismay, the Duke essentially asked if he could take Claris as Adonis's wife. With power already concentrated in the Crinum family, if Claris, who was equivalent to 1,000 troops, became a member of the Crinum family, it would further tip the balance of power. In a hurry, the royal family announced the continuation of the engagement with Claris. Later, Duke Crinum mentioned that proposing marriage to Adonis was merely a means to ensure the continuation of my engagement with Claris. However, I can't help but think that there might have been a desire to have the daughter of the Marquis who became the White Purple Witch become part of the Crinum family. In any case, he's a schemer, and there's no room for complacency or openings. Adonis is handsome and an outstanding man. If he becomes a rival, he'll be quite formidable. With Claris acquiring the title of the White Purple Witch, the possibility of her becoming the Black Flame Witch completely disappeared. However, what about the Dark Hero? At that time, Dino appeared before me, but I was never hunted by him. It could be that he was preoccupied with taking Natalie, but even if that were the case, I should have taken some action. The demon race harbors tremendous negative emotions and seeks humans with abundant magical power as subordinates. In my case, while my magical power is abundant, negative emotions are scarce. I have a cute fiancé, get along well with my friends, and have a good relationship with my family. There's absolutely no element for harboring negative emotions. In other words, the likelihood of me being chosen as the Dark Hero is low. In that case, Dino will choose someone else as the Dark Hero, but who? Until we know who it is, the strength of the Dark Hero is unknown. It would be prudent to prepare for a battle, assuming the strength is equal to or greater than Dino. Section. On the day Claris received the name of the White Purple Witch, a modest celebration was held at the Emilia Palace. Receiving an alias is as honorable as receiving an award. Normally, her family would have thrown a grand party. However, she was mistreated by her family, and her parents were currently imprisoned. Therefore, a large celebration was out of the question. Nevertheless, she invited the teachers, friends, friendly classmates, and dormitory mates who had taken care of her and decided to hold a party. Vine's homemade giant cake was placed in the center of the table, and when Georges snapped his fingers, the room was decorated with white and light purple roses, blue ribbons, and more. Jin was also enthusiastically arranging dishes on the table. Claris wore a wisteria-colored dress with a pure white hooded cloak. The central part of the mantle was embroidered with golden thread, depicting an emblem of herbs and a staff with flames for a magician. It was a mantle that only someone who had mastered both magic and pharmacology could wear. The maids serving the Emilia Palace adorned Claris with meticulous hair and makeup. Her dignified appearance made her look like a saint. "Claris, you look beautiful." "Ediardo-sama, I'd like to have a wedding right now like this." To my words, Claris blushed shyly but smiled happily. Her smile was too cute, and I felt an urge to hug her. "I'll endure for now since her carefully done hair and makeup might get messed up." As I took Claris's hand and entered the venue, our friends sent us applause. "Hey, why not just have the wedding like this?" To Vine's words, everyone present clapped and voiced their agreement. "No, I want to have a wedding like this, but given my position, that's not allowed. However, people around us are saying things like, 'Congratulations on your marriage,' and 'be happy,' and getting into that mood. Even if it's a joke, it feels comfortable when everyone genuinely blesses us." Claris, making the rounds to thank everyone, received applause when she finished her speech. While it might not be a grand party, celebrating with friends like this is the happiest. In the midst of it, Daisy and Cornet walked towards Claris. "Claris-sama, this is a congratulatory gift." "What is this?" "It's a bracelet that doubles the effect of healing magic." "Cornet-senpai and I made it together. I did the design, and Cornet-senpai processed the magic stones." "Thank you very much, Daisy-sama." "Cornet-senpai." "Claris-sama, I'm very proud to have become friends with you." "Daisy-sama." Tears filled Claris's pink gold eyes. Daisy hugged her lovingly. In the original setting, Claris, the villainess, was in an antagonistic relationship with Daisy Crinham. However, in reality, Daisy had become an irreplaceable friend to Claris. The bracelet she put on suited Claris well. At that moment, Cornet remembered and looked at me. "Oh, there's one for His Highness too." The sense of doing it as an afterthought is overwhelming. "Well, don't say that. It's matching with Claris-sama." In the box handed to me was a bracelet with a design resembling roses and vines, much like Claris's. However, it was not just any rose and vine design. It was more fitting to be called a flame bracelet, with an ominous shade of red roses and vines, especially the central magic stone that resembled dark red blood. If you're in a pinch, the power of offensive magic will increase 100-fold. But wouldn't the country be in jeopardy if I find myself in a pinch? In that case, Your Highness, please adjust by moderating your magical power. It might sound like boasting, but my offensive magic is quite powerful, you know? Multiplying that by 100 would make it like a final weapon. I closed the lid of the box with the bracelet with a snap. "Thank you, Cornet. I'll treasure this and keep it securely." "Well, if possible, I'd like you to wear it all the time." Cornet pouted like a child. "Even if you say that, my heart isn't strong enough to wear the ultimate weapon all the time." While Cornet and I were discussing this, Sonia, dressed in the attire of a knight, walked towards us, knelt in front of Claris, and spoke formally. Amidst the formal demeanor of a friend, Claris was bewildered. "Sonia-sama." "Claris-sama, please call me Sonia from now on. That's what I'd like you to call me!" Claris's eyes widened. Until now, Claris had always used the honorific Sama when addressing Sonia, who was not only her escort but also a classmate and a daughter of a viscount. However, today, Sonia expressed her wish to be called by her name alone. What could this mean? The tension was evident in Claris's face. Having realized something, "Claris-sama has always been by my side since I entered school, helping me from the beginning. Thanks to Claris-sama's constant kindness, I was able to enjoy my school life." Sonia's words were met with agreement from classmates and dormitory mates. It was evident how much she was admired by those around her. I want to continue serving by your side forever. By my side? Yes. I want to become your knight, the future first prince/princess! Exclamation mark. In the original novel, Claris and Sonia, who were in an antagonistic relationship, had a memorable scene where Sonia, as the Black Flame Witch, slashed Claris's arm. After the battle, Sonia swore the knight's oath to Saint Mimilia. In the novel, they were in such a relationship, but now they are close friends. Furthermore, Sonia expressed her desire to become Claris's knight. However, Claris herself seemed surprised and nervously shook her head as she asked Sonia, "Is it really okay for me? It's what I want, Claris-sama. Moreover, I'm sure you'll make an excellent queen." That's I become a queen? At the very least, everyone here thinks that Prince Ediardo is the most suitable person to be the king. And Claris-sama, you are undoubtedly worthy of being a queen! Exclamation mark. Claris was probably not considering becoming a queen. Well, even I didn't think about it until Professor Tolman mentioned it. Recently, my supporters have been increasing, but the temple, the royal family, and many nobles are hoping for Arnold to become the king. At the moment, the likelihood of me becoming the king is low. However, even if it's a distant possibility, as Professor Tolman says, we can't predict what will happen in the world. The world doesn't necessarily follow the plot of a novel. Therefore, we must consider the future where I become the king. I, Sonia Kelly, pledge my loyalty to be the sword of Clarice Charlotte, the future first prince/princess. With Sonia pledging loyalty to Clarice, Clarice might now start considering the future where she becomes the queen. She seems perplexed for now. Ha ha ha. I'm still in the middle of confusion myself. The dream was to live in a single-story house with just the two of us as a couple, but that dream seems far off. Chapter 93, Engagement Ringside. Ediardo. I appreciate your sentiments, but I can't guarantee whether I can live up to your expectations. However, I intend to do what I can to protect this country. If your highness doesn't become the crown prince, I will leave this country. It was Cornet who replied. Come to think of it, he used to be a student council officer, but he resigned in disappointment with the incompetent Arnold. Adonis nodded in agreement. Oh, I have no intention of serving under that idiot. I will declare the independence of the Crinum Duchy. Independence? Hey, if the Crinum family declares independence, the Hardin Kingdom will be in big trouble. Not only will it face the armies of monsters, but neighboring countries like the Yust Empire might also target it. At Adonis's words, Cornet's eyes sparkled. Really? Adonis, then the William territory will belong to your country. Come on, if you separate the William territory, the national power will be halved. These guys are saying whatever they want. Ignoring my growing headache, the two continue their conversation happily. Cornet, you're welcome. Our territories are next to each other, so it's perfect. But I want to maintain an equal relationship with you, so I won't accept being a vassal. Then, why not combine the two territories into one country and have Prince Ediardo become the king? That's a good idea. I'm more suited to a backstage role, so maybe I'll become the prime minister like my father. Wait, they're getting carried away with their conversation. Adonis, I'll have you know I'm more suited to a backstage role too. Anyway, both of you really don't want to serve under Arnold. Well, I can understand that feeling extremely well. If he wasn't my real brother, I would have given up a long time ago. Vine patted Claris on the shoulder and chuckled. It's not bad having my disciple as the future queen. Even Vine, I feel like you could be a good queen. You're exaggerating, Vine. Claris didn't know how to react and blushed, lowering her head. Additionally, Georges patted my shoulder, grinned, and said, it wouldn't be bad if my disciple became the king too. Don't expect too much from the spare prince. The spare prince is the second prince. If he becomes the king, I'll quit being the court magician and become an adventurer. Even though he has a stable job, don't change jobs just because you don't like your boss. Well, with Georges, he'd probably make a decent income even as an adventurer. If Prince Ediardo doesn't become the crown prince, I'll quit being the court magician too. The one raising their hand was a classmate who came from a knightly family but became a mage. Susan, a dormitory mate like Claris, also raised her hand. I'll go with you, Claris-sama. Baron Webster wants to belong to the country where Prince Ediardo becomes the king. Susan, if you decide on your family's matters without permission. To the flustered Claris, Susan thumped her chest. There's no problem because I'm planning to be the head of the Webster family. Oh, right. Susan is the only daughter, so she's supposed to inherit the barony. Kate, another dormitory mate, clasped her hands together and struck a pose like praying. My Cohen family also wishes to join Prince Ediardo's country. I won't be the one to succeed, but my brother will probably agree. Even though it's said in front of me, it's troublesome to receive so much flattery. I'd like to say that, but it's not just flattery. Everyone's eyes are sincere. Susan smiled cheerfully and gave her reason. I don't want to board a sinking ship. In response to her words, everyone nodded in agreement. It seems there is anxiety about Arnold becoming the king. He did expose quite a disgraceful side at the previous ball, especially when, right after publicly declaring his love for Mimilia, he was seen trying to court Claris. Many found it uncomfortable, and particularly among the female attendees. His reputation took a hit. Even in our school life, some had doubts about Arnold's attitude and behavior. Recently, some students from Class S started consulting me about it. The expectations of everyone turning toward me are not unreasonable, but until recently, I was considered a fool, right? I realized that I couldn't continue like that after recalling memories from my past life. Despite that, those memories were just those of an ordinary company employee. I wasn't a person of power at that time. Honestly, I don't have any confidence in being a good king. However, as a member of the royal family, I understand that I must protect this country. No, to be honest, I want to protect my precious family, friends, and the people I respect. And you too. For a while, I gazed at Claris, who was happily talking with her friends. Eventually, I made up my mind and decided to call her name Claris. Claris turned to me, tilting her head. Ugh, I'm getting nervous. Facing her, I knelt on the spot. Claris, I want you to accept this. I handed Claris a crimson velvet box that could fit in the palm of my hand. Claris, with pink gold eyes widened, looked at it. I slowly opened the lid of the box. Inside the box was a ring with a purple magic stone crystal embedded in it. Processed to shine even more brilliantly than a diamond, the purple magic stone crystal was a rare item I found in the dungeon on Amarillis Island. It was condensed from a purple magic stone, and wearing this crystal would minimize the consumption of magical power. As it was a national treasure class magic stone, it had been kept under strict guard until the jeweler brought it to the Emilia Palace. Your Highness. Is this an engagement ring? An engagement ring? Claris's voice trembled. Although there is a custom of marriage rings in this world, there is no tradition of engagement rings. Perhaps because scenes of engagement or engagement rings were not depicted in the novel, starting from the scene where the hero and heroine defeat the enemy and peace arrives, to the ending wedding scene. The engagement scene, or the scene where the engagement ring is given, was not described. Therefore, there is no custom of engagement rings in this world. Daisy clapped her hands and blushed. Wonderful, giving a ring as proof of engagement. The participants of the party were taken aback by the brilliance of the purple magic stone crystal. You can't often see such a rare magic stone. I took Claris's hand and put the ring on. Good. The size is just right. I had measured her finger size before when my mother was giving Claris a ring as a present, so I thought it would be okay unless she suddenly gained weight. The purple shining magic stone looked great on Claris's slender, long fingers. Claris, I want you to be with me for the rest of my life. Why yes. In response to my proposal, Claris was surprised, her eyes widening, but she quickly answered. However, those pink gold eyes were staring at me as if trying to eat me. Ediardo-sama. Could it be that Claris started to ask me something? But she glanced around and then closed her mouth. Did she want to ask something that she couldn't say in this place? Staring into my eyes with her pink gold eyes, I felt an unusual excitement in my chest. She seems to want to say something but is unable to. That's the feeling I'm getting. Claris suddenly smiled beautifully and hugged me. Wait, is she hugging me? I'm happy and embarrassed at the same time. Ediardo-sama, thank you. I tightly embraced Claris's body. It would be nice to kiss her here, but No, I can't do that. Kissing passionately like George's in front of everyone is too embarrassing. No, it's better to wait until the wedding. Even if it's not for the sake of the ceremony, I can't kiss her in front of everyone without a proper excuse. While everyone was sending cheers and applause, Claris whispered to me so that others couldn't hear. Ediardo-sama, I want to talk alone with you tonight. Claris? Please. I can't believe Claris is inviting me. But it was not a sweet invitation, but a serious tone. It must be a very important conversation. I approached Claris's ear and exchanged promises in a small voice. I understand. Tonight, the stars are beautiful, so let's talk slowly on the terrace here. Chapter 94, Those with Memories of Past Lives. One side. Claris. I am Claris Charlotte. Right now, I am very nervous as I am about to face a moment of destiny. Why didn't I notice it until now? Humans who are reincarnated like me may not be limited to just one person. The first time I thought there might be other reincarnators besides me was when Georges complained about being chased by someone who seemed to be familiar. A woman I bumped into in town suddenly came up to me and said she wanted to be my disciple. Even when I refused, she said, "You should teach me magic," and chased after me with incredible force. At that time, there was no confirmation that the person chasing him was Mimilia. In reality, it was Mimilia, but hearing George's complaint made me start thinking that there might be other reincarnators who know the contents of the novel. The confirmation came when Mimilia, who had crashed the wedding, and George's had a conversation. "You have to teach me magic for my sake. And you have to die for my sake." That line wouldn't come out if she didn't know the contents of the novel. Mimilia Bordel is undoubtedly another reincarnator like me. She is using forceful means to move according to the script to make herself happy. If it doesn't go according to the script, she gets so furious that she crashes into a wedding. She seems to be quite attached to male characters other than Arnold. In contrast to Mimilia, I have taken actions different from the script to avoid a bad ending. In the novel, although we were in a cooperative relationship, I engaged with Ediardo-sama, who had a bad relationship with me. Without bullying the heroine, without harboring romantic feelings for Arnold, and led a peaceful school life. Also, to be prepared for anything that might happen, I decided to acquire a skill. In the novel, I learned pharmacy from Vine, a poisoner created by the villainous Claris, and learned magic from Georges, who would eventually die protecting Mimilia in the battle against the demon tribe. I thought I had lived a life as far from a villainess as possible. Thanks to that, I gained the nickname White Purple Witch and managed to avoid becoming the Black Flame Witch. And there is another person who has taken actions different from the script. Ediardo Hardin. He walked a completely different path from Ediardo in the novel. Ignoring the rumors circulating in high society, he looked at me, and he chose me as his fiancée. Under the same master, we studied magic and pharmacy together. He never neglected his studies, swordsmanship, or magical training. He actively participated in practical combat to gain experience, such as defeating monsters. Now that I think about it, he might have been thinking about the possibility of being expelled from the country, or killed, like me, to live alone in this world if necessary. He seems to have acquired all kinds of skills. Strangely, I felt that Ediardo-sama and I got along well, but our ways of life were too similar. Both of us carried the wounds of the present life, being compared to siblings and scorned, all while possessing memories of our past lives. He, who was like that, is now irresistibly dear to me. On the night after the celebratory party, the southern terrace of the Emilia Palace, where the stars could be seen beautifully, was equipped with sofas and tables to allow for relaxed stargazing. Ediardo seemed to be relaxed, lying on the sofa and looking up at the starry sky. When he noticed my approaching presence, he sat up and lightly tapped the sofa, inviting me to sit next to him. As I sat down as prompted, there was a sensation as if my body was sinking softly. The sofa was so soft that it was a shame to leave it outside. A sudden strong wind blew through, and I instinctively hugged my own body. I should have brought a coat. Ediardo-sama hugged my shoulders and pulled me towards him, letting his cloak cover my shoulders. "It's colder than I thought. Shall we change places?" "No. The stars are beautiful now. Besides, it's warm." Ediardo-sama nodded at my words and then rubbed my shoulder. He's truly a kind person. I can't believe such a handsome and gentlemanly man is my fiancé. It's been a while since we spent time alone like this. We've both been busy. Now, I'm leaning on Ediardo-sama with his arm around my shoulder, in a state of relaxation. It's blissful. But, when faced with Ediardo-sama, I find myself unsure of what to talk about. Is it okay to suddenly ask, do you have memories of your past life? I'm almost certain that he's a reincarnator, but the thought crosses my mind that it might be different, just in case. Oh no, I'm getting nervous. I'm not inherently a strong person, just someone pretending to be strong. Maybe I should just start with a casual and aimless conversation. But just as I was about to consider that, Ediardo-sama spoke. Do you have something important to talk about? Well, now, I have to ask. If I don't, I probably won't be able to ask for the rest of my life. Yet, I'm feeling scared. After all, I never imagined there could be another reincarnator besides myself. Not just Mimilia, but even my fiancé Ediardo-sama is a reincarnator. It's somehow unbelievable. My body is trembling, and I don't know if it's because of the cold or tension. Ediardo-sama gently kissed my forehead, seeming like a kiss to calm me down in my nervous state. He wore a kind smile and peered into my face. I understand that you invited me because there's something important to talk about, but because you invited me by saying I want to talk alone with you, I'm feeling a bit elated. Ediardo-sama. I unintentionally chuckled. Ediardo-sama's somewhat joking lines made me feel a bit more at ease. Even in my past life, I wanted to meet someone like you. Ediardo-sama touched my cheek, peering into my face. I've been thinking about it all the way here. What you might want to talk about. Ediardo-sama took my hand, kissed the ring on my left ring finger, and then looked at me with a serious gaze. When you received the engagement ring, you seemed very surprised. I thought it was because of an unexpected gift, but it felt like a different kind of surprise! Exclamation mark. My heart throbbed. Ediardo-sama's sky blue eyes reflected my figure, and I could feel his intense gaze. He noticed too. The way I was surprised seemed a bit different from receiving a surprise gift. I can't believe he noticed such a subtle difference. Then you said you wanted to talk alone with me. I sensed that it's something you can't share with everyone. Ediardo-sama's lips touched the ring once again. I could feel the warmth and softness of his lips on my finger. When you were surprised to receive the ring, when you said you wanted to talk alone later, and now, seeing you hesitate to talk, I am finally convinced. Ediardo-sama has always supported me when I felt hesitant. He's doing the same now. He sensed my fear of talking about my past life and is helping me like this. Tears welled up, as if determined. Ediardo-sama asked me, "You're a reincarnator, aren't you?" Claris. Chapter 95. Those with memories of past lives. Two-side Claris. Ediardo-sama gazed intently into my eyes. I, too, stared into his sky-blue eyes as I slowly nodded. Yes, Ediardo-sama, I have memories of my past life. As I thought. Haha, it's funny how we both realize it now. Surprise, joy, and an indescribable sense of relief overwhelmed me. My emotions were in disarray. Ediardo-sama looked up at the sky and began to speak about himself. I've been striving to elevate myself to defy fate. Magic, pharmacology, martial arts, swordsmanship. I've honed myself through battles against both humans and monsters. You, too, diligently mastered magic and pharmacology, preparing to live alone, no matter what may happen. Just like me, he enhanced himself to avoid a bad ending. So, he is a completely different character from Ediardo in the novel. He walked a path different from the novel, defying fate just like me. You've lived just like me. I wish I had realized it sooner. I feel the same, but I'm glad I realize it now. In response to my words, Ediardo-sama leaned in, peering into my face, and asked, "Did you know about that novel?" Yes, when I understood it was the world of that novel, I was really scared. My anxieties, which I couldn't share with anyone until now, were finally spoken aloud. It felt like something that had been tense within me had burst, and tears started flowing from my eyes. Ediardo-sama's hands wrapped around my shoulders and back, hugging me tightly. Yeah, true. If things went according to the novel, both you and I would end up dead. No matter how we resist, it might follow the plot of the novel. Such anxiety must haunt you. When you met that girl, Mimilia, I was anxious, too. I was worried you might unexpectedly fall for her due to some trivial thing. There's no way I'd like that girl. She's not my type at all. Besides, just like you avoided Arnold, I've been avoiding her. Right. If Ediardo-sama, a reincarnator who knew the novel's contents, wanted to avoid a bad ending, he'd steer clear of Mimilia. Now that I think about it, that encounter was likely orchestrated by Mimilia herself. I only like Claris. I'll love only you for my whole life. Me too, Ediardo-sama. Our eyes met again, and as if drawn together, Ediardo-sama and I shared a kiss. We exchanged several kisses, confirming the softness of each other's lips. Then, Ediardo-sama touched my cheek and said, Claris, how about dropping the honorifics? If possible, I'd like you to call me Eddie. And no more formal language. That's quite sudden. It's not sudden, is it? It's been more than half a year since we first met. Right. I've gotten used to calling him Ediardo-sama, but maybe it's time for a more casual nickname. What kind of person were you in your past life? Oh, and where are you from? In my past life, I was Japanese, as I thought. I considered countries other than Japan since that novel is read overseas. But, which means you, too. Yeah, I was Japanese. Our joy increased as we found out that we were from the same country in our past lives. Meeting someone with memories of the same Japan felt even more delightful. In my past life, I was just an ordinary company employee. I never thought I'd be reborn as a prince. I was an ordinary company employee too. I never thought I'd be reborn as the daughter of a marquis, and in quite a miserable environment. In other words, if it were our past lives, we would have met as ordinary men and women. So, let's talk with the same casual tone from our past lives. No honorifics and formal language is forbidden. That's their same casual tone from our past lives. I heard that kind of style for the first time. Maybe we're close in age. Talking feels more comfortable compared to other classmates. So, do you remember your name from your past life? I asked tentatively in a casual tone. Ediardo-sama happily nodded in response. In my past life, my name was Yukitachi. Yukitachi-kun. Yukitachi. That name sounds familiar. Well, my memories of my past life are becoming vague, so I can't recall. What's your name? I'm Ongoka Yamamoto. Ongoka Yamamoto. Huh? Have we met somewhere before? Well, I don't think we have, but I don't remember all the memories from my past life. Me neither, but if we had met in our past lives, it would be a bit romantic. Ediardo-sama chuckled and gently pressed his forehead against mine. It felt strange. If only I had met you instead of such a man in my past life. Ediardo-sama, I said you don't need honorifics, right? It's just a habit. Think of me as a co-worker from the company. Just when we're alone, call me Eddie. It gives the feeling of being family. Even if you say that, I didn't have a blonde, blue-eyed handsome co-worker like you in my past life, so I can't imagine it. But if that's what he wishes, I'll have to get used to the name Eddie. Got it, Eddie. That's the spirit. Claris. Saying that, Ediardo-sama kissed me again. By the way, in private, I'll call him Eddie as he wishes, but in official settings, I'll continue to address him as Ediardo-sama. I placed my hands on his back. While continuing the kiss, we tightly embraced each other. Even if I were to lose my current status and be exiled from the country, I feel like I could live with this person. Whether traveling as an adventurer, selling medicine in a peaceful village, or any other path, I would be happy as long as I can live with you. Claris, it's getting cold. Shall we go back to the room? Yes, let's. How about drinking something warm? That day, while sipping warm tea, we talked a lot. First, about which prefecture we were from, and where we lived before we passed away. We both turned out to be born in Tokyo and raised there. Regarding our past lives' sibling relationships, I had an older brother, and Ediardo-sama had a younger brother and sister. As for the infamous novel, I was recommended it by my niece, and Ediardo-sama was recommended it by his younger sister. My niece was an Adonis fan, My sister was a George's fan. By the way, who's your favorite? Of course, it's Eddie. No, I meant your favorite character from the novel. The novel's Ediardo is the worst. Isn't he? Ediardo-sama blushed. How cute. Oh, sorry. We ended up being a bit lovey-dovey. I never thought the day would come when I could talk about my past life. We talked about how we lived in our past lives, how life changed after recalling memories, and what it was like before remembering. We had many stories to share. One night wouldn't be enough to cover everything. There are still so many things I want to talk about. Just one thing, though. I couldn't bring myself to confess my engagement breakup, my dark history before I died. Chapter 96, and then, the next day sighed Claris. The next morning. Oh, huh? When did I fall asleep? I fell asleep without changing into my night clothes. Looking around anxiously. Huh? Zzzzzzz. I hear a regular, rhythmic sleeping sound. Nervously, I turn my face towards the direction of the sound. No way. Ediardo-sama is sleeping next to me. Feeling my face burning, I rummage through my memories. Huh? No matter how I think about it, I only remember talking to Ediardo-sama. Our clothes are the same, and Ediardo-sama is still wearing his. Maybe we just slept together on the same bed. Let's take a deep breath and calm down. I probably dozed off during our conversation. Ediardo-sama must have carried me to the bed, and it seemed troublesome to go back to the room, so he must have fallen asleep as well. I stare intently at Ediardo-sama's face. Tachi-kun, is it okay to call each other by our past life names when we're alone? But calling a blonde, blue-eyed young man Tachi-kun would feel a bit strange. Knowing he worked in human resources in his past life makes sense. The way he observed me when we first met wasn't just my imagination. I touch Ediardo-sama's blonde hair. It's silky and beautiful. Looking at him like this, he seems like a doll, a flawless handsome man. In the novel, he had a good face but an incredibly foolish setting. If he were a genius with this face, he would be invincible. He'd overshadow the protagonist Arnold. Suddenly, Ediardo-sama wakes up and looks at me with slightly sleepy eyes. Claris. Yesterday was good, ? My face suddenly heats up like boiling water. No, don't use such misleading words. He probably meant it was good that we could talk about various things yesterday, but if the part about talking about various things is omitted, it becomes extremely confusing. Ediardo-sama yawns and stretches his body. Ugh, his yawning face is cute. I thought I wouldn't experience such a heart-fluttering love again. Each of his gestures makes my heart pound. I'm in love. I wonder how lucky I am to have the person I love as my fiancé. Ediardo-sama kisses me. Not only my lips but also my cheeks, forehead, and neck. Eddie, this is enough. Yeah. I'll hold back a little. He makes a slightly childish pouting expression and nods. It's cute. Ediardo-sama gets out of bed and suddenly starts taking off his jacket. My eyes widen. Wow, the shadows on his back muscles are clear. I knew he was training, but I didn't think his physique would be this impressive. Wait, what are you taking off? To my pounding heart, Ediardo-sama turns around and says, I'll borrow the shower for a bit. I sweated because I fell asleep in my clothes. What? This is something a co-worker or senior who suddenly ended up staying overnight in a room might say the next morning. We're in a room in the palace, and he's a prince. For goodness sake, it's really strange. I get out of bed, tidy up a bit, and ask a maid to bring men's clothes. Also, keep His Highness's presence here a secret. Of course, I understand. The maid bows without changing her expression. This woman, in her mid-30s, named Celine, is an excellent maid who originally served the queen. Despite being aware that Ediardo-sama is staying in this room, she pretends not to notice. Well, deep down, I think she might have various misunderstandings. Soon after, Celine returns to the room with the changed clothes. She seems to have run to Ediardo-sama's room to fetch the clothes, as she's slightly out of breath. Thank you very much. Good work. After thanking Celine, I receive the changed clothes and place them on the bed for now. Then, Ediardo-sama, wrapped in a towel around his waist, emerges from the bathroom, and my heart leaps. His front is also an impressive physique. His abs are defined. An ideal slim yet muscular body. I need to avoid watching him change. Unlike in my past life, this world considers maintaining a pure relationship until marriage is common sense. We're not married yet, so watching him change would be disrespectful. Instinctively closing my eyes tightly, Ediardo-sama chuckles and hugs me. Oh no, he's still not wearing a shirt. I want to marry you soon. Then we can do various things. Various things? Should I answer? And no need to answer. I vigorously shake my head. Please don't say specific things with such a beautiful face. Finding my embarrassed reaction amusing, Ediardo-sama laughs softly and then kisses my forehead. My heart is pounding so loudly that I'm afraid even he can hear it. Your current expression is irresistibly cute. Eddie. I feel like I'm losing my reason. Honestly, I'm surprised myself. I was more of a herbivore in my past life. Is that so? What about your romantic experience? Unfortunately, I died without having a decent romance. I see. But, just because you're in love doesn't guarantee happiness. Because I am. Recalling my past unrequited love, I place my hands on Ediardo-sama's back. It's not that I have lingering feelings for my previous partner. I can't even remember his face anymore, but the sense of loss from the broken engagement, just before the marriage, is unforgettable. Even now, somewhere in my heart, I wonder what would happen if I were to experience a broken engagement again just before getting married. Who made you make such a face? Eddie, you had a tough love in your past life, didn't you? If that person still existed, I would undoubtedly punch him. Thank you. But now, I don't even remember his face. I was supposed to get married to him, but he fell in love with another young girl. He abandoned you and ran to that woman. What a complete scoundrel. I wanted to meet Tachi-kun in my past life. I press my forehead against Ediardo-sama's chest. Feeling his warmth and hearing his heartbeat, I feel relieved. This isn't a novel world. It's the world where we live. But now, we were able to meet. I'm glad to be reborn in this world. I'm glad to have met you too. We kiss again. Repeatedly, we share longer and deeper kisses than ever before. Being able to say what I couldn't say yesterday, I feel relieved to the point where my strength drains away. Ediardo-sama doesn't reproach me for the broken engagement in my past life. Instead, he gets angry as if it were his issue. Just that alone made me feel like the pain from the broken engagement was being healed. Claris, whether this is a novel setting or wherever, it doesn't matter. Let's find a path where both of us can be happy. Thank you, Eddie. Chapter 97, The Troubled Heroine sighed Mimilia. My name is Mimilia Bordel. I'm about to celebrate my 18th birthday, and I'm a troubled young lady. This is the world of the novel Destined Love. From a commoner girl to a queen. Fortunately, I was reborn as the heroine of the story. Since my past life was truly a pointless existence, I think the goddess must have pitied me. However, just like in my past life, things don't go as planned in this world. First, Ediardo, who was supposed to fall in love with me at first sight, was already engaged to Claris. They even get along annoyingly well. Even so, I thought he would forget about Claris and fall for me. In reality, rather than falling for me at first sight, he was shockingly indifferent. At first, I thought he might be tsundere, but it seems I was mistaken. Well, he's the villain, so I guess it's fine. Anyway, I don't get along with Ediardo. Well, he's the villain, and I didn't mind. Arnold, who is the main love interest, did fall for me according to the script. Thankfully. With that settled, I now want to capture other characters. Even though it's a novel world, it feels like playing a not-home game. I have two other favorite characters aside from Arnold. George's Romeo, the court magician. Adonis Crinum, known as the cold-hearted Prime Minister. I could talk a little with Adonis at the ball, but I had no interaction with George's. In the novel, Mimilia coincidentally meets him while shopping in the capital. So, I guess I have to go to the capital after all. I wanted to go shopping anyway. So, I decided to head to the capital. His Highness Arnold advised against wandering the streets too much. It's okay, Elder. That's why you're here with me, right? Elder, who is my guard, is one of the four guardians who also appear in the novel. She's a beautiful androgynous guy, but but she's quite the maiden at heart. If she weren't, I would have included her among my favorites. Eldo is accompanying me as Arnold ordered. Well, I also like his fashion sense. Her nails are cute too. I kind of wanted him to paint my nails, but I heard that Elda is a weirdo who paints pictures on her nails from the boys in the class, so I stopped asking. I don't want to be treated as a weirdo. Feeling excited, I was looking at accessories sold at a stall when the loud voice of a middle-aged man came from somewhere. Long time no see, Georges. Haven't seen you around lately. What have you been up to? Oh, I've been refraining from drinking lately. I don't go to the taverns. Georges on a drinking ban? Ha ha, the world is coming to an end. Cut it out. The man who said that was Georges, right? I turned to where the voice was coming from, and there he was. Milk tea-colored hair, green-gray droopy eyes. And he's wearing the robe of an advanced magician. No mistake, it's that Georges. Seems like he's dealing with a burly middle-aged man, probably an old drinking buddy. Ignoring the rough old man, I approached Georges. Ah, where are you going? Ignoring Elda, who looked surprised, I rushed to Georges. Up until now, Georges had been talking to the old man, but when he saw me, he tilted his head. Professor Georges, please teach me magic. In the novel, I'm sure I said something like that. I might have said something earlier, but for now, summarizing the main point should be okay. The old man asked Georges, what? Is that girl an acquaintance of yours? No, I don't know her at all. In that case, she's probably infatuated with you. What a sinful man. I don't care. Yeah, in the novel, he said that he's not interested in kids from the start, but as we spend time together, he starts to like me. Since you're already too late if you're a student, go consult with other magicians. Lies. You're supposed to have neither students nor friends among the court magicians, right? Are you an idiot? I have students, and there are people among the court magicians I get along with. What? Are you making baseless assumptions? What? Georges is different from the novel. Who is his other student besides me? Ugh, now is not the time to be disheartened. Anyway, teach me magic too. I told you to consult with others. If you're as cute as you think, there are plenty of guys who would gladly teach you. You're one of them, right? I'm not interested in kids. Wait, don't come over here. I've decided not to get involved with any woman other than the one I've fallen for and my students. What? The student is a woman? Who is she? Why should I tell you her name? Really? Who is this student besides me? I won't allow another female student. What? Is he trying to escape from me? Wait a moment. Judge, don't chase me. Are you a wild boar? Who's a wild boar? You should be teaching me magic. Why? I told you to look elsewhere. And so, for a while, I chased after Georges, because who knows when I'll get to see him next. I chased him for a while, but guys are faster runners after all. Georges disappeared into the crowd, leaving me behind. Wearing heels probably didn't help. Ugh, this is the worst. My heel is even broken. Oh well, I need to go back. This area seems crowded, but it looks a bit like a red light district. There are women in flashy outfits walking around, and there are many rough-looking men. Thud. It seemed like I collided with someone unexpectedly. What's going on? When I glared, the guy also glared back with sharp eyes. Ugh. He looks like a typical thug character. Punch-permed hair, a slightly dirty open collared shirt, and baggy pants. Hey, sis. It hurts. Damn it. My shoulder might be dislocated. Just bumping into a girl wouldn't dislocate your shoulder. Shut up. You need to pay for my treatment. I can't afford that. If it's dislocated, ask a magician you know to fix it. Magicians aren't that common, are they? If you don't have money, how about paying with your body? The thug grabbed my wrist. It hurts. Why doesn't he know that I could easily defeat him with my holy power? How do I even use this holy power? I tried to shake off my wrist, but it didn't budge when the thug tried to pull my hand. Then, suddenly, the thug, who had a deep voice, let out a high-pitched scream. He released my wrist, collapsing on the spot. Huh? What's going on? Next to the fallen thug, Elder was tapping his shoulder with a wooden stick. Apparently, she picked up a stick lying around and hit the back of the thug's head, causing him to faint. Elder, with triangular eyes, spoke sternly to me. Saint Sama, it would be troublesome if you started running on your own. I will report this to Arnold Sama. Yes, the fact that I almost got abducted by the thug quickly reached Arnold, but he didn't scold me. Instead, he expressed a lot of concern. You're the saint and my girlfriend. It's not strange for someone to target you. You should be in a safer place. And so, I ended up living in the Monica Palace, where the previous Saint Monica lived. It was much larger than the Border family's house. I was surprised, but since I had to move in a hurry, it seems there are no designated servants yet. They clean the room periodically and bring meals, but everyone comes from the royal castle. I wish there were maids to do my hair at least. Oh well, I do it myself. I used to do everything myself in my past life. At first, I was excited about the luxurious palace, but I got bored after only 3 days. The servants are indifferent. Well, at least the Queen education teacher came, but I don't understand what she's saying. I fell asleep halfway through. After about an hour, the teacher left, and then everyone disappeared. Boredom. Too boring. I was lying on the bed, and then I heard a knock on the door, so I got up. It was Elder who came in. If you like, would you like to observe Arnold Sama's training? Oh, Elder is so considerate. Arnold seems to be busy, and I haven't seen him once since I started living in the palace. I nodded and decided to follow Elder. Chapter 98. The heroine envies the villainous side. Mimilia. Exiting the palace with Elder, the first thing that catches our eyes is a rose garden. All the roses here are pink. It's like a tunnel of roses. Passing through the rose tunnel, we arrive at a square with a fountain. How big is this fountain? Ah, over there, yellow roses are blooming. I heard that in the east of the royal castle, there is a white rose garden, in the west a red rose garden, in the south a yellow rose garden, and in the north another red rose garden. Passing through the tunnel of yellow roses, there stands a large dome-like building. Elder explains about the dome. This is the magic training ground, also a place for the court magicians' training. Currently, it's reserved by Arnold Sama. This building alone is large enough to play baseball. How vast is the territory of the Hardin Kingdom within the royal castle grounds? Entering the dome, we find Arnold facing off against 3 knights. Ivan, Gay Ive, and Gerd, excluding Elder. It seems the 4 Guardian, excluding Elder, are sparring with Arnold. Taking on 3 opponents by himself is amazing. Lightning Arrow. When Arnold chants the spell, numerous arrows of light attack the 3. Oh, the viewing seats where I'm sitting are properly protected by defensive magic, so it's safe. Guardy Shield. Ivan, the Magic Knight, casts a defensive spell, but the defensive barrier is destroyed by the arrows of light. Arnold's magic is stronger. While Ivan skillfully avoids the incoming arrows of light, Gay Ive manages to dodge somehow. Due to his large build, Gerd is hit on the shoulder and leg, leaving him with cuts. Incredible. Defense magic seems useless against Arnold's magic. Ivan manages to block Arnold's sword, but the remaining 2 try to strike him. Wave Shock. The moment Arnold chants the spell, the 3 are blown away as if caught in an invisible strong wind. Amazing. He defeated 3 of them in an instant. As expected of the protagonist. So cool. But Arnold himself seems unsatisfied. Still, I can't beat my brother like this. I heard him mutter. Huh? Ediardo should be weaker than Arnold, right? That's how it was in the novel. There's nothing to fear from someone like him. But, if I let my guard down, I might lose. Truly, the protagonist is passionate. Arnold continues to practice with the 3. Watching practice all the time is getting boring. Elder, how much longer will the practice last? Well, maybe another hour. Another hour. I don't want to watch swordplay for that long. At that moment, Arnold and the others interrupted their practice and waved at us. Happy, I waved back, and Gay Ive shouted, Elder, Gerd got injured, so cast a healing spell. Why me? Can't you heal yourself? We're out of magical power. Well, I guess. Elder clicked his tongue lightly and then ran towards the 3. She cast a healing spell on Gerd's injured leg. Among the 4 Guardian, only Ivan is a qualified intermediate magician, but the others also have qualifications as intermediate magicians. As long as they have remaining magical power, they can heal themselves. Arnold spoke to Elder. Elder, join us in the next practice. I understand. However, Gay Ive and Gerd seem quite tired. The practice won't be effective like this. Looking at the tired gay Ivan Gerd sitting down, Elder says this, and Arnold nods thoughtfully before addressing me. Mimilia, if you don't mind, could you use healing magic to relieve everyone's fatigue? At Arnold's request, I tense up. No. I, just remembered something urgent. What? Mimilia? I quickly turn around and run out of the magic training ground. Because, you see, I haven't awakened the power of the saint yet. Now is not the time to use magic. All because Georges ran away. After passing through the tunnel of yellow roses, I returned to the fountain square. Maybe I should go to the White Rose Garden this time. This rose garden is larger than the others. I vaguely remember a scene in the novel where a tea party took place in the White Rose Garden. Passing through the tunnel of white roses, a large palace stands before me. It's about the same size as the palace I live in. As I stand there, astonished by the building, I hear voices coming from the direction of the royal castle. So I turn my face that way. Huh? Adonis-senpai, why are you here today? Oh, I was asked by my father to bring some documents. Claris, why are you with Georges-sensei at the royal castle? Professor Tolman said he would give me a book. I was called by the old man to carry his luggage. Why is Claris walking between Adonis and Georges? Georges is holding several thick books in his hands and sighing. Adonis is talking with Claris and seems to be having fun. He didn't direct that smile at me. But I need to stay calm. Claris and Adonis' sister Daisy was supposed to be close. They're friends of each other's sisters. Even if Claris and Adonis are close, it's not that strange. Suddenly, Claris looks at Georges and asks, Georges, what's the subject of today's class? Oh, since we have the chance, why not study the hibernation magic written in the book the old man gave me? Hibernation magic is not necessary for humans, right? It's not for humans. It's for casting on magical beasts. What? Magical beasts? Wait, why is the Villainess learning magic from Georges? Hibernation magic. Well, can I join Professor George's class today? Don't say that. You're not aiming for Claris, are you? Even if you know she's the prince's fiancée, many noble youths are targeting her. I'm not targeting her. But, Claris-sama, if it becomes difficult to continue your engagement with Prince Ediardo, you can come to me. If my engagement with Ediardo-sama is broken, I won't marry anyone else. I'll leave this country and become an adventurer. Ha ha ha. Rejected in seconds. Smooth talker. Well, damn. I've never been rejected by a woman before, so it's kind of refreshing. Claris, that girl, rejecting Adonis instantly is unbelievable. Adonis, being Adonis, laughs carefreely. Wait. This is not the time to be laughing. You're not the kind of character who should be easily rejected. Unforgivable. You should be satisfied with Ediardo alone. I was about to slap the cheek of the villainous Claris when someone tapped my shoulder from behind. Who is it? Who's bothering me? Annoyed, I turn around, and there are several maids surrounding me. What's going on? Mimilia Bordel, the second consort. Consort Tears is calling for you. Can you come? Chapter 99. Heroine vs. Second Consort. Side Mimilia, Baron Mimilia Bordel-sama, the second consort, Consort Tears, is calling for you. Could you please come? Even if I'm the saint, I understand that it's dangerous to refuse. After all, she's his mother. My future mother-in-law. Guided by a maid, I arrived at the Red Rose Garden located to the north of the castle. Passing through the tunnel of red roses, I entered a garden with a pond, where a pure white gazebo stood in the middle. Tears was elegantly sipping tea there. A beautiful man was serving her. It felt like a host and a wealthy lady. Accompanied by the maid, I crossed the bridge and approached Tears. Saint Sama, please greet Consort Tears, the maid next to me said to me in a cold voice. How unpleasant. But she's his mother. I have to greet her properly. I performed the etiquette of a lady and greeted her. Good afternoon, Your Highness. What? Did I mess up? No, I'm not a comedian. But why is there such a cold atmosphere, like when a comedian makes a blunder? The maid next to me sighed loudly and whispered. The correct greeting is to say, I humbly greet Consort Tears, who is praised as the kingdom's red rose. The kingdom's red rose? This lady? Wasn't there such a rule for greetings? I don't remember that being mentioned in the novel. Anyway, Isn't the red rose me? The rose-shaped birthmark on my wrist is proof that I'm the saint. If anyone should be called the Red Rose, it's me. Well, I'll let it go. She's my future mother-in-law, so I'll concede this much. After all, whoever declares their catchphrase first wins. But seriously, why do I have to attach a catchphrase to my greetings every time? It's so annoying. I humbly greet Consort Tears, who is praised as the kingdom's red rose. I might accidentally bite my tongue. Tears remained silent for a while as she drank her tea. You're not going to greet me? After finishing her tea, the lady looked at me with a smile. It's our first meeting, isn't it, Mimilia Bordel? It's not our first time. We met at the ball. At this point, a rice sign appeared on my forehead. Tears had the servant pour her another cup of tea, and she began to drink it slowly. Excuse me, I'm here, you know. Ignoring my presence, she continued her elegant tea time. After savoring her tea for a while, Tears sighed and looked in my direction. The reason I had you come here today is because I thought you should be aware of your position a bit more. My position? Yes, I want you to understand that you are, after all, Arnold's beloved pet. I'm the saint, you know. Why do I have to be told such a thing? As the saint, you will eventually marry him. That's fine. With the temple's support and your title, you're quite useful. Treating the saint as useful. What is this lady talking about? Tears chuckled and looked at me with a cold gaze. But Arnold's queen will be Claris Charlotte. What? Did you just say? Oh, didn't you hear? The queen must be a wise woman who understands her position, like Claris. After all, you are unaware of your position, and with your current intellect, it would be difficult to handle the responsibilities of a queen, don't you think? Making Claris the queen? What is that? Then, Claris's fiancé is not Ediardo, but Arnold openly courted Claris at the ball. Moreover, right after declaring true love to me? It's utterly unbelievable. Is she feeling stimulated by trying to steal her brother's fiancé? I can't say I don't understand the sentiment, but timing is everything, you know? Maybe Arnold isn't that serious about Claris. In the end, if this lady hopes to make Claris the queen, Arnold might have courted her for that reason. Considering this, Claris's marriage would be more of a political one. Arnold, suspected of being a mama's boy. They're scheming together to snatch someone else's fiancé, Tears said with a strange smile. I heard about it. During the Queen education class, you were sleeping, weren't you? What are you talking about? I don't understand. Your choice of words is completely inappropriate. As you are now, it would be embarrassing to present you in high society. Even if you say that. If you don't like Queen education, that's fine. In that case, I request you not to step into high society at all. At most, go to the temple and quietly pray. That's all you can do in your current state. As a beloved pet, behave accordingly. What's with this infuriating lady? I wanted to run up and punch her right away, but the maids were firmly guarding her, so I couldn't lay a hand on her. If you understand, please leave now. She made a shooing motion as if driving away a cat. I bit my lip and turned my back on Tears. Infuriating. I returned to the Monica Palace, threw open the door, and leapt onto the bed. Then I slammed the pillow onto the bed. I'm so frustrated. Super frustrated. Claris Charlotte. I called out her name with hatred. I didn't like her from the first time I saw her. She got along with Ediardo, who was supposed to fall in love with me at first sight. Tears wants Claris to be Arnold's queen. She talks casually with Adonis and Georges. I was supposed to be the heroine, walking between the two of them. Claris. Why does that woman get all the good things? Really, she's such a bothersome woman. If she can't even play the villain properly, she should just die already. I kept slamming the pillow onto the bed. The seams of the pillow tore, and feathers began to float in the air, but I didn't care. Feeling a bit tired, I took a deep breath for a while. Then, a knocking sound came from the door. Was the door not closed properly? It's slightly ajar. Did my voice not reach? Elder entered the room, and since she approached without any particular reaction, I felt relieved. Saint Sama, A message from the high priest. Many believers are expected to visit the temple on the 5th of next month. If Saint Sama visits the temple, the believers will be delighted. Believers are believers. It was mentioned in the novel, right? People who unconditionally believe in the saint. They're the ones who would risk their lives to fight monsters for the saint! Exclamation mark. Yes, I've come up with a good idea. There's a way to solve all my current worries at once. With a smile on my face, I cheerfully said to Elder, I understand. I'll go to the temple. Elder, please continue to guard me. Understood. Chapter 100, The Saint and the Believers sighed Mimilia. 3 days later. As usual, I absent-mindedly nibbled on cookies while gazing at the scenery outside. Today is boring too. Ever since it was announced that I'm the saint, I can't go to school anymore. If I go, the school will be in an uproar. Besides, some people try to take advantage of the saint's power, so for a while, teachers have been coming to the palace to teach me. Going to the temple is still in the future, and Arnold isn't coming today either. The teachers' classes are super boring, especially the Queen Education class. It's so sleepy. According to Elder, the prince seems quite busy too. He has administrative tasks, meets with guests, and, as of yesterday, has to practice as well. I think he can skip practice a bit. After all, the prince is fundamentally in a position to be protected. Wouldn't it be better if he somehow managed before the demons attacked? Suddenly, I heard voices through the door. Wait, is the door slightly open again? Maybe it's because the building is old, but the door doesn't close properly. Is that okay for security? I wonder if it's fine because the external security is perfect. The maids, who usually do their work quietly, were unusually chatty, and I could hear their voices through the gap in the door. Hey, did you hear? A wedding is taking place at the Emilia Palace across the street. Huh? The Emilia Palace? Could it be Claris and Prince Ediardo? No, it's different. They seem to be their mentors. One is the court magician, George's Remio. The other is the former court pharmacist, Vinariana. Ah, I want to see that. Huh? What? George's is getting married. A wedding is taking place at the Emilia Palace? Furthermore, the shocking thing is the name of the bride. Vinariana. Isn't that the name of the former court pharmacist who supported the villain Claris in the novel? She wore glasses with swirling eyes like the bottom of a milk bottle, had disheveled hair, and was a very gloomy-looking woman. Marriage between someone as beautiful as George's and such a plain woman is impossible, right? Saint Sama, you shouldn't go out on your own. I rushed out of the room, and the maids seemed like they wanted to stop me, but now is not the time to pay attention to them. I dashed towards the Emilia Palace because I can't just stay still. George's, who should be thinking about me single-mindedly, is being taken away by such a plain girl. I can't endure this, right? For what reason did I reincarnate as the heroine? I'm starting to lose sight of it. George's is probably being deceived. He's a collaborator with the villain Claris. She must have said something clever to deceive him. I have to save him. When I reached the Emilia Palace, guards were blocking the entrance. Saint Sama, today only authorized personnel are allowed to enter. Please leave. I am authorized personnel. We haven't heard such a thing. You're annoying. Move aside. Ah, wait, Saint Sama, where are you going? I forcibly broke through the guards and opened the door. The guards were surprised and tried to stop me, but I went in without caring. They shouldn't be able to be violent with me, so I thought I could go forcefully. By the way, where is the chapel? I have to search for it. The guards are chasing me, and I have to hide somewhere and shake them off. They're wearing heavy armor, so they shouldn't be able to run too fast. Entering the hallway from the lobby, I found rows of similar doors. I decided to hide in one of the rooms. The guards opened the doors to search for me. Of course, they also opened the room where I was, but I was hiding in the closet, so they overlooked me. After hearing the guards' footsteps fade away, I left the room and thought about where the chapel might be. I remember that the Monica Palace was on the far end of the second floor. Since the Emilia Palace has a similar structure, it's likely to be on the second floor. I aimed for the chapel and started running, and then, bang, I located the chapel and kicked the door open. In front of the statue of the goddess July, the bride and groom were about to kiss. Unable to contain myself, I shouted, Hey, why are you marrying another woman? I couldn't help but scream. But when I saw the bride's face, I was shocked. Who? A stunningly beautiful woman was standing next to George's. Wait, is that Divine Ariana? She's completely different. In the novel, she is supposed to be a plain woman. There's no way that's Vine? I can't believe it. Who is that woman? No. Who are you? Come to think of it, I didn't introduce myself at that time. But he seemed to remember my face. And Georges asked me, why are you stalking me? We're not acquaintances or anything. We met the other day, didn't we? You were just chasing after me. Georges runs away because of me, right? You're supposed to teach me magic and die for me. What? Why should I die for someone I don't even know? Someone I don't even know. Well, don't know for now. Explaining the novel would make me seem like a dangerous woman, and I was seized by the knights accompanying Ediardo. If I leave it like this, I'll be forced to leave without doing anything. In my panic, Georges, as if adding insult to injury, pulled the bride closer and kissed her. I will love only Vine for a lifetime. It is impossible for me to die for another woman. It's over. The Georges event is over here. After that, I don't remember anything at all. I realized I was back at the Monica Palace, lying on the bed in a daze. Georges, I loved him so much. This is just cruel. The day of the temple visit, I was eating cookies incessantly in the carriage. Because I'm frustrated, the fact that the possibility of an event with Georges has become zero was quite a shock to me. Not only was it shocking that Claris, a female disciple, shocked enough, but to marry Vine Ariana later. I found out later that she was that beautiful woman. She was Vine. It's the worst that she's different from the novel. I will love only Vine for a lifetime. It is impossible for me to die for another woman. Why do I have to be rejected? That's the kind of line the villainess is supposed to hear, right? It's impossible. What's going on? This isn't a novel world, right? The cookies I've been eating non-stop are gone in no time. How much longer to the temple? It's frustrating and super boring. After 2 hours, I reached the temple at the summit of Mount Deniero. I heard it wasn't such a high mountain, so it shouldn't take much time. Liar. When I got out of the carriage, the priests lined up and welcomed me. My irritation disappeared in an instant. Oh, right. I'm still the saint. It's amazing to be greeted like this. Moreover, a handsome priest took my hand and escorted me. Entering the temple, many believers were already fervently praying before the statue of the goddess July. Hey, who's the leader of these believers? The leader? Who's the most important person? The handsome priest looked around hesitantly, then glanced at an elderly man praying fervently in the front row. I asked him, I have something important to discuss. There was a waiting room for the saint, right? Please bring the most important elder and a few representatives there. In this world, the temple not only has a chapel for praying to the goddess July but also a waiting room specifically for the saint. It's not spacious, but it's luxurious with sofas, tables, and chests adorned with delicate carvings, giving it an opulent appearance. I told the priests not to approach the room for a while because I had an important discussion with the believers. Shortly after, the elderly leader of the believers and a few young representatives visited my room. They stared at me with admiring eyes, then knelt and bowed deeply. Some were crying, making it a bit intimidating. But it means they believe in me as the saint. This time, we are filled with supreme joy to be able to meet the saint. The elder, with a demeanor resembling an elder, bowed deeply while saying this with a loud voice. Other believers also bowed deeply and expressed their feelings. Saint, we believe and revere you. For the saint, we will endure any trial. For the saint, we will do anything. Yes, anything. Just like in the novel, these people are willing to die for me, and they unconditionally believe in me. What convenient people. I chuckled and then spoke to the believers in the room. I am currently being tormented by an evil woman. An evil woman? The elder raised his surprised face. With tears in my eyes, I appealed to them. Because of the evil woman, I can't even learn magic. I can't use the power of the saint, and I feel very sorry for all of you. Because of the evil woman, the saint's power can't be used? The voices of the believers trembled with anger. Other believers looked frustrated, some even pounding their fists on the floor. With tears in my eyes, I appealed to them. I want you to defeat the evil woman with your power. The evil woman's name is Claris. Claris Charlotte. Chapter 101. The Villainess heads to the temple side. Claris. Half a month after George's and Vine's wedding. After graduating from Hardin Academy, Ediardo-sama and I decided to have our wedding ceremony. Nobles supported Tears and opposed the decision. However, their, ostensibly, ailing queen sent a heartfelt letter to the king, saying, "I want to see my grandchild's face soon," which seemed to have a considerable impact. The king, who dearly loved the queen, immediately called for the ceremony to take place. Celebratory letters and gifts flooded the Emilia Palace every day. Once the marriage is officially confirmed, the future queen must visit the temple once a month. It seems the devout queen had been going several times a month. It's a tradition for royal wives that has been followed for generations, so refusing is not an option. Even if not as frequently as the queen, it seems I have to go once a month. The temple seems to be endorsing Prince Arnold for crown prince, so I'm not thrilled about it. But well, what can I do? I board the royal carriage and head to the July temple at the summit of Daniera Mountain. Despite being a low mountain, it takes almost 3 hours from the royal castle due to the mountain road. As the prince's fiancé, I come with tight security. Among them are the 4 guardians, Ivan and Elder. I had thought the 4 guardian were exclusively the second prince's guards, but it seems they are protecting Prince Arnold at the request of Consort Tears and not as his official guards. Sonia is currently hoping to become my exclusive knight, but wishing is one thing, and achieving it is another. She's the deputy leader of the 7th Execution Unit. Becoming my exclusive would mean resigning from that position. For that, the nomination of the next deputy leader and the handover are necessary. So her becoming my exclusive will take a while. I wanted her to accompany me to the temple as a guard this time, but Sonia and Whist are currently deployed as part of the execution unit, so it couldn't happen. Recently, due to the appearance of the demon Prince Dino, monsters have become more aggressive, increasing the missions for the execution unit. So, Ediardo-sama requested Ivan and Elder, 2 of the 4 guardians, as my guards. They got Prince Arnold's consent, even though it's not necessary since they're not officially exclusive guards, but since they're practically treated as such, they wanted to make sure he was okay with it. Ediardo-sama said he trusts Ivan and Elder among the 4 guardians. In the novel, Ivan is serious, and Elder, while having a troublesome attitude, is depicted as someone who diligently performs her duties. Are you not hurt? The path ahead becomes a mountain road, so it might be good to take a short break. Ivan Steek, one of the guards, speaks to me while guarding. He almost always has a stern and expressionless face, but his eyes are kind when he cares about me. The place we use as a rest area overlooks a clear blue lake. A giant tree, seeming to have aged 500 years, extends its branches like a huge umbrella. Underneath, grass resembling a soft carpet spreads. Seren, a maid, skillfully lays out a mat and takes snacks from a basket. According to what I heard, even the queen took a break on the way and had tea in a picnic style under the shade of the trees. Seren explains that it's relaxing because of the good scenery. Could it be that the queen was looking forward to outdoor tea time during her frequent temple visits? It's refreshing and pleasant out here. As it still gets chilly outside, please use this blanket. Elder Muller, one of the 4 guardians, brings a blanket. Although he looks like a tall beauty at first glance, he is indeed a man. Wrapped in a knight's uniform, he has platinum hoop earrings on her ears and beautifully painted art on his long nails. Quite stylish. Taking the blanket, I look at his neatly painted nails and say, "Elder, the art on your nails is really lovely." "Oh, thank you. I paint my nails as a hobby. It's truly wonderful." "Hey, could you paint my nails next time?" "Why your nails, Claris-sama?" "If you're okay with me, then, by all means." "Yes." Elder's large eyes sparkle with joy. His expression is more lively than when he's on guard. This person probably wants to be involved in fashionable things rather than being a knight, but if the family business is being a knight, it's difficult. I had a classmate whose family was in the knight business, but he dreamed of becoming a magician. Thanks to Ediardo-sama's arrangements and family understanding, he managed to become a magician. but it seems other nobles find it challenging to do the same. Currently, Ediardo-sama is working with Duke Grinham to allow choices other than the family business, but it seems there's still a long way to go for freedom in career choices to become widespread. Elder, with flushed cheeks, tells me, "You're the first person to compliment my nails. Everyone finds it strange that I paint pictures on my nails. No, they're really beautiful and lovely. I'm sure other women will love them too." "Really?" Elder blushes shyly. It's not uncommon for women in high society to paint their nails. Mostly, they prefer single colors, such as skin tones or pink. Among commoners, some may paint their nails red or purple. Vine used to paint hers in a light purple color. Ah, I remember going to a nail salon as a reward in my past life. If nail art becomes popular, could Elder become successful as a nail artist? To make it popular, it's best to have an influential woman do it. Queen would be the best, but she's currently recuperating on the Amarillis island. I don't want to ask Consort tears. First, let me have Elder paint my nails, and then I'll show them to Daisy, Sonia, and the girls from my friendly class. Seren puts a tray with tea on the mat and says, "Now, Claris-sama, please enjoy the tea." "Thank you, Mulla-sama. Would you like to join us?" "Is it alright for me to join too?" "Of course, it's more fun with more tea-drinking friends." When I say that, Elder shows a delighted smile and bows deeply. As written in the novel, Elder Muller seems to enjoy chatting over tea like this. He probably really wished he had been born a girl. While chatting with Elder and Seren, the three of us enjoyed the break time section. When we get off the carriage, priests line up to welcome us. Quite a grand welcome. The escort is a young man around my age. He seems accustomed to escorting women, probably because he has a handsome face. He often gets assigned such tasks. The chapel of the July Temple is made of white stone, with a giant stone pillar supporting the entrance. However, the structure inside the building is similar to a church. In addition to the chapel, there are offices, waiting rooms, and restrooms. I kneel in front of the July statue in the chapel and offer my prayers. The prayer style for the July god is covering the left fist with the right hand. "Welcome, Claris," a beautiful female voice. "Who?" I lift my head and look around. "Misheard." It felt like someone called me, but I couldn't see anyone. "Have you finished your prayers, Claris-sama?" The daughter of Marquis, a priest in red attire, enters from the side door next to the altar. Wearing a red priest's robe indicates he's probably the highest-ranking chief priest. "Chief priest, it's a pleasure to meet you." "I am Claris Charlotte." Chapter 102, The Villainess and the Chief Priest Side. Claris. "Chief Priest, it's a pleasure to meet you." "I am Claris Charlotte. This is remarkable. You bear a striking resemblance to your mother." "My mother?" I never expected to be talking about my mother, so I was taken aback. It wouldn't be strange for the chief priest to know about my devout mother, who often visited the temple to pray to the goddess July. "Your mother was the Grand Duchess, a very noble and beautiful lady. At that time, she was initially considered as a candidate for the fiancé of the then Crown Prince. However, she ended up marrying into the wealthy Charlotte family with vast lands. Probably at that time, the Charlotte family's grandfather was managing their territory well, so they had wealth. The Grand Duke at that time, in his desire for his daughter to live prosperously, thought it was a good idea to marry her into the Charlotte family. However, after the change in generations with my current father, the fortune was gradually squandered. After my mother fell ill, to ensure her husband couldn't touch her inheritance, she entrusted it to the bank. My father planned to withdraw a large sum once I came of age, but now, as he is imprisoned for the attempted murder of the prince, money is the least of his worries. I still can't fathom why such a beautiful and noble lady would end up marrying such a foolish man. The more I think about it, the more frustrating it becomes. I don't deny that. But even if it wasn't her choice, I was born because the two of them got married. I can't deny everything. The chief priest looked at me with a serious gaze and said, "I don't want you to walk a similar path, Claris-sama. Please consider this as an oracle. Withdraw your foolish engagement with Ediardo Harden and marry Arnold instead." On that matter, I respectfully decline. I immediately rejected the chief priest's words. I responded at the speed of a professional tennis player. The chief priest's eyes widened at my swift reply. Whether my reaction was unbelievable or not, he spoke with a trembling voice. Why? As an intelligent person, you should know which prince is superior. The marriage between Ediardo-sama and me is already a decision of the royal family. It cannot be overturned. No need to worry. We will support you as well. I don't worry. And I don't need your support. This chief priest is getting annoying. Despite my irritation, the chief priest said something even more outrageous. If necessary, create a situation that forces the annulment of the engagement. What do you mean? If Ediardo-sama becomes a criminal, you can annul the engagement without any worries. At that moment, I felt a sense of hatred towards someone for the first time. This chief priest is the worst. Is he suggesting framing Ediardo-sama with a crime? If he tries anything like that, I'll kill him. This person mistakenly believes that I'm reluctantly engaged to Ediardo-sama. Talking about such things so casually, as I mentioned earlier, I reject that proposal. I don't even want to use the word respectfully anymore. I decided to firmly refuse. Several veins popped on the chief priest's forehead. I just told you to consider it as an oracle. How dare you dismiss it? Listen carefully, Claris-sama. I spoke with divine guidance. How do you disregard the words of a representative of the gods? But this is not an oracle. Chief Priest Sama, are you intending to impersonate the goddess July? No, I don't intend to impersonate. I am a representative of the gods. How foolish. The queen always sincerely listened to my words and faithfully followed them. Unlike the obedient queen, I, the foolish one, cannot marry under your wise Arnold, especially since he already has the destined saint by his side. No, that is, there are responsibilities for the saint. She can't fulfill the duties of a queen. Therefore, someone like you is needed. Ah, the chief priest is also assuming that I can't fulfill the duties of the queen, just like Mimilia. So, he wants to push all the queen's responsibilities onto me. This is not an oracle, it's just Chief Priest Sama's convenience, isn't it? What? In any case, I have no intention of withdrawing my marriage to Ediardo-sama. Even if the whole country opposes it, I will marry him. Whatever happens, I don't care. The chief priest let out a growl-like sound, glaring at me from above with upturned eyes. Just moments ago, he had a calm expression, and now it felt like it was all a lie. He seemed almost devilish. His frustration at not getting his way was palpable. The temple is clearly on Prince Arnold's side. I vaguely remember this person becoming Consort Teres's uncle. He was probably asked by his niece to convince me, but by claiming to be a representative of the gods so casually, does the chief priest have no reverence for the goddess July? If the head of the temple is like this, Goddess July must be quite disappointed. I gave a slight bow to the chief priest, then turned away from the chapel and left. Starting next month, can't I just pray from a distance instead of coming to the temple? It's too troublesome to think I have to meet the chief priest every time I come to the temple. When I stepped outside the temple, the sky had turned golden. A blanket was placed on the chair attached to the carriage, probably a gesture from Elder. I sat down and draped the blanket over my knees. The carriage, emphasizing safety, started moving at a leisurely pace. By the time we reached the foothills, the sun had completely set. It was too dark to see the scenery outside since we weren't in the town. The swaying of the carriage was oddly comforting, and as I began to doze off a bit, the sound of a horse neighing echoed, and at the same time, the carriage shook violently. What just happened? I peered out of the window and saw a group blocking the path ahead. What? Bandits? Oh, but we're not in the mountains, so maybe just robbers? Anyway, a group armed with rough clothes obstructed our path. One man raised a sword and shouted loudly, "For the sake of our saint! For the sake of our saint!" What's going on? Our saint? Is he talking about Mimilia? Come to think of it, I've heard stories about people unconditionally devoted to the saint. Seize the wicked lady's head. Seize the wicked lady's head. The wicked lady must be referring to me. Are these people after my head? Why? I'm not in opposition to Mimilia. Claris-sama, please do not leave the carriage, Ivan said calmly. It's reassuring to have two of the four guardians, the protectors of the protagonist in the story, but there are too many believers. I shook my head. I will also provide support from the rear. Wait, although I acknowledge your excellence, known as the White-Purple Witch, engaging with this many opponents is too dangerous. But, you must not let yourself be killed here. For the sake of protecting this country. I got out of the carriage and glanced at the saint's followers. Some of them were armed with swords and spears, while others held farm tools like hoes and sickles. They looked like a motley crew. In a low voice so that the opponents wouldn't hear, I ordered the knights. I will use flash magic. Everyone, close your eyes. After confirming that the knights closed their eyes, I cast the spell, Giga Flash. As soon as I cast the spell, the followers were bathed in a dazzling light. While casting flash magic, our eyes remained unaffected, but the followers were blinded by the sudden brilliance. Startled, they fumbled, rubbed their eyes, and reflexively searched for weapons they had dropped. Nevertheless, some followers, who avoided the flash by closing their eyes, charged toward us, roaring like beasts. Ivan took the lead and cut down the followers rushing towards us. 4 or 5 collapsed like puppets with their strings cut. Elder, using a spear, mowed down the followers who jumped at us. Turning gracefully, she sliced through those who came flying. Truly the 4 guardians. Other knights were steadily defeating one opponent at a time, but their numbers were too overwhelming. At this rate, wicked woman. Taking advantage of the knight's distraction, one person swung an axe and ran towards me. There were no knights around me to protect. Claris Sama, Chapter 103, Devoted Believers Fierce Assault Side Claris, D.E., Wicked Woman. Exploiting a gap among the knights, one person swung an axe and rushed towards me. There were no knights around me to protect. Claris Sama, Elder, who was dealing with other believers, let out a scream-like cry. Ivan also cut down the enemy in front of him and tried to run towards me, but a new assailant stood in his way, as if obstructing him. At that moment, I was surprisingly calm. Facing the approaching enemy, I uttered a single word, a spell. Capture net. Swinging their weapons, I used binding magic to restrain the movements of the approaching believer. The believer struggled, their bodies writhing as if caught in a spider's web. In quick succession, a few more believers rushed towards us. Among them was a young woman. Her eyes seemed unfocused, indicating an abnormal mental state. She approached me, hurling abusive words. Wicked woman, die. Hurry up and die. If you don't, that person will never awaken to her power. Her hysterical voice echoed, piercing the ears, comparable to Natalie's volume. That person? Is she talking about Mimilia? Because of me, Mimilia's power won't awaken? No, no, no. Before that, didn't she neglect her magical studies completely? A person who didn't go to the temple and didn't offer prayers couldn't easily receive the protection of the goddess July. I don't want them to blame me. Currently, she merely harbors sacred magical power within her body. Despite containing excellent energy, she cannot use it. It reminded me somewhat of Natalie. Natalie had hostility towards Mimilia, perhaps due to an inherent aversion among their kind. Capture net. I chanted the binding magic spell once again, capturing several believers, including the woman. Even though they were entangled, their bodies still struggled violently. This wicked woman. Feel free to enjoy it now. You can never compare to the saint's armor. Yeah, I know. It's troubling that the great power Mimilia possesses hasn't been fully utilized yet. Moreover, to blame others for her lack of effort. The believers believe that Mimilia hasn't awakened to her power because of me. Since they unconditionally believe the words of the saint, convincing them might be difficult. You, just fall into hell and die. It's unpleasant to be the target of such malice from someone I don't even know. Feeling that it was not a pleasant conversation to continue, I asked the female believer, "Have I done something to you?" Without hesitation, she replied with determined eyes, "Your existence itself is evil. In this world of the story, I am the villainess." Her words might be correct. However, unlike in novels, I have chosen a different way of life to avoid becoming a villainess. I have been making efforts to not become one. Feeling that even those efforts were denied, sadness welled up in me. I wanted to shout, but the desire to cry overwhelmed me, and my voice became hoarse. "What do you understand about me?" The female believer looked at me in surprise, then suddenly turned away. It seems difficult to connect with her. On the other hand, believers who regained their sight from the flash magic rushed toward us in unison. Ivan and others who were still dealing with other believers couldn't stop them. I handed out the magician's staff and chanted a different spell this time. Wall Flame. Fusion magic of defense and attack. Fusion magic, deemed a forbidden art, combines purification magic and offensive magic. However, the combination of defense and attack is not considered forbidden. Conveniently legalizing the necessary magic and labeling inconvenient magic as forbidden. It's arbitrary. When I chanted the spell, a wall of white and purple flames appeared in front of the believers. Momentarily hesitating, the saints' believers, who now only had thoughts of killing me, tried to pass through the wall of flames. However, the moment the flames touched them, they caught fire all over, and the believers ended up writhing in pain. Jahua, Saint Sama, please help. Saint Sama, it hurts. Please save me. This is also a trial. This is also a trial. It's all part of the trial. Amidst the flames, the believers sought help from the absent saint. Praying here wouldn't bring any help. It might be more effective to pray directly to the goddess July. Those believers who didn't touch the wall of flames froze at the sight of their comrades' misery. White flames. Such powerful flames. The wicked woman can't reach us. The remaining believers, faced with the daunting wall of flames, retreated with fearful expressions. One elderly man, the leader among them, showed no fear. In a remarkably calm voice, he questioned me. Are you Claris Charlotte Sama, the daughter of Marquis Charlotte? Yes. Is this flame something you unleashed? Just now. You witnessed it too, didn't you? Puzzled by the strange inquiry, I answered dutifully. Comparing the wall of flames and me, the old man thought for a moment, then surveyed the surroundings. Whether he realized the dire situation or for some other reason, he suddenly exclaimed, "Retreat! Retreat! It's the Elder's order. Everyone, retreat." But what about the wicked woman? What about our captured comrades? I care not. Retreat, the old man ordered the believers loudly, as if his words were absolute. The other believers, surprised but obedient, began to retreat. The old man walked up to me, bowed deeply for some reason, and said, "We might have done something irreversible. Please forgive us." Huh? Please forgive us. I was unexpectedly apologized to. I couldn't see the whole picture, but it seemed like the believers were going to retreat as they were. The scene unfolded as if ripples were receding, leaving us dumbfounded. What on earth just happened? Why? Why did they retreat? Have we been abandoned? Why won't they kill the wicked woman? The captured believers, shouting questions and grievances, struggled violently, trying to escape the invisible spider silk. Since they seemed likely to attack again once released, I decided to put them to sleep using sleep magic. The knights kneeled in front of me, and Ivan, as their representative, conveyed their thoughts to me. We apologize for the inadequate security. If not for Claris Sama, we might have been in serious trouble. It was an unexpected turn of events. There were too many of them, even though they were just a disorganized group. But considering the future, I felt that such comforting words should not be uttered. Nowadays, people believe that there's no need for training in a peaceful world. However, situations like this can happen. If the knights cannot protect their lord and reveal their incompetence, the hardened kingdom will become a laughingstock worldwide. I have no words to reply. Ivan said so and then bit his lip. His frustration at his incompetence must be strong. But those feelings are important. All the knights here will eventually have to fight against hordes of monsters. It's not the time to struggle against human opponents. Train more, for the sake of protecting the country, for the sake of protecting your families. As you are now, the hardened kingdom is on the path to destruction. The knights present deeply bowed their heads at my words. Proud knights must have keenly felt how vulnerable they were. The idea that knights should be protected by their lord is unacceptable. However, knights are looking at me with dissatisfaction, as if questioning why they have to hear such things. Even Ediardo Sama's feelings of distress over the vulnerability of the Knight Order are painfully clear now. At this rate, the hardened kingdom will be swallowed by the dark world in no time. I'm also curious why the believers attacked me. There are too many things causing a headache. Chapter 104, Return to the Castle and the Knight's Choice. Sighed Ediardo. Since Claris was taking unusually long to return, I, along with Whist, Sonia, Adonis, and Cornet, had gone to welcome her. As we were about to leave the royal gate with the sky dragons, Claris's carriage and the knights guarding it returned. Thank goodness. It seems she's safe. However, as the carriage approached, it was evident that the knights' clothes were dirty, torn, and stained with what seemed to be the blood of others. Moreover, there were about 3 individuals who were bound, brought here on horseback with the knights. What happened, Claris? I rushed to Claris for an explanation as she descended from the carriage. Before Claris could respond, Red ran to her and began to coo with an affectionate voice. In place of Claris, who was petting Red's head, Ivan knelt and reported to me. We were suddenly attacked by a large group of armed individuals. They didn't seem like soldiers or knights. More like a group of armed civilians. Astonishingly, they insulted Claris Sama as a wicked woman and tried to take her life. Who are they? That group. Ivan, visibly shaken, responded to my angered voice. He began to answer but involuntarily stopped, closing his mouth. As Arnold's friend and a guard knight, he was always polite to me among the 4 guardian. He was diligent in his duties, and the fact that he hesitated meant there had to be a significant reason. Another person spoke up to break the silence. You're a believer of the saint, right, Ivan? It seemed that Duke Oliver Crenham had arrived with 2 royal guards, appearing here without notice. Seeing Ivan turn pale without an answer, Adonis spoke. Very devoted believers of the saint. They're called fanatics. While they deeply believe in the saint, they're also known to kill without hesitation and sacrifice their lives. That's why they're sometimes called zealots. The Duke nodded in agreement. Yeah, those zealots. We captured some suspicious individuals who had infiltrated the royal castle and were lurking around the Amarillis palace. One of them pleaded with me. Kill the wicked woman. I see. Ivan, who knew Arnold's excessive affection for Saint Mimilia, would find it difficult to answer, especially considering the possibility of Mimilia being involved in Claris's assassination. The novel briefly mentions the believers. They faced monsters with their lives on the line to protect the saint. However, they were killed like bugs. Mimilia mourned their deaths and, after becoming queen, erected a monument in the town center in their memory. I cast a stern gaze at the knights and asked coldly, "Your clothes are damaged, yet none of you are wounded." Several knights visibly trembled at my words. It's fine if they fought without getting injured, but it was clear they sustained damage, yet there were no wounds. Healing magic and potions must have treated their injuries. While some knights were knowledgeable about healing magic, it could, at best, stop bleeding. To completely heal wounds without a trace required advanced recovery potions or advanced recovery magic. Elder bowed deeply and replied with a quivering voice. We received treatment from Claris Sama. Ediardo Sama. This is something I wanted to do. I am afraid that I will be late returning home with the wounded, and I have reprimanded them for the laxity of the guarding. Claris tried to calm me down by not blaming the knights too much. However, this was a grave issue that concerned national defense. Claris, this is not a matter for you to reprimand them. We, the members of the Hardened Knights, sustained injuries from people who were neither soldiers nor knights. Do you knights realize that you are members of the Hardened Knights? One of the kneeling knights seemed to get irritated and raised his face, protesting. There were just too many of them. Even if we could defeat one, if several attacked us from behind, in a battlefield, there's no such thing as one-on-one challenges. It's a peaceful world now. As a result, unable to cope with an unfamiliar ambush, we were protected by the master we should be protecting. See, Claris Sama is a witch. If she's a witch, it's only natural for her to assist us. If it were the saint, she would speak more kindly to us, and not only wounds but she could have fixed our clothes perfectly. Fixing clothes too? How much is he relying on the saint? Even the saint cannot repair clothes. I want to smack some sense into this idiot who compares a saint to Claris without feeling gratitude for healing wounds. Then, Duke Crenham smiled and said with a smirk, in that case, I'll appoint you as the exclusive guard for the saint. Become a knight who serves the saint wholeheartedly. I won't acknowledge any other missions. Okay? Though he wore a cheerful smile. There was something dark about Duke Crinum. The knight, who was quite grateful, bowed deeply, but the current saint didn't pray at the temple or train in magic. In plain terms, she was just a baroness. I wondered how the knight would feel when he realized the saint's reality. Any other knights who want to serve the saint? Duke Crinum asked, tilting his head. Several knights eagerly raised their hands, while others kept their heads bowed. One of the knights who raised his hand asked Ivan next to him. "Hey, Ivan, you don't raise your hand." In response to the knight asking in a casual tone, possibly a contemporary, Ivan responded with a puzzled expression. "Why are you raising your hand?" "Well, because if you get involved with a wicked woman like this time, it won't end well, you know. By serving the saint, you'll receive more powerful magic healing and gentle treatment." "You shameless idiot to say such a thing boldly in this situation. Don't ever talk to me again." The knight, as if seeing something unbelievable, widened his eyes at Ivan's words. "Well, to anyone with a decent sense, this guy insulting a wicked woman in front of Claris is more unbelievable." In a pitiful tone, the knight said to Ivan, "You should live more wisely. There's more benefit in serving the saint exclusively, isn't there? Knights don't choose who to serve based on benefits." "You serious guy." Muttering almost like a spit, the knight turned his face away from Ivan. Those who unhesitatingly raised their hands to become exclusive to the saint were the ones who used to be Arnold's entourage at school. "Well, then, you guys head straight to the Monica Palace where the saint is staying." Monica Palace is right in front of Emilia Palace where Claris is staying. Emilia Palace was the palace where the saint 3 generations ago lived, and Monica Palace was the palace where the saint 2 generations ago lived. As the knights happily ran towards Monica Palace, which is next to Emilia Palace, Duke Crinum murmured, "Well, it's a good opportunity for them to learn about ideals and reality." Chapter 105, Subsequent Meeting Side. Ediardo. Emilia Palace, Conference Room. The room, once established as a venue for discussions among royal dignitaries and nobles by Saint Emilia, was adorned with a sturdy long table covered in a pure white tablecloth. Seated at the table were Claris, Adonis, Cornet, and myself. Whist and Sonia stood like statues, guarding the door. Servants promptly placed coffee on the table. As witnesses to the recent attack, representing the knights were Ivan and Elder. Also present was their direct superior, General Robert. Duke Crinum, looking at Claris, inquired, "Claris-chan, do you have any idea why the believers of the saint targeted you?" "I don't." "For some reason, they perceived me as a wicked woman causing harm to the saint." Claris explained the circumstances of the attack in response to Duke Crinum's question. Putting down my coffee on the saucer, I furrowed my brow. Part of the reason was the bitterness of the coffee, but I was also irritated by those individuals who rashly labeled her as a wicked woman. "I find it hard to believe they decide you're a wicked woman without any basis." As Duke Crinum muttered thoughtfully, I couldn't help but show a disgruntled expression and offer a rebuttal. "Even without any basis, there's a considerable possibility they'd brand her as a wicked woman. If the saint declares Claris a wicked woman, the believers will recognize her as such. Well, for them, that might serve as a basis." Duke Crinum nodded understandingly, speaking to me in a soothing tone. "Ugh, whenever this person talks, I still feel like a child." Adonis asked Claris, "Claris-sama, you haven't been bullying the saint, right?" "Far from bullying, I haven't even interacted with her." "That's right. While it makes sense if it were Natalie." "Could it be those believers mistook you for her sister?" "I can't completely deny that. Natalie, in fact, seemed to bully Mimilia, displaying behaviors akin to a wicked woman." Elder, looking somewhat uneasy, raised his hand with averted eyes. "There's something I'm a bit concerned about regarding the saint." "What is it?" "Elder Muller." I tilted my head in question, and after hesitating with his gaze wandering for a while, Elder opened his heavy mouth. "It's about when I tried to deliver the chief priest's message to the saint in her room." According to Elder, when he visited Mimilia's private room in Monica Palace, the door happened to be slightly ajar. Through the gap, he heard the saint's hysterical voice, and Elder, about to knock, refrained from doing so. "Claris, why does that woman always get to enjoy the good things?" "She's such an annoying woman. If she can't even play the villain properly, she should just die." Elder's expression looked sad, and he seemed to be in great pain. It must be hard to believe that there's such a dark side to the saint whom Arnold adores. Though I knew she had a quirky personality, I never thought Mimilia harbored such intense hatred towards Claris. Elder continued speaking. Consort tears seemed to be scolding the saint. She told her to become Arnold's consort, with you, Claris, as his queen, and to quietly stay away from society as a consort. Ah, that woman. No, Tears doesn't know when to give up. Even when Claris and I officially decided to get married, despite it being challenging to overturn a royal marriage, Tears is said to still oppose it. She wants Claris as a queen for Arnold. I can understand the desire to have Claris as a queen. Arnold probably has some unreliable aspects, and Tears, as a mother, wants a partner who can compensate for her son's shortcomings. Claris is modest and possesses the wisdom to read the atmosphere. Having met the real Claris at the ball, Tears probably liked her even more. Moreover, Arnold himself seems to have feelings for Claris, boldly confessing his feelings at the ball, right after declaring his true love to Mimilia. He's such a painful guy, even though he's my younger brother. However, various factors have accumulated, and there's a significant possibility that Mimilia's jealousy has turned into murderous intent. Her envisioned heroine life has been completely disrupted. Concerned, Claris peered into Elder's face and asked, "Are you sure it's okay for you, His Highness Arnold's confidant, to report such matters?" "Confidant. I am honored to be valued by Arnold Sama, but we are, in essence, knights in service to the royal family." Surprising. I had always assumed that the characters known as the Four Guardian were strongly bound by friendship with Arnold, but it seems the situation differs from the novel. Adonis chuckled. Jealousy towards Claris Sama. Next, Mimilia might get abducted by demons and become their comrade, considering the negativity she harbors, right? The saint becoming a comrade of demons? I don't want to think about that. However, if Mimilia were an ordinary girl with abundant magical power, there might be that possibility. But could the saint really become a comrade of demons? As if reading my thoughts, Duke Krillam answered. The saint should harbor an enormous power of the goddess within her. Since the power of the goddess and dark magic are incompatible, Mimilia won't become a comrade of demons. Thank goodness. If that eccentric saint were to become a demon's comrade, it would lead to an unimaginable chemical reaction and be too terrifying. Though it's confirmed she won't become a comrade of demons, it's still abominable to let believers eliminate interference. If Claris weren't powerful enough to be called White Purple Witch, she would have likely been killed by the believers. That saint has completely strayed from the right path. She has undoubtedly fallen into darkness. I will never forgive Mimilia Bordel. Ivan seized the moment to speak. This time, I received help from Claris Sama and am deeply grateful, but at the same time, I keenly feel my inadequacy. I've been training all along, but I believe somewhere in my heart, I've been complacent about being one of the Four Guardian. The earnest Ivan wore a frustrated expression. Elder, seemingly agreeing with his comrade, nodded. Both of them had been training diligently since losing to me. What they lack is experience. It would be good if Ive and Gerd, who are not present here, also put in a similar effort. Their immediate superior, General Robert, lowered his head to the table as if bowing deeply and said, "As an opportunity from this incident, I wish to make significant changes to the training regimen of the Hardened Knights. I intend to prepare a more rigorous training program than before. Could you submit that training program to me later?" Despite Robert's surprise at my words, he nodded willingly. Since the general himself might have become a bit too accustomed to peace, I'll need to check the training content with my own eyes. Cornet took a breath and then looked at me. So, what should we do about the captured believers? Currently, the believers captured by Claris binding magic were confined in the underground dungeon of the royal castle. To prevent them from committing suicide, they were gagged, bound, and blindfolded to prevent them from understanding the castle's layout. I finished my coffee, took a moment to breathe, and then spoke. I want to confirm whether there's truly evidence that those believers decided Claris was a wicked woman because of the saint. Based on that, their treatment will be determined, and, if necessary, an investigation will be conducted. In response to my words, Cornet shrugged. There's no need for an investigation. They only obey the saint's words. It's unlikely that other nobles are involved. Arms crossed, I furrowed my brow. There's no evidence that the saint ordered the believers. They'll never talk, either. Then Adonis, with his flawless beauty, displayed a slightly chilly smile. Those kinds of people will bite their tongues if you try torture. In such cases, you should do the opposite. Everyone present blinked at Adonis's words. If torture is ineffective, you should be kind. The more a person is trapped, the more he or she will try to seek help. Chapter 106. Those who believe are saved. One-sided Ediardo. Step, 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 step. 3 sets of footsteps echoed in the underground dungeon of the royal castle. I, accompanied by the Crinim siblings, walked through the stone corridor. Although it was a dark path, we didn't use the light-amplifying magic stones this time. Instead, each of us carried a lantern. For prisoners who hadn't seen sunlight for a long time, the light from the magic stones was quite harsh. At the end of the corridor, we could see 3 men and women captured in a cell. One was a young woman, another a slightly larger middle-aged man with a shaved head, and the third was a skinny man who seemed both young and old. All of them were clad in tattered clothes, suggesting they were residents of a slum or a poor village. The 3 individuals were bound with ropes, wearing gags, and blindfolded. They couldn't move or speak. Their expressions vividly displayed their despair in a situation where they were not allowed to move or see anything. Adonis Crinim spoke gently to them, trying to reassure the captives. "We've come to rescue you." The believers, who had been hanging their heads, suddenly looked up. Turning their faces in the direction of the voice, they furrowed their brows in confusion. Adonis spoke to alleviate their suspicions with a soft tone. "Although I'm not part of your organization, I deeply believe in the saint just like you. I was moved by your actions, so I came to help." Quite the performance. Placing a hand on his chest, Adonis looked genuinely convincing, resembling a true believer. Well, the 3 with blindfolds wouldn't be able to see his convincing act. Adonis opened the cell and removed the blindfolds and gags from the female believer. She appeared to be around the same age as us. The woman, who could finally see, blinked several times and rubbed her eyes. After a while, she recognized Adonis, who was directly in front of her, and took a sharp breath. His beauty, illuminated by a small lamp, stood out more than usual. The female believer stared at Adonis, seemingly captivated by his appearance. "You're also a believer of the saint?" "Yes, I am a believer in the saint." With a sincere gaze, Adonis made the woman blush. The power of a handsome man is formidable. She didn't seem to doubt Adonis's words, as she gazed at him with a fascinated expression. Next, Daisy removed the blindfolds from the male believers. Even she, with her glasses off, directed a beautiful smile toward them. The male believers, who should have been unwavering believed to the saint, were also captivated by the beautiful girl. In the dim underground dungeon, illuminated by the light of the lamps, the Crinim siblings looked fantastically beautiful. By the way, I had deeply pulled down my hood, blending into the background as their companion. Adonis asked the female believer, "What's your name?" "I'm Wanza." It seems she doesn't have a last name. Depending on the village, some people don't have surnames. In cases where such individuals work in the royal capital, the name of their village becomes their surname. "Which village are you from?" "I'm from Naveline village." "Then, you're Wanza Naveline." "I'm Adonis. Nice to meet you." When Adonis extended his hand, Wanza, the female believer, shook hands hesitantly, her face still flushed. Daisy also asked the 2 male believers, "I'm Daisy, could you tell me your names?" Tilting their heads, their appearance exuded a cuteness rivaling that of an idol from my previous life. Naturally, the 2 male believers blushed, and their stern expressions softened. The middle-aged man with a shaved head spoke his name. "I am Tude Navelin." "I am Sleet Navelin." The slender man also quickly introduced himself. The 3 of them seemed to be from the same village, not related by blood. Daisy smiled warmly and shook hands with Tude and Sleet. Somehow, the 2 male believers started to look like idol fans. Wanza, Tude, and Sleet. Huh? Moreover, their surname is Navelin. It seems like the numbers 1, 2, 3 are derived from their names. It feels like the author randomly assigned names to typical background characters. I spoke to the believers in that manner, Come this way. There's a secret room in the royal castle. Ah, who are you? As Wanzo inquired about me, I removed my hood, smiled warmly, and answered. I can't reveal my name for now, but I'm a member of the royal family and a believer in the saint. What? A member of the royal family is also a believer? Don't tell me you're Prince Arnold. No, Prince Arnold is not a believer, he is the chosen hero by the saint. Oh, right. Prince Arnold is the lover of the saint. The person chosen as the saint's partner becomes the hero, right? Arnold isn't a crown prince yet. Well, I'll skip that for now since disrupting their excitement would derail the conversation. According to what I've heard, the village where the three live is in a considerably remote area. Understandably, they don't know much about the royal family since information is challenging to convey in such mountain villages. After taking a slight breath, I addressed the believers, who were starting to become lively. The royal castle has a secret room, so please hide there for a while. Later, I'll escort you to the saint. Ah really? Excitedly clenching her fists, Wanza seemed to be in high spirits. The other believers were the same. See, can we really meet the saint? Is it possible to see her up close while still alive? Overwhelmed with emotion, the three of them were on the verge of tears as they listened. I smirked slightly, probably wearing the cold smile of a villain prince. Well, even if they see my expression, it's unlikely that the tearful believers can interpret it. As a finishing touch, I praised the believers. I believe the saint is deeply moved by your devoted efforts. I'll also recommend you. You are the ones worthy of being guardians by the saint's side! Exclamation mark. Thinking I was the saint's representative, they kneeled, clasped their hands, and began to pray. They believed me more easily than I had imagined, so I was out of the loop. Well, to the believers overwhelmed with gratitude, my expression probably remained unseen. It was unexpectedly easy for them to believe, leaving me somewhat dumbfounded. Maybe they are naturally trusting and easily deceived. I never thought there would be someone more gullible than my mother. In general, a stranger without any benefits would never sneak past rigorous security to rescue them. Not even their fellow believers showed any signs of coming to their aid. This is also thanks to the saint. Wanzo expressed her gratitude to the absent saint, offering words of thanks and prayers to them. We must have looked like saviors. Without any doubts, they followed us. Chapter 107. Those who believe are saved. Two-sided Ediardo. Hardin Castle, North Tower. The North Tower is where nobles suspected of committing crimes are confined. Once their guilt is confirmed, they are transferred from this room to the dungeon below. In an unusual turn of events, the three were released from the underground prison and guided to the North Tower. The room on the first floor was the smallest in the tower and hadn't been used for years. Although it had been neglected, for them, who were poor, it was still a luxurious room. As if in a dream, they sat on the sofa, sipped warm tea brought by Adonis and Daisy, and munched on tea cookies. Is it true that Claris, the first prince's fiancée, is a villain harming the saint? I find it hard to believe. Adonis, who had heard the believer's story, expressed a bewildered look. Wanza Mavelin, the female believer, opened her eyes wide and raised her voice. Believe it. We must kill that woman for the sake of justice. At Wanza's words, I secretly clenched my fist. What is justice? They're just trying to kill an innocent woman with all their might. After stealing a glance at me, trying to maintain a poker face, Adonis asked Wanza, if you do something like that without any evidence, you'll be seen as nothing more than a murderer. Why are you so convinced that she's a villain? Well, I was told not to tell anyone. As Wanza began to speak, the bald believer, Tood, tried to stop her. Daisy, looking concerned, spoke to the three. Could it be that you're being deceived by bad people? Claris-sama is a very kind and beautiful person. Upon hearing those words, the female believer vigorously shook her head and slammed the table with both hands. Her eyes, looking at us from above, were bloodshot, as if possessed by an evil spirit. No, it's you who are being deceived. That woman is a villain. Her very existence is a sin. She's a being that must not be allowed to live. I don't want to keep you guys alive. I want to kill you right now. What does it even mean for an existence itself to be evil? I don't even know how much effort Claris put in to avoid becoming evil. Exercising full self-restraint, I suppressed the rapidly surging intent to kill and closed my eyes to listen to her plea. Following Wanza, Tude, the bald believer, also appealed. It was none other than the saint herself who appealed to us. Please, we want you to help us, to protect us from Clarice. Charlotte. Really? The saint herself appealed to you? Daisy covered her cheeks with both hands, letting out a slightly exaggerated surprised voice. Another male believer, a small and skinny guy named Sleet, nodded vigorously and said firmly, "There's no mistake. If the saint were a fake, the priest wouldn't have guided us to the temple." I've admired the saint's noble face from afar. How could such a beautiful woman be called anything other than a saint? I see. Thank you for letting us know. Daisy looked at Sleet with a very serious gaze, lightly clasping her hands. Hey, dude, don't get all mushy because a beautiful girl touched you. What happened to the beautiful saint? If you're claiming to be a devout believer of the saint, you should show a bit more determination. However, with this, Mimilia has spread the word among the believers that Claris is a villain. That's their basis. Let's have the believers here receive the first stage punishment. Adonis, guide the three to the saint. She should not have trustworthy maids or servants by her side yet. Yes, indeed. It seems that Arnold Sama has been looking for them, but they are not easy to find. Most of the maids and servants serving the royal palace are from noble families or relatives. No matter how much of a saint she is, they wouldn't want to serve a baroness who rose from the commoners without proper manners. If she had at least led a clean and righteous life as a saint, regardless of her status, people would respect and want to serve her. I believe that we, will serve the saint wholeheartedly. Any kind of miscellaneous work is fine. We want to be of service to the saint. Me too. I'll do anything for the saint. Well, they'll do anything. They're the ones willing to murder for the sake of the saint. Taking care of them is always an option, but before that, I'll make them realize for whose sake they were willing to commit sins. I made the three believers change from their tattered clothes to maid outfits and servant uniforms. Led by Adonis, the three left the room with high spirits. While Adonis and Daisy watched the believers heading towards Monica Palace through the window, the door to the adjacent room opened. Cornet entered and somewhat exasperatedly spoke to me. Wasn't it unnecessary to send them to the saint? The image of the saint they had in mind will be shattered into pieces, you know? It's my way of making them confront the reality of what they believed in. Perhaps it would have been better for them if they were killed right away. I almost had my precious fiancé killed. I won't forgive that easily. They should take a good look at the person they tried so hard to protect. The deeper someone is drowned in faith, the more they fantasize about the saint. Those who saw Mimilia as she is now will likely taste the despair of being thrown into the abyss. Cornet's expression darkened slightly. However, while I could get them to confess, it'll be challenging to present them as witnesses in judgment. Yeah. They chatted away in front of Adonis and the others, but at the judgment, they won't mention Mimilia's name even if they die. Regrettably, there's no recording device in this world. It seems I'll need to develop one with Cornet in the future. As long as there's a possibility of the demons attacking. It's not reliable, but we can't ignore Mimilia's power. If it were me, I'd dispose of anyone trying to kill my fiancé by any means necessary. Of course, I don't intend to forgive Mimilia, but before that, we have to make use of the power she possesses. Whether we like it or not, you have that kind of quality. It's fit for a king. What kind of quality are you talking about? The opponent is the demon tribe, you know? Mimilia is an unforgivable existence, but we can't ignore the power she possesses. The more ways to defeat the demons, the better. I said to Cornet with a cold voice, from now on, I'll consider Mimilia not as a human but as a weapon. If I don't, I might want to strangle her just by seeing that face. Later, I heard from Daisy. Mimilia, who had visited Monica Palace with the three believers led by Adonis, seemed to have happily smiled upon seeing Adonis. The believers were captivated by her lovely smile at first. However, wow, Adonis Sama brought these servants for me? Okay. If it's Adonis' selection, I'll hire them. The believers seemed to be puzzled by the saint's mysterious words. They whispered, "What's okay?" Adonis' selection? Mimilia Bordol easily appointed the three believers as her exclusive servants, perhaps due to Adonis introducing them and her interest in him. However, Adonis-sama, how about having tea with me alone? No. I'm called by my father later. Just a little bit. Hey, it's fine, right? The believers rolled their eyes at Mimilia, who, with Adonis's arm around her, cooed like a cat. The knights who volunteered to be Mimilia's guards, also invited by Duke Crenham, witnessed this. Ignoring her lover Arnold, she flirted with another man in front of the knights. Is it a lie? The saint has Prince Arnold as her lover, right? Oh, isn't that just like a harlot? Then, at that moment, Mimilia seemed to notice the presence of the guard knights and said with a frown, "Hey, you guys, get out of the way, don't just stand there daydreaming, go do the outside watch or something. I'm going to have a private conversation with Adonis-sama." Wow, it seems that only now did they realize that their choice was wrong. It's understandable. Claris, whom they labeled as a villain, was much more virtuous, and she had a firm stance as the prince's fiancée. Be knights who wholeheartedly serve the saint. I won't acknowledge any other missions. Understand? Now, in the knights' minds, the words of the Steel Prime Minister would likely echo like a curse. Even if they despise it, quitting service to the saint is impossible, and the believers, feeling despair at the sight of the saint's figure, which was far from their ideals, would be forced to work like slaves. Chapter 108. Brief rest time. Sighed Claris. My name is Claris Charlotte. I am the fiancée of the first prince of the Hardin Kingdom, Ediardo Hardin, and our marriage has been decided upon after graduating from the academy last month. As the future first prince's princess, I followed the custom and went to the temple. There, as a member of the royal family, I pledged to contribute to the country under the guidance of the goddess July. Welcome, Claris. When I entered the chapel, I felt like I heard a beautiful woman's voice, but was it just my imagination? For an imagination, the voice lingers too realistically. After offering my prayers, the chief priest overseeing the temple appeared in front of me, and he said something outrageous. This is an oracle, please listen. Renounce the foolish marriage with Prince Ediardo Hardin. Instead, become Arnold-sama's bride. The marriage between me and Ediardo-sama, already decided by His Majesty the King, was to be dissolved, he said. I felt distrust towards the chief priest, who acted as if he were a god. I respectfully decline that matter. Of course, I promptly refused. However, the chief priest seemed to believe that I reluctantly engaged with Ediardo-sama and said something unbelievable. If necessary, create a situation that forces you to break off the engagement. What do you mean? If Prince Ediardo becomes a criminal, you can break off the engagement without hesitation. I feel nauseous when I recall it now. To think that such a person is the chief priest. This time, I declined without courtesy. I had already lost any desire to respect the other party. The chief priest's intimidating face as he glared at me at that time is burned into my memory. I don't care what happens. That hateful, eerie voice didn't seem like that of a clergyman at all. On the way back from the temple visit, I was attacked by the saint's believers. For a moment, I wondered if the chief priest's words were related to this. However, it seems that the attack was ordered by Mimilia, unrelated to the chief priest's statement. Later, the believers I captured were released and began serving Mimilia. According to rumors, the believers who were taken in by her were being tossed around by Mimilia's whims. I also witnessed female believers traveling back and forth between the royal castle and the Monaco Palace multiple times. Come to think of it, some of the knights who became the saint's exclusive guards under Duke Crenham's intervention, or was it? Had visited Emilia Palace. Please help us. We want to serve the pure saint, not that commoner-born selfish baroness. Please, let us become Claris-sama's exclusive guards. They seem to have completely forgotten what they said to me. Truly, what auspicious people they are. Although Ediardo-sama, who happened to be there, smiled and said, Claris has no authority in personnel matters. Requests like that should be directed to Oliver Crenham or Adonis Crenham, who have personnel authority! Naturally, Duke Crenham, who declared that he would not accept anything other than being the saint's exclusive, would not accept the pleas of the three. It seems they also sought help from Adonis-senpai, but they received only cold glares as if they were trash. There was some turmoil like that. But after the temple visit, relatively peaceful days continued. Now, we will practice clear lightning. Centered around Professor George's, special training in fusion magic has begun, and among the students, there were also Ivan and Elder. Ivan mastered clear lightning in 3 days. Elder took about a week, I think. By the way, George's achieved it in a day, and Ediardo-sama mastered it in half a day, so those two are extraordinary, aren't they? Huh? Me? It took me 2 weeks to master clear lightning. I'm not particularly skilled in light attack magic. Even though George's said I learned it faster than other magicians, I'm more skilled in fire attack magic. If possible, I want to learn about clear flame, a combination of fire magic and purification magic. But the Book of Clear Flame should be in a dungeon somewhere in the neighboring country just on the isolated island of the Pian Ruins. In the novel, the protagonist Arnold, with the heroine Mimilia and the Four Guardian, challenges the Pian Ruins and obtains the hero's sword. It would be nice if they could also get the Book of Clear Flame at that time, but it's hard to ask Arnold and Mimilia for that favor. Maybe I should ask one of the Four Guardian, like Elder. If Ivan explains the situation, he might go and get it. However, those people don't seem to have any intention of going on an adventure. It's only through such adventures that the protagonist, heroine, and Four Guardian are supposed to grow. What was the trigger for them to go on an adventure in the novel? I put my hippocampus to work to recall my memories. Oh right. I remember. Mimilia has nightmares. She repeatedly dreams of the Hardin Kingdom being attacked by a horde of monsters. Tormented by ominous premonitions, she goes to the temple and seeks help from the god Jury. Goddess, I have repeatedly dreamt of the Hardin Kingdom being attacked by monsters. Is this an oracle from the goddess? What should I do? Then, Goddess July responds, go to the Pian Ruins. Obtain the sword to defeat the demons. Accumulate battle experience, and strengthen your power. In RPG terms, it means challenging a difficult dungeon and simply raising experience points. It seems Goddess July doesn't easily give out cheat-like powers. Although she provides an outstanding energy that can exhibit tremendous power, you have to obtain the skills to use that energy through your efforts. In RPGs, it wouldn't be interesting if the main character were the strongest from the beginning. Although in the world of novels, some protagonists are incredibly strong from the start, the goddess of this world seems to dislike such things. However, with that being the case, the likelihood of that group going on an adventure to raise experience points is extremely low. According to Ediardo-sama, Prince Arnold is quite diligent unlike Mimilia, and practices with the Four Guardian in the castle's magic training ground, goes to the nearby forest to subjugate monsters, and gradually strengthens his abilities as a hero. But I still think it's better for them to go on an adventure and to various experiences. Claris, what's wrong? You have a gloomy face. On that day, Ediardo-sama and I were spending a fleeting rest time in my room at Emilia Palace. In our busy days, the time to leisurely drink tea during such limited moments was very precious to us. Well, I'm thinking about what would happen if we could obtain the Book of Clear Flame in the Pian Ruins. Yeah. Ideally, dungeons like those should be challenged by hero and saint, but those two don't seem likely to go on an adventure. That's true. I sighed before taking a bite of a cookie. This cookie, which I ate for the first time during a tea party with Ediardo-sama, has now become my favorite. If push comes to shove, we might have to go get it ourselves. When Ediardo-sama muttered that, there was an unusually hurried knocking sound on the door. Upon calling to enter, a female maid, looking pale, reported to us. I hereby report to your highness the first prince and Clarice Charlotte-sama the Marquis's daughter. His Majesty the King passed away just now. Your Highness Ediardo, please return to the royal castle immediately. Chapter 109, The King's Death. And sighed Claris, the King's death. It happened suddenly without any signs of illness. Last night, His Majesty the King spent the night with his favorite dancer. The enchanting and beautiful dancer conveyed a message to the guards stationed outside her door the next morning. It is a message from His Majesty the King. Due to fatigue today, he has requested not to be disturbed until noon. The attendant who heard the dancer's message visited the king's chamber at noon and called out to His Majesty. However, as there was no response, the attendant approached and peered into the face of the motionless king, whose eyes remained wide open. In a panic, the chief court magician and the court pharmacist were summoned, only to find that the king had already passed away. Ediardo-sama, upon hearing the entire report from the butler, seemed visibly shocked, covering his eyes with his right hand as if to conceal tears about to spill. I rose from my seat and embraced him from behind. To think that the audience we had would be the last. I wanted to have a leisurely conversation, not as king and prince, but as father and son. Eddie. Sorry, I'll recover in a bit. You don't have to force yourself to recover. You've lost your father. No, I can't just keep crying. Unlike me, Ediardo-sama was loved by his father. While everyone praised Prince Arnold, His Majesty the King treated his sons equally. For Ediardo-sama, who hadn't had a chance to have a slow conversation since the memories of his past life returned, his father's sudden death was quite a shock. Even though he lost a family member, Ediardo-sama didn't seem to feel like mourning. I could only offer my support to him in his grief. Section. Ediardo-sama, true to his declaration, left Emilia Palace with a resolute attitude as if nothing had happened. After about an hour, as his future wife, I also headed towards the royal castle with him. Upon hearing the news of the king's death and rushing over, Whist and Sonia were waiting outside. They followed us as guards. When we arrived at the royal castle, Curtis, an attendant, was waiting in the lobby. Prince Arnold has already headed to the king's bedroom. Before Curtis could finish his sentence, I slapped him on the head, comparing Ediardo-sama even in such a situation. Really, no way. How dare you, a marquis, be so violent? Be quiet. I silenced Curtis, who was about to protest, with a single word and a glare. Whist, Sonia, and Curtis waited in front of the king's bedroom. Only Ediardo-sama and I were allowed to meet with His Majesty. In the king's chamber were Duke Crenham, General Robert, the chief court magician, and the court pharmacist. Beside the late king's bed were Prince Arnold, who held the king's hand, Mimilia, who was dramatically crying by his side, and Consort Tears, who was also loudly sobbing. Both of them were remarkably emphasizing their grief. Why did father pass away? Ediardo-sama asked the court pharmacist standing nearby, who responded with an indescribable expression. Poison. He drank poison? No, he did not drink it. It seems the poison was directly injected into his body through a needle into a blood vessel. Something like a syringe, right? While syringes exist in this world, they aren't widely used in medical treatment. Typically, issues are resolved through oral administration or magical healing. Syringes in this world are often used in experiments and are also commonly employed in the preparation of medicines. To think it would be used for assassination, the court pharmacist muttered in a dismayed tone. In my previous life, I had seen such a method in dramas, but in this world, it was an extremely rare occurrence. Currently, the dancer who had been frequenting His Majesty's room is missing. It seems that last year when she was invited to the royal castle as a dancer for the ball, His Majesty took a liking to her. According to the guards, the dancer was summoned by His Majesty as usual last night. Unlike other times when she would spend the day until noon, she unusually returned home early on that day. Duke Crenham whispered to us. I was against inviting an unknown dancer into the room, but His Majesty was infatuated with her. It seems his fondness for women became his downfall. It's an inconvenient cause of death that can't be easily disclosed to the public. The assassination might be announced, but the fact that the culprit was the lover, the dancer, might be concealed. Consort Tears, instead of being angry at her unfaithful husband, was just crying, seemingly saddened. She might consider infidelity a commonplace thing for the royal family. If anything, she might have married for power rather than love. Duke Crenham further lowered his voice. If it were media, she might have been angry while crying. After all, she truly loved King His Majesty. She didn't want him to take a consort. Still, due to the position of queen, it seems she kept those feelings hidden. That's right. No matter how common polygamy is in this world, Having the one you love show favoritism to someone else is not a good feeling. Even though I interacted with Consort Tears as a friend, internally, it must have been quite complicated for her. The queen was continuously fed a small amount of poison by the physician introduced by Consort Tears. Thanks to the panacea she ingested, her body had completely recovered. However, to deceive Consort Tears and the nobles supporting her, she continued to pretend to be bedridden. Consort Tears, wiping her tears, asked Duke Crenham with upturned eyes. Duke Crenham, is it impossible for Queen to come here? Consort Tears, I've just received urgent news from the chief pharmacist. It seems the Queen's condition has suddenly worsened. Oh, no, how could this happen? After a surprised exclamation at Duke Crenham's report, Tears put a handkerchief to her eyes. But for a moment, I didn't miss the fact that her red lips twitched upwards. It was just a moment, so no one else seemed to notice. I shivered. Did she laugh? Upon hearing that the Queen was critically ill, she laughed just now, didn't she? Suddenly, I felt taps on my shoulders and flinched. Duke Crenham was the one who tapped my shoulders. He usually had a smiling face, but today, his expression seemed serene. He signaled us to move to the adjacent room. He seemed to have sent a similar signal to Ediardo, and we decided to quietly leave the scene. Prime Minister's office. The room was very simple, with nothing but a reception set and a desk. Well, there were large portraits of someone who appeared to be Daisy when she was young displayed prominently on the walls. Extreme parental indulgence. Duke Crenham, with his hands clasped behind his back, informed Ediardo while gazing out the window. Eddie, it seems your situation is taking a turn for the worse. Chapter 110, The Villain Prince and the Steel Prime Minister. One side. Claris. Eddie, it seems your situation is taking a turn for the worse. Situation? Tears-chan is determined to place her son on the throne at all costs. So, she resorted to forceful means. What forceful means refers to is already self-evident. When entering the castle, even a dancer must undergo a body check. The fact that no objections were raised at that point means the poison was obtained within the castle. Consort Tears, pretending to be a close friend, is someone who would poison the queen. Moreover, there's a high possibility she possesses the poison concocted by pharmacist Burton. I felt like holding my head. In novels, the king didn't die from poisoning, it was a natural death. Moreover, the time of death was early. Why did Consort Tears resort to such forceful means? Ediardo asked Duke Crenham inquisitively. Why did Tears resort to forceful means coming here? Many influential nobles are still on Arnold's side, and, above all, the temple supports him. At this point, Arnold should have been more advantageous. Even though the impression of Ediardo among many nobles changed at the previous king's audience, there were still more nobles supporting Prince Arnold. The nobles allied with Tears were likely bound by interests rather than Arnold's abilities. Duke Crenham, still looking out of the window, began to speak. The king had absolute trust in me. One day, while dining together, he confided in me. He wanted you to become the crown prince. Father, at the recent king's audience, comparing your and Arnold's words and behavior, he felt the difference in talent. He seemed convinced that you would be a king who could protect the country. I agree with His Majesty. I think you are more suitable to be the king of this country. The king had acknowledged Ediardo-sama's abilities. Ediardo-sama probably wanted to hear it directly from his father. Duke Crenham continued the conversation. Some people overheard our conversation. The guards protecting us, the maids, and the head butler were present there. If I had known that His Majesty was going to talk about the Crown Prince, I would have sent them away. It seemed His Majesty was pleased with your growth more than usual and ended up getting drunk. Normally, the king wouldn't casually mention the Crown Prince in public. However, seeing his son, who had been a source of concern, grow into the reliable figure, made him happy. And so, perhaps what he had kept hidden in his heart unintentionally slipped out. We immediately imposed a gag order, but it seems Tears-chan got wind of it in the end. I think someone present there was communicating with Tears-chan. Tears would have been furious knowing father's words. The king became an obstacle to her dream of becoming the mother of the king. So, did she kill him? Presumably, The dancer was an assassin. She seduced the king, creating a situation where she could kill him anytime. Having heard the conversation between King His Majesty and Duke Crenham, Consort Tears ordered the dancer to kill the king. That smile wasn't just my imagination after all. She succeeded in getting the development she wanted. A momentary joy must have appeared on her face. I knew there was no love for King His Majesty, but intentionally giving a lover to the king as a side consort. Well, it's a common story where a queen, no longer favored, assigns a young girl to the king to protect her position. Now that His Majesty the King has passed away, Consort Tears will mobilize all her allied nobles and probably support Prince Arnold to become the king. I don't care what happens next. Suddenly, I recall the words of the chief priest. Those words might have been referring to the current situation. Ediardo-sama, there's a possibility that Consort Tears might falsely accuse you of assassinating His Majesty. When I visited the temple before, the chief priest told me to get engaged to Prince Arnold. If Ediardo-sama becomes a criminal, Tears can easily break off the engagement without any qualms. I reported, and Duke Crenham nodded several times as if to say it was expected. Yeah, that chief priest is receiving plenty of loans from Tears. I think he'll listen to anything Tears says, he added while rubbing his chin. Ah, the corrupt priest obsessed with money. Duke Crenham continued. The first prince has ambitions for the throne, so the plan might be to spread rumors that he killed the king and make the disappearing dancer, who created the situation, confess, stating it was on Ediardo-sama's orders to poison. Something like that. Since I visited the temple, this plan has been quietly advancing. Both Consort Tears and the chief priest committed outrageous acts without hesitation. However, Ediardo-sama calmly spoke without showing any signs of agitation. For now, I plan to declare that I'm renouncing the throne. If I assert that I have no ambitions here, we can avoid a family feud, and it will be difficult for Tears to falsely accuse me. Without a motive to kill the king, it should become less likely. Are you okay with that? I never intended to ascend to the throne in the first place. I was thinking of focusing on national defense to protect what my father and mother had built. Regrettably, I won't be able to do that anymore. If Arnold becomes the king, I assume I'll be kept away from political intervention. Ediardo-sama muttered with a slightly lonely expression, and I felt a frustrating emotion welling up inside me. As one of the royal family, Ediardo-sama had been thinking about protecting the country. It's truly frustrating that people who refuse to acknowledge that are rising to power, but I guess that's the nature of power struggles. Ultimately, those who are bound by more interests end up at the top, but it can't be helped. The protagonists of this world are Arnold and Mimilia. As villains, we were supposed to exit the stage. At that moment, Duke Crenham spoke with a cold tone. With my power, I can send that woman to the executioner's block anytime. Want me to do it? What a scary statement. That woman refers to Consort Tears, right? This confirms him as the Steel Minister. His lines feel terrifyingly contradictory to his usual gentle smile. However, Ediardo-sama, as expected, calmly responded with a composed tone. Duke, the curse caster hasn't been caught yet, right? To corner Tears, we need the testimony of the curse caster. Even if you were to imprison the chief court magician and force him to undo the spell without sleep for 10 days, I think it's possible. Once the curse is broken, Barton will confess soon enough. Oh, please don't say such frightening things. Spare the elderly chief court mage. Moreover, the way he's talking, it's questionable whether the curse can be lifted. You can also search Tears-chan and her associates' rooms with some pretext, you know? She must have poison hidden somewhere. Some fabricated reason. I wonder what kind of reason you're planning. Even if evidence of poison is found in Tears' room, at this point, I think she'll believe she was framed by Duke Crenham. What kind of reason? What kind of reason are they planning to fabricate? If it's evidence of poison, they would have already taken care of it. Oh, but even if they were to dispose of it, they can't just throw it in the trash, and even asking someone to throw it far away is difficult because the servants undergo a body check at the entrance of the royal castle. If it comes to a situation where false charges are brought against Ediardo-sama, Duke Grinam will undoubtedly use every means to send Consort tears to the executioner's block. Well, it's both reassuring and scary. I truly thought from the bottom of my heart that it was fortunate that this person was an ally. However, Ediardo-sama shook his head at Duke Grinam's proposal. If, by any chance, we send tears to the executioner's block with some pretext, you'll be resented by the hero, Arnold. My younger brother is unaware of how wicked his mother is. Even if poison is found in Tears' room, at this point, I believe she'll think she was framed by Duke Grinam. Personally, I'd like to erase the existence of the hero altogether. When dealing with the demonic race, we can't eliminate both the saint and the hero. Ediardo-sama spoke with an especially firm tone. Chapter 111, The Villain Prince and the Steel Prime Minister. Two-side Claris. If Ediardo-sama were an inexperienced young man without the revival of his memories from his previous life, he might have acted as Duke Grinam suggested. The current Ediardo-sama, however, faced the seasoned politician who had manipulated the Harden Kingdom with confidence, expressing his opinions clearly without hesitation. Duke Grinam let out a sigh as if dealing with a rebellious child. Your dad was a bit more straightforward, you know. Seems like he's pouting a bit. Rather than reacting like a father, he's more like a child. One of the reasons he's called a tanuki behind the scenes might be because of his ever-changing impressions. Arnold is still young, so there are narrow-minded and inexperienced aspects to him. Young? You're the same age as your younger brother, right? Yes, well, that's true. For you, with memories from your previous life, you might feel older, but from my perspective, you're still quite green. Despite his cute youthful appearance, being told such a thing, it seems Duke Grinam is around his mid-40s, and Ediardo-sama, with memories from his previous life, is in his early 30s. So it's true that he's still quite young. Ediardo-sama had a complex smile at that moment. Before my memories were restored, I was truly hopeless. The Duke probably knows, but back then, I was extremely foolish. I looked down on commoners and bared my fangs at him who was walking with inferiority from being the younger brother. I didn't admit my flaws and gave up on making an effort. He was talking about Ediardo-sama before his memories were revived. During that time, Ediardo-sama was indeed a foolish prince, just like in the original novel. I was so inadequate that he began to think he had no choice but to become king, and he worked hard enough to make his blood boil. Although there are still areas where he falls short, I believe he will become a good king who serves the people. I don't think there's any problem with Arnold himself. It's the role of subjects to support the areas where the king falls short. However, I think it would be better to erase Tears-chan. At this point, what if we give the saint a new lover? That would become the hero, and it wouldn't be a problem in terms of military strength, right? That saint is fickle, but I don't think she'll easily give up the position of Arnold's lover. Besides, she can't accept me becoming king and having Claris as the queen. She's the woman who tried to use followers to kill Claris. Mimilia, who knows the contents of the novel, is aware that Arnold is the protagonist. If things go as in the original novel, he will become the king. While it's not certain that events will unfold exactly as in the novel, some parts are going according to the plot. In reality, too, the dominant narrative is that Arnold is in a favorable position. Mimilia, knowing that Arnold is the protagonist, would assume a high possibility of him becoming king. Mimilia wouldn't easily let go of her position as the protagonist's lover. Moreover, even if the hero chosen by the saint gains holy powers, skills, techniques, and abilities are not granted, those must be obtained through one's efforts. If a new hero is born, they will have to start from scratch, and it's not guaranteed that they'll surpass the current level of Lord Arnold. In terms of swordsmanship alone, Whist is currently the strongest. Still, when it comes to a battle using both magic and swordsmanship, Ediardo-sama and Prince Arnold are stronger. These two, being the protagonist and antagonist, possess extraordinary power and are making efforts to utilize that power. Well, for now, It seems Ediardo-sama is stronger. Arnold seems quite frustrated with losing to me. He's secretly engaging in rigorous training. Also, I've heard reports from General Robert that he's exterminating monsters in the nearby forest with the Four Guardian. He's steadily gaining strength as a hero, and I don't want that effort to go to waste. Well, I can understand that, but that kid wouldn't stand a chance against even the captain class of the Hardened Knights, all gathered together. If he continues training and gaining combat experience nearby when the hero's power awakens, he'll become an unmatched force. But what do you plan to do if Arnold becomes king? I intend to go on a journey. A journey? Duke Grinham tilted his head cutely, like a squirrel. In reality, he's a demon disguised as a squirrel. However, if someone were to falsely accuse Ediardo-sama, he would immediately send Consort tears to the execution block. According to the prophetic dream I saw, Arnold will temporarily suspend his school and embark on a training journey with the Saint and the Four Guardian. There, he'll improve his skills and obtain the legendary sword. You see detailed prophetic dreams. If I've seen such a prophetic dream, what can I do? Ediardo-sama had been explaining to Duke Grinham about the events that would happen in the future, based on the goddess's oracle, meaning prophetic dreams. Well, calling it a prophetic dream sounds too explanatory. Even though Duke Grinham might be suspicious, Ediardo-sama continued without concern. In any case, as it is now, if we are attacked by demons, this country will perish in no time. The hero has become king without obtaining the legendary sword. In place of the hero, I want to go and get the legendary sword, but wouldn't it be better not to rely on the hero and the saint anymore? Then you could clean up neatly. Cleaning up neatly. In other words, purging. Duke Grinham intends to eliminate anyone he deems obstructive, including Arnold, Tears, and nobles who will become involved. Come to think of it, even his son Adonis-senpai, in the novel, executed all members of the Charlotte family, who are the cause of the evil woman. Ediardo-sama's calm demeanor in the face of this terrifying person makes me truly impressed. Although I'm pretending to be calm, internally, I can't help but be frightened by Duke Grinham. We can't rely solely on the power of the hero and the saint, but we still need their power. Especially when dealing with demons and monsters. They are unprecedented opponents, so we must consider every possibility. Reluctantly, we may find ourselves in a situation where we have to rely on the saint and the hero. The hero is supposed to defeat the demon prince Dino and the dark hero. For that, the legendary sword is indispensable. The bodies of demons are protected by powerful dark magic, and humans transformed into demons cannot be harmed by an ordinary sword. Why didn't Ediardo-sama possess that power? I've never felt the novel's setting as cursed as I do now, but Ediardo-sama unexpectedly said something. In addition, I also want a strong weapon to confront the demons myself. Ediardo-sama's weapon? That's news to me. Is it possible to create a weapon that can counter demons? It doesn't seem like something Ediardo-sama would say on a whim. Although he might have had such thoughts before, chances to go abroad to acquire a weapon were not easy to come by. However, saying this to Duke Grinham now implies that the opportunity to obtain a weapon has arrived. Just, the neighboring country, is a military state and is known for having excellent blacksmiths. I'm thinking of going to that country. The Pian Ruins, where the hero's sword is hidden. The Pian Island, where the Pian Ruins are located, is within the territory of the Yusti Empire. It seems that Ediardo-sama is considering obtaining not only the hero's sword but also his weapon. Oh, I wonder if obtaining the hero's sword is a side quest? The fact that it's called the Pian Ruins makes me wonder if we can also go to get Clean Flame Book. Since we can't expect the hero and the saint to conquer the dungeon, we have no choice but to challenge the dungeon ourselves. Duke Grinham chuckled and then looked at Ediardo-sama. Regarding the demons, you seem to have more detailed dreams than I do. Eddie, is there anything I can help with? Duke Grinham asked Ediardo-sama for guidance. In the first place, this person giving instructions is something that would never happen even in the novel. From the bottom of his heart, Duke Grinham wishes for Ediardo-sama to become the king. Inside him, there must be a desire to promptly eliminate consort tiers, related noble families, and others. Ediardo-sama is putting off these matters. and it must be frustrating for him. However, Ediardo-sama is anticipating a war with the monsters. Since Dino appeared, it's better to consider that a war is unavoidable. At such times, it's no time for internal conflicts. Especially, they want to avoid conflicts with Arnold, who is a hero. If they were to do such a thing, demons would take advantage in an instant, and this country would be destroyed. Duke Cronum, understanding Ediardo-sama's thoughts, probably sought his guidance. First, please promptly inform the media that I am abandoning the throne and recommending Arnold as the king through an official royal announcement. The royal family does not wish for internal division, so they should gladly accept my proposal. Leave it to me. By tomorrow, I think your intentions will be conveyed to every corner of the country. Also, Duke, as much as possible, please advise Arnold to make me the Lord of Weleria Island. As if you were switching sides. Weleria Island? But that island, Tears and the others will gladly accept it. Weleria Island. In the novel, there was a scene where the late king, who was still alive, ordered the villain Prince Ediardo to become the Lord of Weleria Island. I see. So that's your intention. If he acquires the position of Lord of Weleria Island, it will be easier for him to travel. Also, strengthen the military as much as possible, and please strengthen the magicians. I'd like the pharmacists to make as many recovery potions as possible. I'll think about it, but if there's no money, it'll be a problem. If Arnold becomes the king, he'll need to reconsider military reductions. If not, I won't be able to help you. That will depend on Arnold. Military budget cuts, huh? Come to think of it, there was such a passage in the novel. Due to the idea that military force is unnecessary in times of peace, they cut military expenses. With that money, they built an orphanage, so when monsters attacked, they struggled. I remembered the niece who recommended the novel being angry about it. Claris, I'll be going on a foreign trip from now on, is that okay? To Ediardo-sama's question, I nodded without hesitation. I had wanted to go to the PN ruins as well. Even if it were an extremely cold land or a desert, I intend to follow you wherever you go. After all, I am your fiancé. Chapter 112, The Villain Prince becomes the deserted island Duke. Sighed Claris. The next day, Ediardo-sama declared through Duke Cronum that he did not desire the throne of the king and recommended Prince Arnold, the second prince, as the king. Through Duke Cronum, this message was conveyed to the entire nation by newspaper reporters. First prince renounces succession. Second prince recommended for king, His Royal Highness Prince Ediardo, not aspiring to the throne. Hero's brother, admirable decision. Rumors were circulating the temple that the assassination of the king was the doing of the first prince, who sought the throne. However, these rumors quickly dissipated as they were spread nationwide by the extra editions. The chief priest, in a fit of anger, stormed into a major newspaper office, shouting that the declaration was a lie and not to be deceived. A certain reporter mentioned that his appearance was far from that of a clergyman. Moreover, in front of the reporters, he passionately spoke about how foolish and villainous Prince Ediardo was, pressuring them to write about Ediardo aspiring to the throne. However, the editor-in-chief calmly stated that they couldn't publish an article denying the official statement made by the royal family. It seems Duke Cronum has significant influence over the media, manipulating information as he sees fit. Later on, an article revealing the hidden side of the chief priest circulated secretly, tarnishing the temple's reputation among the people. 3 days after the king's funeral, Prince Arnold hastily ascended the throne. The coronation ceremony was solemnly held at the temple. Normally, foreign royalty, nobility, and dignitaries would be invited, and it would be a grand event. However, at the request of Prince Arnold, it was held with only domestic royalty. The concept of mourning is not present in this country, but it might be a similar feeling. Perhaps they didn't want extravagant events while the sorrow of their father's death still lingered. Although we attended the coronation ceremony, we chose to participate in plain attire. I wore a navy dress with black embroidery, and Ediardo-sama also wore a formal suit in the same color. Other nobles were similarly dressed in navy, black, or gray. So, when Mamilia arrived wearing a shocking pink dress, it was quite surprising. Consort Tears ordered a maid to forcefully escort Mamillion out, About an hour later, the saint, now dressed in a grey gown, was seated next to Consort Tears with a stern expression. Tears and Mimilia seemed to have a strained relationship, but from my perspective, they were kindred spirits. Similar individuals naturally seemed to gather. The king's crown was placed on Prince Arnold's head by the chief priest. King Arnold was born here. Behind him, 4 armored guards stood in their formal attire, especially Gaive and Gerd, looking very proud. The scenes written in the novel had once again become reality. Accompanied by the 4 guards, offering prayers to the goddess, it was a picturesque sight. If there was any difference, it was that Arnold didn't have the hero's sword. When Prince Arnold, or rather, King Arnold, offered his prayers, he raised his beloved sword with both hands. In a novel, that sword would be the hero's sword, emitting a divine light in front of everyone. However, the sword King Arnold held did not radiate a divine light, and there was no jubilation from the guests. For readers who enjoyed the original story, it was a quite disappointing scene. Section 1 week later, we were lined up to pay respects to the king in the audience chamber. King Arnold's first royal decree after ascending to the throne was to summon his brother to his side. Many courtiers must have inwardly found this first royal decree quite bewildering. The first royal decree after ascending the throne is a precious matter that will influence subsequent events. Previous kings, to assert their existence, had issued orders to their subjects for infrastructure development, aid to the poor, relief for natural disaster victims, and charitable and significant projects. Using it to summon his brother. What would the citizens think if they heard about it? Ediardo-sama and I bowed before His Majesty the King. On the throne, there were King Arnold and Queen Tears, who assumed the position of Queen Mother. It seems Mimiria won't be allowed to sit next to her. Queen Tears looked down on us triumphantly. Ugh, it's infuriating. Thanks to Ediardo-sama, you're not facing the executioner's block. First Prince Ediardo Hardin is granted the title of Duke as my vassal and is ordered to become the Lord of Wederia Island, a royal domain. Wederia Island is the largest uninhabited island in the Hardin Kingdom. In essence, it's like an exile. While Queen Tears desperately tried to portray Ediardo-sama as a criminal, she failed to pin the false charge of regicide on him. The article announcing Ediardo-sama's renunciation of the throne spread throughout the country, and even articles praising Ediardo-sama for his noble withdrawal circulated, trying to convince people that the first prince, aspiring to the throne, killed the king in a court of law wouldn't be believable, especially when the royal family acknowledged Ediardo-sama's statement. It would lead to a thorough investigation into why they would deny the royal family's official statement. As for the whereabouts of the dancer, Duke Grinham has already identified several dancers and currently has them under the surveillance of his direct subordinates. If they become useless, there's a possibility he might dispose of them. It seems they're also checking for any assassins targeting dancers. Moreover, it would be reassuring if they could find a magician. Identifying the whereabouts of a foreign magician with an unknown face is more challenging than tracking a dancer. In any case, failing to pin the crime of regicide on Ediardo-sama, the chief priest was quite frustrated. On the other hand, Queen Tears, although disappointed that she couldn't frame Ediardo-sama, seemed quite pleased as the throne fell into Arnold's lap. She even held a tea party with her allies to celebrate. Then, Duke Grinham, with a face that seemed to have defected to Arnold's side, proposed making Ediardo-sama the lord of a deserted island, keeping him away from politics, to Queen Tears and the nobles who sided with her. Oh, so Duke Grinham has sided with the advantageous party. However, being the lord of such a place, I'd rather be executed. In essence, it will be a kind of exile. As the nobles spoke one after another, Queen Tears, for some reason, wore a strangely delighted smile and eagerly accepted the proposal. How about that? Should we address you as the deserted island duke from now on? The surrounding nobles laughed at Queen Tears's words. King Arnold had an indescribable expression. Ediardo-sama, although he deeply bowed to His Majesty, he seemed to be desperately restraining the urge to laugh. It's quite amusing how he took the bait. At this rate, it seems he might obtain that island as planned. I understand. Your Majesty's generosity is truly appreciated. Oh, brother, Don't you dislike it? That Waleria Island, you know? Yes, it offers excellent development opportunities! Exclamation mark. It must have been an unexpected answer. King Arnold widened his eyes, and Queen Tears stared in disbelief. The nobles also buzzed with conversation. Queen Tears probably anticipated that Ediardo-sama, who felt dissatisfied with his given status, would resist. If he were a proud prince, he would never tolerate the position of a deserted island duke. You're not that kind of person. There's no way you would. Queen Tears seemed to hope for Ediardo-sama to become furious and attack Arnold. As evidence, during the customary practice of guards temporarily taking weapons when meeting the king, she didn't attempt it. She had also prepared words to trample on Ediardo-sama's pride and even had extras laughing together. The guards on either side of King Arnold were constantly on alert, ready for Ediardo-sama to attack at any moment. If it were the pre-memory revival Ediardo-sama, he might have easily fallen into Queen Tears' scheme. Before my memories returned, I think even I wouldn't have been able to endure it. Being mocked as the deserted island duke, planning to lead a more miserable life than now. But now, neither Ediardo-sama nor I care if we're called the deserted island duke, and there are no plans to live a more miserable life. In the novel, the villain Prince Ediardo was ordered by his father, His Majesty the King, to become the Lord of Waleria Island. He went mad with anger and attacked the king, resulting in his exile to the underground prison. In this case, it was Arnold who ordered Ediardo-sama to become the Lord of Waleria Island. Moreover, Ediardo-sama seems to have deliberately led him to do so. Why did he do that? That Waleria Island is not just an ordinary deserted island, you see. Chapter 113, The Secret of Waleria Island. Side Claris. Waleria Island, an uninhabited island boasting the largest size in the kingdom. Originally, it was a place where the previous king used to secretly come for vacations. A splendid palace was built there, where he would spend leisurely time with the queen. Well, according to the novel, it seems like a ruin now. Later, Arnold, Mimilia, and the four guardians would visit Waleria Island during their sea voyage to obtain a pendant hidden in a secret room in the palace, said to allow a saint to hear the words of the goddess. By the way, there's a character called Syriot, a ghost they met at the Pian ruins in Yust. He liked the palace so much that he decided to live there elegantly. Moreover, it is rich in expensive magic stones, precious herbs, and medicinal plants, all of which could fetch a considerable sum if sold. Additionally, there are rare magical creatures on the surrounding islands, leading to a substantial increase in experience points. Only a few people know about this, including Ediardo-sama, Mimilia, and me. Mimilia might be surprised to hear that we accepted the position of the deserted island duke, but she probably won't oppose it. It's unlikely that Mimilia, with zero religious faith, would risk the danger of adventure to obtain a pendant that supposedly allows her to hear the voice of the goddess. Besides, she doesn't seem interested in magic stones, magical creatures, or medicinal herbs. Although she values romantic relationships in the story, she tends to skip all the scenes involving hardships. Of course, the reasons are not limited to the goddess's items, magic stones, and precious herbs. Becoming the lord of a deserted island means not having to manage territory like other lords. Moreover, you can freely travel to the Yust Empire without any concerns. Nevertheless, I didn't expect Queen Tears to accept the proposal of banishing Ediardo-sama to a deserted island so easily. Duke Krillin must have successfully exploited her moment of satisfaction at seizing the world. Queen Tears anticipated that Ediardo-sama, given a humiliating position, would surely express dissatisfaction. Perhaps she even hoped he would become furious and turn his blade against her. Resisting a royal command would lead to charges of disrespect, and attacking the king would result in a capital offense. Even though she had guards by her side, it's despicable for a mother to expose her son to such danger. However, Ediardo-sama easily accepted the humiliating position, and Queen Tears' expectations went awry. King Arnold himself seemed bewildered. Brother, I believe you are aware that Waleria Island is uninhabited, aren't you? If you wish, I would like to give you a better territory. I appreciate your kind words, but, Your Majesty, once a royal command is given, It is not easily revoked. While Queen Tears and other nobles appointed Ediardo-sama as the head of Wetherya Island, King Arnold himself seemed to have some doubts. However, whether persuaded by Duke Krillum or supporting nobles, he reluctantly issued the royal command. If Ediardo-sama expressed dissatisfaction with the territory, he probably intended to give him another one. Queen Tears looks at her son with a bitter expression. She suddenly realizes that Arnold is not necessarily a mama's boy who obeys everything his mother says. Queen Tears is someone trying to eliminate Ediardo-sama. Naturally, she must have been advising King Arnold not to get along with his brother since childhood. However, King Arnold, despite finding his brother foolish, has been going out of his way to take care of him. Perhaps there's a stubborn part of him that doesn't listen to his mother's advice. Certainly, he believes in his mother to the extent of not realizing she is quite a villain. King Arnold cleared his throat once before looking at me. Claris, reconsider now, won't you? Reconsider? For what? Cancel the engagement with my brother and become my queen. Is that a royal command? I'm not a tyrant who uses power to make women his own. He wouldn't stoop so low. Queen Tears still wears a bitter expression. She probably thinks that if it were a royal command, things would proceed easily. Whether due to a strong sense of justice as a protagonist or part of his inherent personality, King Arnold, it seems, cannot allow himself to forcefully make me his own through a royal command. Queen Tears might have tried to persuade him, but she likely couldn't succeed. But, since becoming king, the fact that he is once again trying to woo me means he's already exercising considerable power. He thinks he's going to save me from his brother, who will become the deserted island duke. It's a completely misguided sense of justice. Well, even if it were a royal command, I would have declined. The weight of royal commands was a story from the time of the previous king. How much weight does a young king's royal command have? My brother wishes to become the lord of the deserted island. At this rate, you'll end up living a life unimaginable from your noble days, enduring severe hardship. Enduring hardship? I've experienced it more than enough until the start of my school life, so it's not a problem at all. Since he doesn't know what kind of life I lived until then, he can say such things. I will accompany Ediardo-sama to Wetherya Island. Isn't your response too quick? It was already decided in my heart. Besides, Your Majesty, I heard that when it was rumored I would become your queen, the saint was saddened. Please direct that love only to the saint. See Claris, but you see what? This idiot, the moment I heard that my lover was saddened, gave up on me. While displaying the rice seal on my forehead, I wore the mask of a sailor's smile and said to King Arnold in an indifferent tone, "Please be happy with the saint." Upon hearing my words, one of the nobles exclaimed, "To think she would turn away despite being a noble woman eager to become a queen. What a remarkable person." No, I'm not a remarkable person at all. I just really didn't want to be the wife of this two-timing man. Mentioning Mimilia's name, King Arnold was left speechless. Queen Tears smirked at me. In the position of the wife of the deserted island duke, can you endure? Some things cannot be sustained by love alone. You will regret this later. I'll keep that in mind. I returned a non-committal answer for now. Arnold cleared his throat once again and spoke in a firm tone. One more thing. Grant the title of Marquis to Curtis Haley, the son of Count Curtis Haley, and allow him to serve by my side. Yes, I humbly accept. Curtis, who was standing behind Ediardo-sama, lowered his head with a pleased expression before standing beside Arnold. This scene, if I recall correctly, is where Curtis betrays the villain Ediardo in the novel section. In the novel Destined Love, from a commoner girl to a queen, when King Arnold, the protagonist, becomes king due to the death of the previous king, he appoints Curtis Haley as his close aide. The villain Prince Ediardo, shocked by this, realizes that the person who always obediently followed his orders has easily left him. Curtis, have you betrayed me? I haven't betrayed you. I have been serving His Highness Arnold from the beginning. Well, he's still the villain prince. Since he always used Curtis as a punching bag, it's understandable. However, in reality, especially after Ediardo-sama's memories from his past life resurfaced, He didn't mistreat Curtis or create an uneventful relationship with him. In the story, Curtis slowly damages Ediardo-sama's pride, but that doesn't happen in reality. On the contrary, Curtis was often the one to feel embarrassed. Recently, he seemed like a part-timer, only being with Ediardo-sama at fixed times. Ediardo smiled kindly at Curtis. "Thank you for your hard work until now. From now on, work hard for the sake of this country alongside King Arnold." Why yes. Curtis seemed taken aback by Ediardo-sama's words. Yes, he must have expected Ediardo-sama to say something more, but unfortunately, their relationship was only to that extent. "Between you and Ediardo-sama, Queen Tears couldn't help but speak up. Curtis chose my son Arnold over you. Don't you have anything to say about that?" "Nothing, in particular. It's strange to say such things, isn't it?" Curtis was originally not a person serving His Majesty. Ediardo-sama's strange words surprised King Arnold, Queen Tears, and even Curtis. Well, it was quite obvious to others too. Ediardo-sama chuckled and finally let out the laughter he had been holding in. "Haley-sama isn't suited for espionage. I recommend entrusting him with other tasks from the next time." "Why did you place him by your side if you knew that he was competent enough?" Ediardo-sama said in a slightly ambiguous manner. Curtis Haley, apparently confused about Ediardo-sama's attitude, wore a complicated expression and looked down, perhaps feeling a headache from the unexpected answers. The young King Arnold sighed while pressing his forehead with his hand. "Regrettably, I must inform you, His Majesty the King has heard about the military budget reduction and the military strengthening plan I am promoting, and he is considering abolishing them." "Would you please reconsider?" Chapter 114, The Ornamental King and Queen Mother once sighed Claris. "I regret to inform you that His Majesty the King is currently considering abolishing the reduction of military expenses and the military strengthening plan I have been promoting." "Would you please reconsider?" "We are in an era of peace without war. Military reinforcement that disrupts the peace is unacceptable." At this moment, even King Arnold responded with a calm and regal attitude. "His face looks good, making for a picturesque image, but unfortunately, his words are disappointing." After taking a breath, Ediardo-sama turned his serious gaze towards King Arnold. "This country is destined to be attacked by the forces of demons 6 months from now. I have received an oracle from the goddess to that effect." Ediardo-sama's words caused a stir in the audience chamber. Some said, "Has he finally gone mad? Or he's starting to tell lies?" Even among the nobles on Queen Tia's side, such sentiments were expressed. Even the neutral nobles seemed skeptical and half-believing. King Arnold, bewildered, looked towards Ediardo-sama. "I have heard reports that a demonic being appeared in the Marquis Charlotte's territory." These words from King Arnold further stirred the audience chamber. Knowledge about the demons was limited to the upper echelons of the military, bureaucrats, and the royal family. The chief priest might also be aware, but he had labeled her a liar. People seemed considerably shocked by the revelation of the existence of demonic beings. "The forces of demons are incomparable to human forces." "Your Majesty, please prepare for the attack, promote military reinforcement, and, along with the training of magicians and pharmacists, produce and stockpile as many potions as possible, including recovery and antidote potions." Is it necessary to go that far just because one demon has appeared? Could it be that the demonic army is just a dream of my brother? In this era of peace, I don't want to be forced into unnecessary military actions based on mere dreams. If you find it hard to believe the divine revelation of the goddess, that is acceptable for now. The reason for military reinforcement also includes deterring other nations. The neighboring Yust Empire is a formidable military power. Just recently, they brought a neighboring country under their control. If the actual military strength of the Harden Kingdom is known to them and they decide to invade, we could be at risk. It was an event that happened quite the Yust Empire, bringing a small country in the northeastern part of the continent under its control. The movements of other foreign countries were not written in the novel, and it was something to be observed. Hasn't that invasion war already ended? The country invaded was smaller than the Harden Kingdom. Even if you call it a small country, even if it's a small country, that nation possessed military strength comparable to ours. As I mentioned earlier, it is a peaceful world now. Even if a recent war was significant, there is no way a country would willingly initiate a costly war just after one has ended. Ediardo-sama overlapped his words and Arnold responded with a dismissive tone. The surrounding nobles laughed, although the nobles related to the military war bitter expressions. Curtis also laughed heartily. That guy is infuriating. Queen Tears also mocked Ediardo-sama in response. Understandably, it's hard to believe the divine revelation of the goddess right away. However, I want them to pay attention to the deterrence of neighboring countries. The way it's phrased now makes it sound like the invaded country was small, so it's natural for them to be dominated by the Kingdom of Hardin. Moreover, even though the war has just ended, initiating a costly war is unnecessary in this peaceful world. Indeed, the war has just ended, so the Yust Empire might not attack immediately, but we don't know what will happen once their army is prepared. How can he assert that they won't come to attack us? Ediardo-sama sighed quietly and then bowed to King Arnold. Regarding the reduction of military expenses, General Robert seems to have made considerable efforts to persuade, but does King Arnold have to deny every policy Ediardo-sama has been promoting? I understand. I have nothing more to say. Your Majesty, may I have permission to withdraw? You may leave. The earlier inquiry was Ediardo-sama's final chance given to King Arnold. If King Arnold intended to inherit Ediardo-sama's policies, Ediardo-sama likely planned to support him from the shadows as an older brother. However, King Arnold's current attitude was resistant or negative towards everything Ediardo-sama proposed. With things turning out this way, there was nothing more Ediardo-sama could do. It's truly frustrating. Ediardo-sama had invested so much effort to protect this country. To have those who refuse to acknowledge that rise to prominence. Why did the protagonist become such a failure? But for now, I need to suppress this anger. We bowed once again and turned away. At that moment, Duke Crenham, who had been standing nearby, approached us. He then bowed before His Majesty. Your Majesty, I, Oliver Crenham, wish to resign from the position of Prime Minister as of today. Wait, Crenham, weren't you supposed to continue supporting me? Mother was delighted that you became my ally. I apologize. I was originally in the service of the late king. After witnessing the birth of the new king, I decided to step down from this position. Reconsider. Crenham, you are crucial to this country. If you leave now, the monarchy will be thrown into chaos. Her Majesty the Queen, who is bedridden, is still in a critical condition. I wish to spend my remaining years watching over her health. King Arnold seemed unable to conceal his shock. I also didn't expect the announcement of my resignation to come at this moment. To add to the blow, General Robert stood beside Duke Crenham and kneeled. I, too, would like to resign from the position of General. Robert, why? His Majesty mentioned that he would abolish the military strengthening plan devised by Ediardo-sama, citing it as an act that disrupts peace. Yeah. Besides, the military is useless in a peaceful world. I can only serve the country through the military. If I am no longer needed in this peaceful world, then I will step down from the position of general after today. Wait. King Arnold raised his voice to stop them, but Duke Crenham and General Robert didn't turn back from the throne. By royal decree, both of you. Wait. King Arnold shouted. Defying a royal decree is a charge of disrespect. The two of them should have been immediately surrounded by the royal guards. However, one by one, the guards standing by Duke Crenham's side bowed and left the scene. Only two guards remained, standing beside King Arnold. It felt like the moment the weight of the royal command was suddenly lifted. Hey, are you defying King Arnold? Why you will also be caught in a charge of disrespect. The nobles on King Arnold's side shouted at the departing guards, but this time, the military-related nobles stood in their way and bowed. Well then, we will take our leave. We want to strengthen our territory in preparation for the demon invasion. I am near the border of the Yust Empire. If you are going to cut military expenses anyway, someone has to resign, right? My subordinates from my territory will be leaving. The nobles on King Arnold's side laughed and waved, but the neutral nobles turned pale. The territories governed by nobles related to the military have many elite soldiers. Originally, they would want to dismiss weak soldiers, But if strong soldiers leave, it will accelerate the weakening of the kingdom's military. The Hardin kingdom appeared to be operating with the king at the center, but in reality, Duke Crenham was the shadow ruler out of friendship. He had been supporting the late king all along. Chapter 115. The ornamental king and queen mother two-side Claris. The king and lords of this country are bound by a relationship of mutual benefit. The king grants land to the nobles, and the nobles pledge to support the king through military or political means. When a territory ruled by a noble who has pledged loyalty is in crisis, the king may send military assistance to aid them. In return, the noble swears loyalty to the king and supports the royal family through military and political means. However, this loyalty is not absolute. If the king is incompetent, other lords will quickly replace him. The late king appointed Duke Crenham, who had been the court pharmacist, as the prime minister. The two were close friends during their academy days. However, the reason for choosing Duke Crenham as prime minister was not merely their friendship. By having Duke Crenham, who possessed vast territories, formidable military power, and immense wealth, close at hand, the late king aimed to restrain rival nobles. The late king was aware of his low charismatic influence and the inadequacy of his abilities as a king. Duke Crenham solidified the fragile monarchy and, in return, Duke Crenham progressively appointed individuals loyal to him to important positions. Unbeknownst to many, the monarchy was under the control of Duke Crenham. Of course, the royal family didn't silently accept the situation where the Crenham family alone wielded power. They appointed Robert Steiner, loyal to the royal family, as the general, and me, who was a powerful noble's daughter with ties to the Grand Ducal family, as a candidate for Arnold's fiancée. By the way, the Charlotte family was a powerful noble family until the era of my grandfather. It seems that the data on noble families within the royal court hasn't been updated much. Thanks to Queen Teresa's behind-the-scenes efforts, many nobles supported King Arnold. At first glance, it seemed like a major force, but most of them were satisfied with their nominal positions. Although there were some capable individuals among them, their opinions were crushed by numerous incompetent ones. If I have the power, I can send that woman to the executioner's block anytime. You know, anytime means even after King Arnold becomes the king. He has the power to crush Queen Tears. It would have been good if King Arnold had a support strong enough to counter Duke Crenham, but Queen Tears, gathering only her yes men, recruited mostly incompetent individuals like the Charlotte family. They were powerful nobles in the past, but many of them are now on the verge of decline. Individuals who could bring about the decline of a family were not likely to be opponents for Duke Crenham. So perhaps King Arnold had no choice but to rely on Queen Tears. Even if King Arnold were to become a king with absolute authority, he would need to greatly enhance the power of the hero, perhaps several times more than now, to rule through fear and thoroughly massacre those who opposed, on par with destroying a nation. That is, unless King Arnold is determined to become a demon king. In terms of personality, Queen Tears seems likely to become a female demon king. Well, it's just a matter of personality. Duke Crenham could have used his current power to forcibly remove Queen Tears. When the late king passed away, Duke Crenham suggested to Ediardo-sama to eliminate Tears. Eliminating Tears would also mean getting rid of the nobles connected through vested interests. Naturally, the nobles who were removed would cause chaos in their territories. Moreover, it wouldn't be just one or two territories. It would take time to persuade the nobles connected through vested interests. Above all, to remove Tears, Duke Crenham would need to convince Arnold, the hero, and gain the approval of the highly popular national hero. If the domestic situation is in such chaos, before the demonic forces arrive, neighboring countries might also set their sights on us. While restraining neighboring countries, if the Hardin kingdom is attacked by the demon tribe while trying to stabilize its territory, the kingdom would quickly fall. To take a form that minimizes chaos, Ediardo-sama chose to place his younger brother as a figurehead while he worked behind the scenes. However, it was still frustrating for Prince Arnold to become king. I even thought about whether I could secretly assassinate Queen Tears. Well, it's a dangerous thought, but it crossed my mind for a moment. Duke Crenham would likely have an assassin of that caliber at his disposal. However, the security of the royal castle seems to have been strengthened since the king's death. I heard that many guards were sticking close to the second queen's room. It seems that at King Arnold's instruction, the four guardians are taking turns guarding the second queen. There are rumors that multiple chambermaids taste the food before the queen eats. Humans seem to become more cautious in proportion to the misdeeds they commit. Ediardo-sama had long been aware that the monarchy was moving under the influence of Duke Crinum. General Robert, who was appointed to restrain the power of the Crinum family, is now an ally of Ediardo-sama. Usually, one would consult the king's father for important matters, but Ediardo-sama mostly sought the opinions of Duke Crinum and General Robert. Matters of politics and military were discussed and decided upon with Duke Crinum during royal audiences. Even with Prince Arnold becoming king, at this point, he is still a young man who doesn't know the intricacies of politics. It becomes necessary to have experienced and trustworthy subordinates. King Arnold expected Duke Crinum to support him, so Duke Crinum's resignation seemed to be quite a shock. "What are you all doing? Capture Crinum and Robert," Queen Tears ordered the surrounding nobles in a hysterical voice. However, the influential nobles who would listen to her were at a loss, not knowing what to do. They were probably individuals who had relied on competent superiors or subordinates with connections to Duke Crinum. It seems they can't act on their own. TSK, useless. Fine. I'll prepare a new prime minister and general. Those who don't listen to me can leave. Queen Tears shouted in anger and threw the fan she held toward Duke Crinum's back. The fan fell before reaching Duke Crinum's back. The next prime minister and general will have a tough time. They will be manipulated by a king with extraterrestrial thinking, be swayed by the arrogant Queen Tears, and, on top of that, they have to rebuild the political situation with key positions left vacant. Queen Tears hasn't realized yet that she is sitting on the throne of the decorative Queen Mother. She doesn't feel the urgency of the fact that royal commands have lost their binding force. She probably thinks that those who don't listen can just leave. In reality, if Ediardo-sama became king, defense reinforcement would proceed smoothly. In the meantime, it would have been best if King Arnold, Miss Milia, and the four guardian went to get the hero's sword. Even if they send 6 on an adventure by royal command, it's awkward with the saint, and the hero is also awkward. Apart from Ivan and Elder, the four guardian are not powerful enough. Probably, if they enter the dungeon where the hero's sword is hidden, the Pian ruins, they might never come out. So Ediardo-sama probably judged that he had no choice but to go get the hero's sword himself. He had hoped to support from behind together with Duke Crinum by placing his younger brother, but it seems that was impossible. Queen Tears seems to want to kill Ediardo-sama at all costs, and King Arnold is vehemently denying Ediardo-sama's policies. If Duke Crinum and General Robert are gone, it will be a significant blow to the Harden Kingdom. They will surely replace the Prime Minister and General soon, but it won't be the same as when Duke Crinum was in charge. We also need to get the hero's sword as soon as possible. Hero Arnold will have to fight when the demons come. We can't afford to have him collapse from official duties before fighting demons. I hope Saint Mimilia does her best, but I'm not expecting too much. In the novel, demons are said to attack 6 months later, but there is a possibility that time might advance sooner. After all, King Arnold became king at an early stage, thanks to the stupid second consort. Ediardo-sama, accompanied by the 2 key figures and nobles related to the military, leaves the audience hall. This scene shocked the other subjects. Chapter 116. Afterward one side Claris. In the wake of Duke Crinum and General Robert resigning, nobles who held military-related positions also began stepping down. The chief court magician and the chief court pharmacist also expressed their intention to resign. Half of the court magicians and court pharmacists, including George's Romeo, left the royal palace. Those who remained were either originally close to King Arnold or those who shared interests with Queen Tears. There were also a few who pledged loyalty to the king. Ivan and Elder were typical examples of this. Even if they know the ship they are on is a mudboat, they might not be able to abandon Prince Arnold, a friend. While Queen Tears seemed to be refreshed by this development, King Arnold Hardin, who intended to leave politics and military matters to Duke Grinham and General Robert, appeared to be conflicted. I thought Duke Grinham might resign if Arnold doesn't reconsider military budget cuts, but I never expected him to quit right then. Ediardo-sama said with a sigh. Well, there's no helping it. Not just military budget cuts, but the abolition of military strengthening. Oh, and the discontinuation of subsidies for the court magicians and court pharmacists. There were various other blunders, but he wiped out all the plans we've been pushing forward until now. That foolish king, Adonis-senpai, who drank herbal tea while saying this, had a troubled expression on his forehead. Currently, Ediardo-sama and I, instead of going to our territory, Waria Island, were guests at Vine's house. Daisy, Adonis's younger sister, Cornet-senpai, Sonia, and Whist were also present. Everyone had transformed into the appearance of commoners and had come here. Daisy wore a slightly faded one-piece dress under the pharmacist's hood. Sonia and Whist wore worn-out cloaks, tunics, and iron chest plates on top. They looked like mercenaries or adventurers. Adonis-senpai, like Daisy, wore a pharmacist's hood over a simple white shirt and pants made of jeans-like material. Speaking of jeans, they are usually associated with blue or black, but here, deep green is the mainstream. I wore a magician's robe and, as I didn't want to wear the clothes given by Belmira, I bought a tunic dress in the town. Ediardo-sama and Cornet-senpai, under the guise of magicians, wore worn-out jackets and pants. When we arrived, Vine first said, I thought it was some adventurer party. Vine's house was unusually lively. When I visited Vine's house alone in disguise, I didn't feel anything, but now, with everyone in disguise, it felt like a little costume party, which was fun. We gathered around the table, drinking tea, and discussed what happened to King Arnold and Queen Tears afterward. Really? I never thought Duke Grinham would resign right then. Duke Grinham had been recruiting skilled knights for a long time and had placed key bureaucrats and nobles related to the military under his umbrella. The palace he lived in, which could be called a mansion, was the size of the royal castle. They had a powerful private army, and they also focused on training mages and pharmacists. The Grinham family was considered a force that could claim to be a country. Originally, Duke Grinham was a person with enough power to consider independence anytime. Perhaps he was disgusted with King Arnold's policies, but since he became prime minister at the request of the late king, he might have planned to leave when the late king passed away. Certainly, in the novel, when the king died of illness, Duke Grinham handed over the position of prime minister to his son Adonis-senpai. However, I didn't expect General Robert to resign as well. Maybe they had coordinated this from the beginning. After Prince Arnold's ascension, many magicians who left the court were students of Professor Tolman, and most of the pharmacists were disciples of Duke Grinham. It seems they have already found new employment and are working exclusively for the Grinham family. Honestly, their salaries are better than when they were court magicians and pharmacists. I gave Arnold a chance, you know. If he was willing to take over the military strengthening proposal I was advocating, I was planning to assist him through Duke Grinham. Ediardo-sama said after taking a sip of herbal tea. Daisy also sighed and said, that was the path he chose. William, Steiner, and other nobles who are the key to the monarchy have all sided with father. Even the neutral nobles are currently seeking an audience with father. It seems that each will strengthen their military, enhance magic, and foster pharmacists within their territories for a while. It's practically the Grinham Principality, isn't it? To Ediardo-sama's amazement, Adonis-senpai answered decisively, he's still a noble of the Hardin Kingdom. In case of an emergency, he intends to come with conditions. What are these conditions? I tilted my head, but Adonis-senpai just smiled, not providing an answer. Ediardo asked Adonis another question, what is the current situation in the kingdom? It seems that Marquis Martus Haley has taken over as Prime Minister. His son Curtis seems to be assisting him. Martus Haley is serious, and I think he will support the king diligently. Well, it's interesting to see how he will manage the politics that have been dominated by incompetent nobles. Curtis's father, Martus, is the Prime Minister, Was there such a character in the novel? Like Cornet-senpai, was he a significant mob character? Ediardo-sama crossed his arms and lightly furrowed his brow. For now, there are capable people on Arnold's side, so the political situation should stabilize after a while. Those capable people will have to work like pack horses, taking care of the work of the incompetent nobles. For the time being. In a cold tone, Adonis-senpai said that, yeah, there's no helping it. If they were so capable, they should have known which prince would be better for the country. But they sided with Arnold for their interests. What is the current military situation in the Harden Kingdom? Well, about 1/3 of the knights have flowed into the Crinum, Steiner, and William territories. All of them are excellent talents, and I'm delighted. Well, many of the remaining knights are, well, not so great, still developing. Of course, there are still some talented knights. Currently, Ivan Steek, who has inherited General Robert's will, has become the general and is making efforts to strengthen as much as possible. For now, I think there are forces left to defend the main cities of the royal castle, capital, and the kingdom. Ivan as a general, he's made quite a leap. Moreover, it's reassuring that he's taken over military strengthening. When the demons suddenly attack, I hope he can hold out until we arrive. My Crinum family, as well as the Steiner and William families and other nobles, plan to come to the kingdom with conditions. If the conditions are not met, they have no choice but to perish gracefully. So, what are those conditions? Ediardo-sama seemed interested too, but Adonis-senpai didn't answer. Then, Daisy, who had finished drinking her herbal tea, asked me. By the way, that old lady, is she still infatuated with Claris-sama? The old lady refers to Queen Tears. After placing the cup of herbal tea on the saucer, I decided to answer Daisy's question. Chapter 117. Afterward sighed Claris. Speaking of which, that old lady, is she still infatuated with Claris-sama? The old lady refers to Queen Tears. I placed the cup with herbal tea on the saucer and decided to answer Daisy's question. For now, nothing. Perhaps she's waiting for me to become unable to endure the life of the deserted island duchess and come crying to her. If it's that old lady, she probably can't endure even a second as the deserted island duchess. It's humiliating enough just to have that title. Claris-sama probably thinks the same, although our values are completely different. Besides, she seems to be quite enthusiastic about being the Queen Mother now. Busy with greetings to supporters and foreign dignitaries. According to the information I've gathered, Queen Tears frequently hosts tea parties, and is attended by young and beautiful nobles in her surroundings. Well, I was on guard too, you know? I was expecting assassins trying to kill Ediardo-sama or something. Of course, even if they come, I'll give them a good fight. I've honed my skills in anticipation of dealing with demons and monsters. Since then, however, there has been no sign of her trying to involve us. It seems Queen Tears is currently prioritizing enjoyment. In the end, Tears' attempt to kill Ediardo-sama was because his existence was an obstacle for her son to become king. Now that her son has become king, and her goal has been achieved, she probably doesn't actively think about killing the powerless Ediardo-sama, who has become the deserted island duke. Killing a member of the royal family also carries risks. With the current tense situation in the royal family after the late king's assassination, the castle's security has been significantly strengthened. There is strict security in Queen Tears' room, and the 4 guardians take turns keeping watch. While it's good to be protected, it also means I can't make any careless moves. Then, Adonis spoke up as if he remembered something. By the way, according to our spy, the Queen Mother, who is usually active in high society, mysteriously feigned illness and took a day off only when the ambassador from the Yust Empire visited. It seems it was a feigned illness. Ediardo-sama furrowed his brow upon hearing that report. Tears has hired a Yust magician. Is it related to that? But I doubt that the Emperor's envoy would come looking for just one magician. If it was genuinely an unexpected illness, I would understand. But it seems she intentionally avoided it by pretending to be sick. However, the fact that a Duke Grinham spy knew about Queen Tears' feigned illness means the spy has infiltrated quite deeply into the central parts. We are currently investigating that matter as well. Information about the magician who cast a curse on Barton is also gathering considerably, so we should be able to identify the hiding place soon. The Crinum family's intelligence network is quite something. Ediardo-sama said that and took a sip of herbal tea, breathing a sigh of relief. It's been a while since I've seen Ediardo-sama's calm face. This place is like a second home for us. We've learned a lot together here. Georges and Vine are happily making baked sweets together in the kitchen. There was a somewhat sweet aroma wafting through the room. Jin-kun is heading to the kitchen to make a second serving of tea, raising the empty teapot. By the way, is it true that you're going on a foreign trip? The one asking with a lively voice is Daisy. Oh, why do everyone's eyes seem so expectant? What's with those eyes full of anticipation? Ediardo-sama scratched his cheek and said, even if it's called a foreign country, it's the neighboring country. I plan to go with Claris. Ediardo-sama announced to everyone that he would be going on a trip to the neighboring Yust Empire with me. Then, two knights, their eyes flaming, raised their voices. Please let us accompany you. Upon King Arnold's ascension, Sonia and Whist, who had resigned from their positions as vice-captains of the execution squad, spoke in unison, originally hoping to be assigned as our exclusive guards alongside Ediardo-sama. They had settled the handover of the vice-captaincy long before. Now, free individuals, the two of them volunteered to be our escorts without hesitation. So, a foreign trip. My brother? Let us join as well. Good idea, sister. However, convincing further won't be an easy task. No worries. I'll ask for a trip as my birthday present this time. Father always grants my wishes on my birthday, after all. Ha ha ha. In that case, why not ask for marriage too, my sister? Oh, come on, brother, you're impossible. Furthermore, Daisy and Adonis-senpai's siblings offered to accompany us on the journey. With things turning out this way, Cornet-senpai, who was present at the scene, couldn't stay silent either. Please let me accompany you. I was just thinking of obtaining various items for the upcoming product development. Cornet-senpai's glasses gleamed brightly. The Yust Empire, being a militaristic nation, had a thriving logistics network for items such as weapons, armor, magical stones, and medicinal herbs used as raw materials for potions. I also want a new one for magic, books on magic, and, well, books on curses too. If it's a journey, leave the guidance to me. I'm a specialist, you know. Georges, who brought freshly baked cookies, patted his chest with a fist. Before becoming the court magician, Georges wandered to various countries. Even after becoming the court magician, he sometimes went on journeys during vacations. When Georges offered to be our guide, Vine pouted and said, Georges is so unfair. I want to go too. I want to go too. Jin-kun also appealed with both hands raised, looking happy. It seems our teacher intends for the whole family to join. Wait a minute. We're planning to challenge dangerous dungeons, and bring Jin-kun along to such places. Upon Ediardo-sama's words, Vine lightly waved his hand and laughed. While you guys are in dungeons, I'll be sightseeing. Jin has already mastered beginner magic. If it's fire magic, he's at an intermediate level. He can easily burn ordinary monsters. It seems that Jin-kun has been studying not only pharmacology but also magic recently, thanks to Georges. Isn't he about to turn 6 soon? Mastering basic magic at that age, especially in fire magic, puts him at an intermediate level. That's amazing. I never expected such a group trip. But recalling the enjoyable time we spent on Amarillis Island, it doesn't seem bad at all. Besides, having Georges, who has extensive travel experience, accompany us is very much appreciated. I've heard that the Yust Empire has many rare medicinal herbs for sale. Daisy clasped her hands, eyes sparkling. Cornet-senpai, pushing up her glasses, said to Adonis-senpai next to her, there are many undiscovered magical creatures on the remote islands of the Yust Empire. Adonis, that sounds great. I want to see the torture devices of the Yust Empire. Adonis-senpai, with a beautiful face, is saying scary things. Even during this time when we discuss our destination, it's honestly so much fun. It reminds me of my student days in my past life. There are many hotels, especially in the central district of the capital. Maribel. There's a wide range from cheap to expensive. However, the foreign district has many well-equipped hotels, though not as big. Georges tells us about the areas in the capital with many inns. In the Hardin Kingdom, there are no luxurious hotels where nobles' children can stay at ease. It seems that construction plans were proposed, but King Arnold opposed them, saying that luxurious accommodation facilities are a waste of tax money. However, in other countries, many nations focus on accommodations to actively earn foreign currency while placing bottles of juice and wine on the table. Vine glares at Georges. "You're strangely well informed, Georges." "Vine, stop giving me that suspicious look." "Before becoming the court magician, I traveled to various countries too." "Really? Just by yourself?" "That's right." Georges seems to have successfully persuaded Vine, and Vine has become a bit jealous. It's good to see them happy. Vine no longer makes poison to kill the saint, and Georges no longer sacrifices his life for the saint. Georges proposes further travel plans. "Do you prefer an elegant resort course for foreign travel or an adventurer course with thrills and a chance to earn travel expenses?" "Adventurer course, please." Everyone's opinion is unanimous. To Georges, who seems a bit taken aback by everyone's enthusiasm, Ediardo-sama takes a breath before saying, "We're not going there just to have fun. It's the adventurer course all the way." "I can't believe this is coming from a former prince of a country." "I'm no longer a prince. We have a purpose in obtaining the hero's sword. However, constantly facing dangerous adventures can be tiring." So Georges suggested inserting some relaxing vacation days, and everyone agreed. "We have to give our mind and body a break." Especially Ediardo-sama, who tends to get too serious. If he breaks his body before the fight against the enemy, it will be a serious problem. End of Volume 2.